in his hand, shot a bullet. Bang! The bullet shot out angrily, and the one-eyed dragon upstairs immediately stood up with hair, and almost at the moment when Chen Haonan shot, he immediately turned sideways and dodged the bullet. You must know that after opening the god-level shooting, Chen Haonan did not shoot at will. It can be said that he was sure to hit with one hit, but he was actually dodged by the other party? It's kind of interesting. Chen Haonan felt that he was excited. Since joining the army, whether it is He Chengwang of the new weapon, or a few captains of the Wolf's Teeth, or Siberian Pukin, or Anthony, a few instructors, they have not put any pressure on him, and he can easily crush every opponent, which has cultivated the feeling that he has nothing to say about what people he faces, including Mr. Gao. This one-eyed boss has a little inventory. No wonder the instructor Anthony reminded himself, you are very strong, but not the world's #1 strong. Some strong people who have been on the battlefield for a long time, they have many means to kill you. These thoughts flashed through Chen Haonan's heart, and he began to fight back continuously. Upstairs, the one-eyed dragon kept moving with lightning and shooting at the little guy downstairs. Dao day. Bang bang. The bullet pierced up and down fiercely, one large and one small. In the rapid movement, the one-eyed version of Dwayne Johnson saw the 2 dead corpses on the first floor, and the 4 corpses inside after the door on the second floor was opened, and suddenly the more he hit, the more frightened he became. This Boy Scout, who killed everyone and forced his way in, was even stronger than he had imagined. Moreover, he found that the other party's bullets were always predetermined. If it weren't for his strong sixth sense and flexible turnaround and running, he would have been hit a long time ago, and sometimes, when he was obviously hiding, the other party could also shoot through the plank and chase him, which was terrifying. What kind of eyesight is this? The one-eyed dragon who had already come to the second floor had a cold sweat on his forehead, and the anger and courage just now had gradually disappeared, replaced by solemnity and seriousness. Without attracting the attention of any sentinels, the arsenal exploded, and no one will come here for the time being. He arranged it? God, this little guy who looks naked is actually a miniature version of himself. After these thoughts flashed, the one-eyed dragon stepped out of his hiding place, stepping on the floor. Come out, I know your bullets are also out. I'm strange, I've seen a lot of all kinds of battlefield masters, and it's the first time I've seen a child so powerful. Seeing you, I think of myself when I was a child. In the hall, Chen Haonan threw the gun that had run out of bullets on the floor, looked up at the one-eyed boss who was not ashamed, and a thought came to his heart, shit, how did these bigwigs do it one by one, always saying that when they see themselves, they think of themselves when they were children. Forget about Mr. Gao, Anthony is SOSO, this blind Dwayne Johnson is too ugly. Don't you have a little pressure in your heart? I'm a high-level teenager Wu Yanzu. No, you're so ugly, how can I be like you, you're thinking too much. Chen Haonan responded coldly. Both sides spoke English and there was no problem with communication. Did you kill Haimu? The one-eyed dragon walked down step by step, staring at Chen Haonan's eyes, with a sense of beastly oppression. However, what kind of person is Chen Haonan? He is a dead soldier in Siberia. No matter how powerful the enemy is, in his small eyes, there is no difference from a corpse. Looking at each other from afar, Chen Haonan said frankly, did you say that black charcoal head? Well, he walked very uneasily, and also proposed that the one-eyed dragon boss would avenge him. Is it you? Then you are dead. I will not kill you like that. I will definitely let you kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. To tell you the truth, marksmanship is not my strength, martial arts is my strength. While speaking, the one-eyed dragon had already walked to the hall on the first floor, and the other person was tall, standing in front of Chen Haonan, like a wall. He didn't seem to be lying, just from the perspective of his strong arms. When they were put together, they were equal to Chen Haonan's size, and his thick legs, similar to Instructor Anthony's, were full of violent aesthetics. If you hadn't killed Haimu, I would have invited you to join my side, but alas, you killed this opportunity. The one-eyed dragon was very optimistic about Chen Haonan, thinking that he was so powerful at a young age, and if he was allowed to grow up, he would definitely be able to surpass himself, but now, he just wanted to kill the other party. Chen Haonan moved his hands and feet to put himself in the best condition, and said indifferently, what a big breath, haven't you brushed your teeth? If you run out of bullets, you will jump off the building and escape. You still have a chance to live, but now there is none, you have killed your only chance to escape. The one-eyed dragon was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect this child to have such a poisonous mouth and fight back quite sharply. After snorting coldly, he slammed his tall figure into a humanoid tank with his strong muscles, and crushed towards Chen Haonan. Rude, direct, explosive, and no flashy tricks are required at all. In his opinion, if Chen Haonan was hit by him, he would definitely break his bones and fall to the ground, and then he would slowly torture the other party. At this moment, he saw that the other child's child did not make any dodge movements. He laughed and roared, raised his small fist that seemed insignificant to him, and waved it. Can you make a whistling sound of compressed air? Seeing Chen Haonan move, the one-eyed dragon changed slightly, but the front is tough, he is not afraid of anyone, he has never lost, and in the archives office in London, he also has a loud nickname, Kingly. It's just a child, the speed is fast, but how much power can it have? Unless he is an ant, the body has the strength of dozens of times his own volume. Boom! A large and a small fist touched, and the sound of flesh crashing sounded in the hall, dull as thunder. Chen Haonan's small body shook from side to side, like a dragon shaking its head and tail, but there was no retreat under his feet. And the one-eyed dragon took a step back, a big pie face, immediately changed color slightly. He actually felt the feeling of hammering on the hammer just now. Anyway, the strength made his bones ache sharply. This is an unprecedented thing. A child, how can he have such terrifying power? Did he hang up? Wriggling his muscles and bones, there was a crackling sound. The one-eyed dragon was full of fighting spirit. He relied on martial arts to sit in the position of the leader of the dark mercenary group, and today someone actually threatened his strongest point. Such an ending was difficult for him to accept. Bang bang bang. Fists, whip legs, iron plate bridges, two figures, one large and one small, fought together quickly, and suddenly the sound of impact sounded rapidly, sweating, and constantly splashing. The one-eyed dragon man is tall and big, Mount Tai is on the top. Chen Haonan will come to see with a single dragon. The one-eyed dragon and the two ghosts knocked on the door, and Chen Haonan came to push the moon with both hands. The one-eyed dragon whips his legs, and Chen Haonan has an iron arm. One of the two sides moves horizontally, flexible and changeable, with many postures, and the other is small and exquisite, but it is also not afraid of death. All kinds of gods pick grapes, pull weeds, and find snakes. After more than 10 moves, Chen Haonan began to change his playing style after figuring out the enemy's attack routine. With a dragon body service, Chen Haonan put his small body, the fish flew to the shallow bottom, and began to pull weeds to find snakes, and monkeys to steal eggs. There's no way, his people are just so small, a tall one-eyed dragon, and his legs are long. If he doesn't attack the opponent's next plate, where can he attack? You can't jump up and fight again and again, right? Despicable Kung Fu, Your Excellency is also a big man, and he actually attacks like this. The one-eyed dragon, who fell into passivity under Chen Haonan's continuous sneak attacks, felt that his crotch was cold, and he could end up breaking eggs at any time. He retreated again and again, spitting fragrant mouths, angry, and roaring like an unsatisfied old heifer. Under the sudden retreat, he wanted to distance himself, but found that the other party was faster. Finally, with a whoosh, his pants cracked, and there was a hissing sound. The one-eyed dragon rolled away on the spot, followed by a series of fatal kicks, and forced back the despicable warriors who were chasing and killing. With this ability, I'm embarrassed to let me choose to die, hee hee. Chen Haonan blew away the black hair and the 5 fingers of his right hand, and looked coldly at the opponent standing 3 meters away, looking like I exploded you and hanged. What can you do to me? Just now, he attacked continuously, attacked in the next set, and finally caught the opponent into a buttocks without pants. Even, the one-eyed dragon's underwear was scratched and hung on a black-haired thigh, like a dancing place, looking very much like the hostess who was overturned in a small movie. Hiss. The one-eyed dragon tore his underwear and threw it aside, frowning before he could speak. The crotch was cold, which made him very helpless. He was so strong and aggressive in his life, and it was the first time he was so embarrassed. However, the opponent's height is just over 1 meter. If he doesn't attack his next plate, where can he attack? Hee hee, Your Excellency has never been a Tundun. The one-eyed dragon swept over Chen Haonan's small body, and indeed, after a fierce hand-to-hand fight, the uniform that was originally wrapped around Chen Haonan's body was gone, and he shook his elephant's trunk and stood in front of him with a big grin. I'm just a kid. Chen Haonan twisted his little neck, looking indifferent. This god-level camouflage technique must be stripped to change color, but fortunately, he is used to it. The one-eyed dragon was very unaccustomed. He frowned, and threw his tattered pants directly off with a whip leg, so that he was also a tan egg standing in front of Chen Haonan. Shirt? No, the one-eyed dragon has always disliked wearing a shirt, and Heimu has said that he likes his muscles very much, so he rarely wears a shirt unless it's freezing. The two are frank and honest with each other, and the fighting spirit is boiling. If a third party breaks in at this time, they must think that this is preparing to shoot an indescribable small movie. The protagonist is strong, small, and exquisite, such a strong sense of picture conflict. The market demand must be great. Bang bang bang. The dull, rapid crashing sound sounded violently again in the hall at dusk in the afternoon. The rhythm became faster and faster, and in the middle, mixed with the sound of the man's breathing aggravated, the low roar that had been faintly suppressed. It was the one-eyed dragon that roared, and after fighting fiercely with the murderer who killed Heimu again, he began to find his hands and feet, and the numbness began to become stronger, and in the end, he gradually lost his feelings, which made him a little violent. Absolutely impossible, he is just a child in open crotch pants, and the milk smell has not dried. You don't know, Chen Haonan's physical fitness is 16, his strength attribute is 40, his body has been strengthened so many times, and there is still a strength in essence left, which belongs to the kind of character with its own sound. The stronger the enemy, the more brave he becomes. After the warm-up, the physical attributes begin to ignite, a bit like the Super Saiyan in Dragon Ball. He begins to transform, and his aura explodes. On the other hand, the one-eyed dragon, his talent is very strong, and his physical attributes have also broken through 10, but the wind does not end. How can he beat Chen Haonan, who is hanging? No matter how gorgeous his tricks are and how violent his posture is, he can't break through Chen Haonan's defenses. On the contrary, he is attacked by the little guy from time to time, and his two thighs are already bland, affecting the balls, and he is a little shaky. Suddenly, Chen Haonan, who was in the middle of the battle, roared lowly, and his milk was as fierce as a baby who had been hungry for a long time. Good opportunity. The one-eyed dragon, who has been fighting for so long and has always been attacked under the plate, was immediately ecstatic when he saw Chen Haonan jumping so high. He was afraid of the opponent's attack in the lower game, not the whip leg. Taking a deep breath, he grabbed with lightning with both hands, wanting to grab Chen Haonan's whip leg, and then slammed it to the ground. He had already made up for the other party's fate. However, Chen Haonan's little axe whip leg, how terrifying! In Siberia, you can split a 30-inch steak with a single blow of the whip leg, and with the god-level skill, you can quickly find the balance point of the attacked object, that is, the G-spot. So when the one-eyed dragon grabbed it with both hands, his speed suddenly increased, like a small electric drill, drilled between the opponent's hands, and slammed it on the collarbone of the one-eyed dragon. The overwhelming force directly threw the one-eyed dragon out like air. I can't stop it. I can't stop it at all. The one-eyed dragon, who kept rolling out, felt that the collarbone that he had practiced to raise goldfish in water was directly broken, and what surprised him even more was that his eyes reflected the small figure chasing madly. So, he endured the severe pain, and suddenly supported the ground with both hands, and used his deadly scissor kicks, intending to break the opponent's neck. Chen Haonan chased fast and fiercely. One accelerated, and the small body shot over, jumping higher than the one-eyed dragon that swooped up. His legs clamped the opponent's neck, and he leaned back tactically, and his attributes exploded. Chen Haonan's writhing power, coupled with the one-eyed dragon's own strength, was in one direction, and the blessing of the two forces directly drove the one-eyed dragon to smash to the ground, with a crisp click, and the blood was blurred. The little hand stretched out and grabbed the thick neck, and the strengthened power of the ant exploded instantly. Ah! You're still trying to break my neck. Click. The one-eyed dragon who wanted to catch Chen Haonan with his backhand, in the roar, he heard the sound of his neck being twisted, and in an instant, his eyes spread, and he was unwilling to fall to the ground. His fighting spirit was still boiling, but at a different time than usual, he died. The host starts the challenge mode, kills the militant's biggest boss, and is rewarded with 100 experience points. The sound of the system sounded, which made Chen Haonan breathe a sigh of relief. This guy is the strongest one he has encountered since he opened the hanging. After killing the other party, he was a little thirsty and wanted to find a drink to drink. Among the broken wine bottles, Chen Haonan, who had been looking for a while, took out an unopened year of the dragon Matai with his bare hands, opened the lid with his bare hands, and poured it with his head held high. The mild, mellow liquor passes through the throat and into the belly, bringing a tingling feeling of satisfaction and a thrill that men understand. After a frantic fight, Chen Haonan missed the scene of drinking with He Changwang on the hillside. If this event could end alive, he planned to find his former comrades and have a good drink again. Isn't life like this? Kill the enemy happily, drink the strongest wine, and sleep the most beautifully. Forget it, I'm still a child. After a mellow wine burp, Chen Haonan's brows furrowed, and his own safety bubbles began to burst one by one. By chasing after the wind, he knew that the enemy outside was coming. Drink. Holding a small position, he poured the last of his wine with his head held high, and slammed the bottle at the soldier who had just opened the door and entered. With a bang, the bottle blossomed above the mercenary's head, causing him to faint directly to the ground. In the flying fragments of wine bottles, the sound of gunfire rang out. Bullets poured in like water from the door, chasing Chen Haonan. Whoosh! Chen Haonan was like a nimble mouse, flashing continuously, grasping the wooden stairs, leaping with strength, and constantly rising his small body with force. First floor, second floor, third floor. At the door, the mercenaries who were shooting wildly swept through the living room, and then, they were even more crazy. They saw the boss of the one-eyed dragon, who had fallen to the ground and died, who was dying unsettled, his thick neck twisted upside down, and his bull's eyes were wide open, as if he were telling something. That person is the murderer, he killed the boss, don't let him run. The base camp exploded directly. The boss was killed, and this kid was like an epidemic, which was difficult to control and spread, bringing a huge infection. After getting the news, a large number of mercenaries rushed into the base camp, some began to climb the stairs to chase and kill, and some people surrounded the perimeter of the base camp, and more people came. The one-eyed dragon has a lot of dominance in the hacker mercenary group, which comes from his strong combat power and tall physique. Unlike some old drivers, who live by begging, he is completely a personal charm. But now, his huge corpse, like a boulder, lay in the living room, cold and glaring, and the most difficult thing for his men to accept was that he had been torn his neck and died, that is, in his most powerful fight. Who will this be? You say, a child killed him? Are you blind? An adjutant with a bulging forehead, half kneeling beside the one-eyed dragon, after examining his death, could not help but grab a mercenary and roared like a dead child. Yes, the boy soldier went up from the third floor, and someone has already caught up. Turn all the rockets over. The third floor is the tallest building in the stronghold of the hacker mercenary group, and at this moment, Chen Haonan is already standing on the roof. When he passed through the room on the third floor, he broke into the room of the one-eyed dragon, and saw a dazzling array of guns, leaning against the wooden wall. He immediately grabbed a heavy machine gun and carried a rectangular box, heavy, full of bullets. After climbing to the top of the building, Chen Haonan immediately opened the box, pulled out the chain of bullets like a shark's mouth, and wrapped it around his neck, arms, and waist. He is not as thick as the one-eyed dragon, it is enough to rely on his arm, which is a bit troublesome, and it didn't take long for Chen Haonan, who was hung with chains, shining, like a little golden man, plus a heavy machine gun that did not match his petite figure, like a miniature version of Iron Man. The machine gun arm was opened, and the whole person exploded. Condescendingly, he poked his little head out and looked down. You can see that in the open space downstairs, a mercenary ran over, carrying a bazooka on his shoulder, adjusting the angle, aiming at the wooden building, and around him, densely packed, all of them were mercenaries who rushed over, all pointing and shining how to attack. Among them was an instructor with a protruding forehead, pointing to the wooden building in front of him, making instructions for launching. The one-eyed dragon's death in such a way has already angered the mercenaries, and they plan to destroy the 3-story base camp with bazookas and bury the murderers inside. Chen Haonan, who was already ready, how could he give him a chance to launch? The little man squinted his cold eyes, holding a bullet chain in one hand and a heavy machine gun in the other. Day. The muzzle of the gun trembled, the tongue of fire protruded, and suddenly, a swarm of bullets roared towards the rocketeers downstairs and the mercenaries scattered around. Puff, puff. The sound of bullets burrowing into flesh kept ringing out. The first to bear the brunt was the rocketeer, who was directly beaten into a cloud of blood mist, which was unbearable, and around him, there were more than a dozen mercenaries who couldn't dodge, and they were beaten into a hornet's nest. In an instant, the fallen, the wailing, the rolling, the screaming. It's all a mess. The adjutant with a protruding forehead saw with his own eyes that the rocket man was beaten in two by the waist, and after his eyes contracted violently, he immediately flipped to the ground, followed the source of the gunshot, and finally saw Chen Haonan standing on the top of the third floor. The murderer didn't look tall, that is, a teenager, holding a huge and swarthy six-barreled cannon, and his whole body was buzzing bullet chains, and he couldn't see clearly, but he seemed to be like an iron pillar, unaffected by the huge anti-shock force, maintaining the barrel of the gun that spits out flames, and constantly harvesting the lives of mercenaries. Under such a metal storm, rubbing is about to hurt, and encountering. Congratulations, straight into the blur of flesh and blood. The adjutant who rolled into a tree frantically calmed his heart palpitations and randomly yelled at the mercenary group that was scattered. Upstairs, upstairs, he's upstairs. Don't come out inside, rush up to the top of the 3rd floor and kill that guy for me, he looks like he's just a kid. The sound of shouting resounded all around, and there were still more than a dozen mercenaries in the hall, who immediately began to climb the stairs from the inside, and the mercenaries who came from all around, holding their heads short, fled in all directions, and were chased like a group of monkeys. It didn't take long for these monkeys to find cover and began to attack Chen Haonan on the roof of the building with the help of trees, stones, and mountains. Relying on the skill of chasing the wind and catching shadows, Chen Haonan already knew that there were wolves below, and there were tigers all around, and they all wanted to eat his child. The situation was quite bad, and he was not a 3-headed and 6-armed magic pill, he could fly down on the Hot Wheels. After retracting his little head, Chen Haonan pulled out his pistol, and his 10-mile eagle eyes burst out with a cold light, locking on the mercenary who was going to come up downstairs to pick the fruit. It's time to attack. The next moment, Chen Haonan sent the news of the attack to the female soldiers. On the other side, just outside Chen Haonan's detonation of the arsenal, after the female soldiers heard the explosion, they were concerned about the safety of the instructor, and they had rushed to the entrance. It's been so long, the instructor hasn't sent a message yet, there are at least 300 mercenaries inside, it's too dangerous for him to be trapped inside, should we kill it directly? Yi Zuanshin was worried about the safety of his little cousin, and made this request many times. I also support the enemy to kill, this is the base camp, maybe the instructor won't have time to send the news of the attack, and the person will be caught in a state of war. Captain, there is no need to wait, sometimes we have to have our own judgment. Come with me, gun in hand. As Chen Haonan's 4th girlfriend, she opened up and chatted with the instructor many times, fully understanding Chen Haonan's strengths in all aspects, and sleeping with her this time. No, you must believe the instructor, the reason why he didn't let us attack must be that the time is not ripe, for example, the nest inside, all the explosions, lead all the enemies in another direction, we attack from behind, we can achieve the result of sandwiching the chickens in the front and rear. Yi Zuanshin looked at He Lu in amazement and spoke, let's attack back and forth, why is it a chicken? He Lu stretched out his right hand, covered his fist against his mouth, and lowered his voice. Our little instructor said that on the afternoon of that day's training, I lay in the grass with him, chatting about life, no. Chatting about how to fight on a large battlefield, he said that the best thing is to divide part of the troops, lead them away, and then the helpers behind catch up, clamp their necks, form a front and back chicken, and directly cut off the chicken's neck. Little master, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the back is more exciting. Yi Zuanshin was not convinced, he never talks to me about this, what kind of chicken are you talking about? Just because I'm his nominal 4th girlfriend. He Lu was straightforward, and then said firmly, it's not chaotic enough, it is estimated that the enemy has not been mobilized yet, think about it, this is not the kind of tent that can be sneak attacked, you can face the enemy directly if you go in, it is similar to a bird's nest, you can't find the enemy in that bird's nest, what if you rush in rashly, you will be surrounded by people, so, how can the instructor wait for the opportunity? This little villain. Yi Zuanshin looked at the base camp in front of the flames, mixed with the explosion, and his heart was raised. The female soldiers did not move, and continued to wait, unless an enemy rushed out, they would snipe directly with cold guns. Suddenly, Tan Xiaolin's eyes lit up, and the message came. Attack, I received the news, and the positioning was also sent. The female soldier, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, immediately jumped up and rushed over. Da-da-day. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Kill people when they see them, and blow them up when they get together. The White Tiger soldiers, who were gradually accustomed to large-scale battles, began to exert their strong military qualities, and pushed all the way over, and everyone was full of bullets and exploded. Just as the scene that He Lu just said appeared, the mercenaries in the base camp all went in one direction, leaving the female soldiers with bare backs, plus an ass ball, which they were inserted by lightning from behind, shot to death, and under the cover of the big explosion and the fire in front, they didn't even alarm the people in front. The time and place are favorable, and the destructive power exerted by the 8 female soldiers is terrifying to the extreme. The female soldiers came in from the outside, and soon they quickly pushed sideways to the vicinity of the wooden building. Chen Haonan, who was forced to be in the middle of nowhere, had already seen the female soldiers kill through the 10-mile eagle eye, and suddenly showed a fatherly look, and he smiled with relief. From the first time the female soldiers were handed over to him, to the seeds that were constantly branded with him, he always looked forward to the complete qualitative change of the female soldiers and the fact that they could take charge of themselves. Now, the white tiger soldiers have finally completely shed the fur on their whole body and ushered in a real qualitative change. They will become real white tigers, their favorite white tigers. It's my turn to counterattack. Chen Haonan has no worries. At first, he was just worried about the appearance of a bazooka behind him, but now, he can completely hand over the ground to female soldiers, just like a husband who goes out to work. He is completely relieved to hand over his children to his wife to take care of, and he doesn't have to worry about being cuckolded. Day. A smooth gunshot rang out. Inside the wooden building, from the first floor to the third floor, there have been many mercenaries piled up, swept by the dense bullets like dumplings, falling from above. Suddenly, no one dared to go up for the time being. Someone began to rush outside, so that the female soldiers who had just been killed began to become a scene of being caught in the front and back. It's not good. If it goes on like this, they're still a little dangerous. Seeing this situation, Chen Haonan gritted his teeth, and a bold idea came out of his heart. This idea had been thought of before, but the conditions were not met. Downstairs, the female soldiers also saw the attacking mercenaries, and they also knew that Chen Haonan was trapped on the roof of the building, so they suddenly became anxious. The enemy is killed, you find the commanding heights and snipe the enemy, we will attack it, and the tiger god is in danger. How to attack? There is a group of mercenaries rushing out at the door. If a rocket man comes, the instructor is very dangerous. Don't talk nonsense, just let you snipe the rocketeers here, and we'll rush in. However, what I'm worried about is that if you don't rush in, you'll be killed. The female soldiers were guarding near the door, and they couldn't think of a good way for a while, mainly because there were too many enemies inside, and they guarded all the windows. At this moment, Tiangue seemed to have discovered a new continent and ran over, and he didn't know where to pick up the bazooka and a rocket. Pick up a rocket, kill the enemy, and hand it over to you. Oh, I love you to death, huh? Yi Zuanqing kissed Tiangue fiercely. This is a sharp weapon. Of course, none of them knew that this was what Chen Haonan had killed the rocketeer in the first place and stayed. The enemy is killed, one is not enough, see it clearly and then launch. Tan Xiaolin explained. Just finished explaining, suddenly, she looked up at the roof of the third floor, and the next moment, when she opened her mouth suddenly, she could stuff it into Chen Haonan's arm. Rooftop, rooftop. Everyone followed the prestige, and saw that under the moonlight, on the top of the third floor, a small man with a heavy machine gun jumped down directly. Did I go, and the instructor jumped off the building? I went, and he jumped straight down? I just jumped. The female soldiers were sweating wildly, knowing that Chen Haonan was a Peter Pan who jumped high, but he jumped from the third floor, still holding a heavy machine gun. Aren't he afraid of falling to death? In fact, Chen Haonan wanted to jump off the building for a long time, but before the mercenaries surrounded the downstairs, they were hit and exploded in midair, and now the female soldiers came to clear the field, and the mercenaries who ran out of the door were piled up at the door. The mercenaries piled up at the door. They really didn't expect someone to jump off the building above their heads, so they took care of dealing with the white tiger that came out, and the end was doomed at once. Day. In midair, Chen Haonan, who jumped off the building, hooked the class fiercely, shrouded the dense bullets towards the mercenaries who poured out, and vented frantically, "Maid, I have been suppressed for too long," and finally counterattacked. Puff, puff. The bullets kept drilling in, and the people who were hit immediately burst into a bloody mist. It is worth mentioning that these mercenaries who just rushed out were quite dense, and as soon as they took a look, they were swept clean by Chen Haonan, who fell from the sky with a heavy machine gun, and the whole scene was too bloody. There were also some mercenaries who didn't have time to run out, and when they saw the situation at the door, no matter how brave they were so frightened that their souls were about to come out, and they didn't understand what was happening. It wasn't until there was a muffled bang that a heavy machine gun descended from the sky, followed by a small figure on the ground, rolling far away like a wheel, that he suddenly understood. God, it's crazy, it's the kid who was trapped on the roof of the building by them. He jumped directly off the building, and swept away more than a dozen mercenaries who ran to the door. What kind of kid is this? Is he a robot? Some mercenaries have already developed the urge to flee. At this moment, Chen Haonan, who had broken through the limits of the human body, felt that he jumped to the height of the third floor, and it was not a big problem. He rolled all the way, constantly kissing the floor with his handsome face, and was immediately kissed so painfully that his nose and face were swollen, and the sharp pain and numbness in his legs made him unable to get up directly, and he seemed to be a corpse lying on the ground. So, almost after Chen Haonan landed, a bazooka shot into the wooden building and exploded in the middle of a group of mercenaries who wanted to rush out. The entire three-story wooden building, in the sound of explosions, crumbled and incomplete. As for the mercenaries inside, they were already huddled together, and they were immediately blown up, and their bones were gone, and they walked very uneasily. Replenish the gun. The female soldiers, who had developed good habits, rushed in from their hiding places, and immediately there was a sudden burst of gunfire. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading, the back is more exciting. After cleaning up all the tails, the female soldiers rang out to smash Chen Haonan, who seemed to have not come over. Tiger God. The female soldiers who were full of murderous aura and bathed in the moonlight rushed out one by one, and when they rushed to the place where Chen Haonan was lying flat, they were directly dumbfounded. The instructor remained motionless, as if. He's dead? Yes. Tianhua covered his face and cried directly, not daring to walk over to see. Fell to his death, the instructor fell to his death, he was a child after all, and he jumped off the building with a heavy machine gun, can he not fall to his death? Chen Haonan. Yi Zuanshin's heart was pounding, and he walked over step by step, walking like a long march, and shouted in his mouth, hurry up, I know you are pretending to be dead. As a result, when she walked to her little cousin's side, she was shocked to see that the other party had his eyes closed tightly and was motionless. You? Yi Zuanshin was immediately stupid, stunned, and suddenly had no ideas, and her mind was blank, until the other female soldiers surrounded Chen Haonan's figure one by one. She never reacted, and she didn't know what her comrades in arms were talking about, as if the world had lost its voice and color all of a sudden. Since Chen Haonan stole her letter of introduction to join the army, although he has risen strongly, created all kinds of miracles, and even became his cousin, Yi Zuanshin has grown up watching the little guy grow up after all, and she is always worried that one day, he will become the doting little cousin in the past, and even have a lot of such nightmares, dreaming that he is dead, and he walks very uneasily. So usually, she always wants to control Chen Haonan and hopes that he will maintain a sense of awe. Outcome. Chen Haonan is still dead. He died carelessly, thinking that he was invincible. He jumped directly from the roof of the building and fell to his death. Li Yuanbai in history is not the same, he has never been defeated, and finally he stoned himself to death. Just now, was Chen Haonan stoned to death by a heavy machine gun? Yes. Yi Zuanshin sat directly on the ground, regretting it to the extreme. She would rather go back in time and return to that summer camp, and then, she rushed in to pull Chen Haonan back and send him back to school, even if she promised him that it would be okay to plan to blow up the school together. Not bad. Just when the female soldiers were heartbroken, an immature voice sounded on the ground, and then Chen Haonan stood up and nodded at the stunned female soldiers. It's not bad, the miscellaneous hair on your body has been taken off. From now on, you can be regarded as a real white tiger, but you still have to keep your pure heart. Instructor, it scared the hell out of me. Oops, where are your pants? Tianguo and the others rushed over, intending to lift Chen Haonan up, but they were embarrassed to find that the instructor was actually open, and he didn't wear pants or clothes, which made them feel like they couldn't start. They couldn't throw a naked child into the sky, right? Okay, the enemies around you have been killed by you, go collect the medals, don't be uncommon and strange. When I fight in the future, I will basically be in this state. What am I afraid of as a child? Don't play. Chen Haonan kicked Tianguo into a somersault, and after the latter fell to the ground, he didn't know why, but he actually licked his cherry lips. It was Tianguo. What a mess, I want to eat everything. Just when the female soldier was collecting the medals, he walked to the door to look for clothes, so naked that it was a loss of the majesty of an instructor, and now he also had a little idle baggage. The corpses around, in different postures, died very unclearly. From the base camp to the position at the door, except for 2 sentries, the others were all killed by female soldiers, all of them were headshots, so it seems that the female soldiers are indeed fierce women. After finding the clothes hidden in the corner and dressing them neatly, Chun Haonan changed from a frank hairy boy next door to a majestic tiger god. The other side. The female soldiers were like female dogs looking for food, looking for armbands everywhere, their eyes were shining, and they were more excited than the other. I'll go, this big guy, it's a one-eyed dragon, and he was killed directly by the instructor, and he died a sinful death. Shenlani kicked the corpse of the one-eyed dragon, but found that she couldn't kick the other party, and she was dead, which shows how fierce he was before he died, but such a macho man actually broke his neck? Thinking about Chun Haonan at that time, I couldn't help but be fascinated. The fighting maniac Shenlani's eyes were flooded with spring light, and her back was moist with excitement. It's too strong, it's the highest armband, he's the leader here. Shenlani directly lost control and called out in orgasmic voice. Cut, what a fuss, how awesome the tiger god is, look at the corpses here, and the distribution of bullets, he must have swept these mercenaries to death with a huge machine gun. Although the instructor praised us well, I feel that we still can't keep up with his pace. Don't talk about us, if you look at the southeast military region, you can't find it, but fortunately, we followed the best man. While blowing Chun Haonan, the female soldiers mended their guns with expressionless faces, and then tore their armbands. From the first floor to the 3rd floor, there were corpses everywhere, which shows how fierce the battle was at that time. If it wasn't for the immersion, it would be unimaginable. This is a big battlefield. The carelessness just now disappeared all of a sudden, and the female soldiers were themselves again, keeping their innocence. This is also the purpose of Chun Haonan asking them to clean up the battlefield. Women, all have the psychology of Mu Chang. Almost 300 armbands, plus the original hundreds of armbands, more than half of the mercenaries have died in our hands. Mathematics is Tiangui taught by the physical education teacher, and he made a summary for Chun Haonan, and at the same time, he glanced at Chun Haonan's lower plate, and her hands were a little itchy, mainly because the picture she saw just now was really scary, and this should not be a burden that a child of this age can bear. Tianghua, who grew up in the countryside, saw a child wearing open crotch pants, and he just played. Another 7 days passed, and in the jungle, the branches of the trees bounced open, and 8 or 9 female soldiers, who could no longer see their original appearance, came out of the forest, and their bodies exuded the smell of people approaching. Everyone looked at each other and laughed, and above them, a helicopter had already begun to land, just to pick up people. Chun Haonan stood not far away. Compared to other female soldiers, he was still clean. It seemed that he had not participated in the battle. It is worth mentioning, in the last week, he almost did not participate in the war much, mainly supervising the battle and training female soldiers to kill the enemy. Since the beginning of this week, because the base camp of the one-eyed dragon has been cut off, those mercenaries scattered in the forest, in the absence of command, have been surrounded and suppressed by the special forces of the Yin country, and they have been sent to see God, especially the newly joined Thunder Special Team, which has played a great role in the follow-up strangulation operation. Chun Haonan and the other party once passed by. The other party's armband was a flashing thunderbolt. All of them were Mr. Weimeng, coming and going like electricity, but they did not find Chun Haonan in disguise. After getting on the plane, Chun Haonan saw the helicopter, silently put on a mask, and his indifferent little face was unrecognizable, and he said, "What do you want to do most at this time? Rest? Listening to music? Or eat something? Take a bath." The female soldiers spoke in unison, not afraid of embarrassment, and any person rubbed it on their own body to make pills. Ha ha. The pilot couldn't help but laugh and gave a thumbs up with his backhand to hide his unbearable laughter. Border guards, command. Looking at the teams of returning special forces, Yi Lao and other cadres have been standing. Mr. Gao, who do you think will win the first place in this competition? Yi Lao's mood is not bad. Following the fall of the Boy Scout Corps, the leader of the hacker mercenary group was killed, and the enemy lost the threat, and in the later stage, there was almost no sacrifice of the soldiers of the Yin country, but the injury was difficult. This was already the best result. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. Hearing Yi Lao's question, Gao Shiwei, who was hawkish, said with a big grin, "Yi Lao, if I say that we are the first in the southeast military region, do you believe it?" Good idea, brain opening, huh? Yi Lao laughed, and his hearty voice also caused other high-level cadres to laugh at Mr. Gao next to him. In their opinion, The participants in the Southeast Military Region are either women or children, and they feel like a dwarf, plus 8 Snow White, the only one is normal, and they choose to do it alone. How can they kill the enemy? Seduction? Anyway, it's good to come back alive. In fact, many people have already returned, and the White Tiger soldiers of the Southeast Military Region have not returned for a long time, and they won't have time to support, so they have been killed. Listening to the ridiculous voice, Mr. Gao was full of confidence in Chen Haonan. He is a miracle creator, much like when he first became a soldier. At the beginning, he came to the army to quit internet addiction, who is optimistic that he has become a general now. Gecko, Spider-Man, blow up the helicopter with one hand, destroy the dark mercenary group alone, he won't die in the woods. Mr. Gao clenched his fists and always believed in his righteous son. Gao boy, the one-eyed dragon was decapitated, obviously killed by the people of the Thunder Commando. The enemy's interior is in chaos. Your soldiers from the Southeast Military Region came back alive. The problem is not big, you don't have to worry too much. Worried? No, I'm not worried at all. Mr. Gao smiled unfathomably, and after waiting for a while, He Changwon came back with the rest of the team. He looked dusty, dark and thin, but his eyes were a lot brighter. Comrade Xiao, he has the aura of the protagonist, and he belongs to the kind of fight that becomes more and more fierce. This point, Chen Haonan reminded He Changwon when he was in the new army, just let him tamp it up, and the same is true for women. Report, Chief, He Changwon applies to return to the team. Well done. Mr. Gao looked He Changwon up and down, praised him a few words, and finally asked, Chen Haonan hasn't come back yet, have you met him in the forest? He didn't come back? He Changwon, whose hair was messy like Shang Lin's sister-in-law, was a little stunned when he heard that Chen Haonan had not returned, but he quickly reacted and spoke. Chief, if he doesn't come back, he must want to kill a few more enemies. I know him too well, you don't have to worry too much. Am I worried about him? That eye of your kid can see that? Mr. Gao let out a hearty laugh. You go to rest and eat something first, the final assessment has not yet begun. Yes, Chief. He Changwon took a bottle of water and a loaf of bread, and before he could sit down to rest, a tall soldier walked directly towards him. You are a soldier of the Southeast Military District? There is a soldier named Chen Haonan who defeated my brother, where is he? He Changwon looked at the comer with an unkind expression. This guy who was half a head taller than him, thick and strong, his dress was very different from that of other soldiers, a pure black uniform, and white thunder on the sleeves, which looked cool. Behind him, there were also 7 soldiers wearing the same uniform, all of whom looked at He Changwon coldly, like emotionless machines. Of course, He Changwon is not the master who was afraid of things, on the contrary, he is still a little excited. Why, another person who was unhappy with Chen Haonan has appeared. Brother, I haven't seen you before, which onion are you? The person who came was not good. He Changwon was not polite to the other party. He killed Emperor Hu Tian in the forest for half a month alone. Now it is not Comrade Shohei, please call me the brother of Chen Haonan, the king of killers. This person is the captain of the Thunder Commando, Lin Xiaoyang, who is also Long Zhan's brother. Before he came, he knew that Long Zhan was broken by a soldier named Chen Haonan, but what Chen Haonan looked like, he didn't know at all. Ask the person of the Dragon Soul. The other party may feel ashamed, and he is reluctant to say. The strange thing is that when he asks other soldiers, they all look scared. Anyway, he can't ask. Just now He Changwon got off the plane, and someone mentioned that the soldiers of the Southeast Military Region came back, but he was not with Chen Haonan, and he actually came back alive. So, Lin Xiaoyang directly brought someone over to ask He Changwon. Who knows, this little soldier who doesn't seem to be 170 years old, standing in front of himself who was more than 190, actually has a very stingy tone. Yes, you seem to be confident in yourself. Are you all fighting like this in the Southeast Military Region? Lin Xiaoyang hugged his arms, and his voice attracted the attention of the soldiers who were resting around, and many people turned their eyes to it. He doesn't care at all. In the army, sometimes this kind of atmosphere is admired. Of course, you have to be strong. Whether I'm aggressive or not, you're not qualified to judge. We've only met for the first time, and everyone hasn't brushed their teeth for a few days. Can you stand farther away? I always thought you were provoking me. He Changwon squinted his little eyes, said a word, took a bite of bread, drank a sip of water, and moistened his dry throat. It's very arrogant. I don't know how many enemies you killed. I'm fighting alone, unlike you in groups. I don't need to compare with you. I have the ability. I'll talk about it when Chen Haonan comes back. He Changwon sat on the ground. He didn't care about this group of people, he was a little worried about his little brother. Everyone was back, he was still drilling the small forest with a group of female soldiers, and someone jumped out again, hurried back, and slapped them in the face. Hum. Lin Chaoyang snorted coldly, and sat near He Changwon with the team members, while the people around him avoided it from afar. I think that Chen Haonan died in the woods. Everyone is back. Why hasn't he appeared for a long time? This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Lin Chaoyang opened his mouth with a burst of sarcasm. This sentence hurt He Changwon, and he jumped up directly. You just died, your whole family is dead. Say it again. Lin Chaoyang stood up with his iron fist in his fist, exuding a strong aura. Little brother, the strong in the army are respected. How to fight and fight, it's not a big problem. Don't talk about your family, otherwise, don't blame Lao Tzu for teaching you how to be a person. Captain, this little mouth is so ugly, I can't see it, brother. Several members of the Thunder Commando team jumped up from the ground, rolled up their sleeves, and surrounded He Changwon. Maid, Lao Tzu's brother, you can scold as you like. Lao Tzu has always been unobtrusive, this is what you provoked. He Changwon swallowed the last bite of bread and sneered. Why, do you want to bully less with more? Come, everyone is watching, Lao Tzu is ashamed of you. Hearing He Changwon's words, the soldiers around him couldn't help but laugh. Lin Chaoyang glanced at the chief standing not far away. He was not afraid of the heads of the 5 major military regions, but Ji Lao was there, a little troublesome. When the assessment is over, I will challenge you, and you will go up if you have a kind. Yoi, if you let Lao Tzu go up, I'll go up. How old are you? He Changwon had just finished speaking, and at this moment, the whistling sound of a helicopter came from overhead, and he immediately changed it to cheering. Brother Lao Tzu is back, you wait. After saying that, the others ran over, and the shoes ran away. Go over and see. The people of the Thunder Commando followed He Changwon and chased after him, and in the process, someone kicked He Changwon's rotten shoes into the small ditch next to him. The helicopter landed, and the sound of the propeller blew the weeds around it to the ground, as if facing the exit of the engine room, surrendering to its own little body. Chen Haonan held his head high, led a group of female soldiers, jumped down, and jumped to the ground. As soon as he fell, he saw the white-bearded Ji Lao, clapping vigorously for love next to him, only listening to him cheer loudly. Yes, 9, none of them are bad, all of them came back alive. I really didn't misunderstand you, I always felt that you could do it. Behind Ji Lao, Mr. Gao's mouth twitched. Who said it just now? Chen Haonan might have died in the forest. Wow, that child and female soldier are all back, neat and tidy, none of them are bad, amazing, worthy of being Gecko Man, worthy of the name. It's quite unexpected. You look at those female soldiers, TSK, they have a kind of murder, as if they were different from when they came before. They were clean bases when they first came, and now they all feel like tigresses. Can you speak? This is darkened, and it has become stronger, and they have all been battle-hardened. These special forces have expressed great interest in Chen Haonan's safe return with female soldiers, and they are talking about it. And the people who are most interested are naturally the people of the Thunder Commando, especially Lin Chaoyang. That child, he is Chen Haonan? Lin Chaoyang thought that he was dazzled, and rubbed his eyes. That's right, it looks like he is just over a meter. Can he defeat Longzhan? Oh my god. Did Longzhan break his arm and push it to a child? Brother, is he Chen Haonan who defeated the Dragon War? Is there any mistake? Lin Chaoyang had a ridiculous feeling. Even if his brother Longzhan, one day the woman came to see him, saying that she hoped to start a family with him and have a baby together to maintain the relationship between the brothers. It was not so outrageous. It's outrageous. A child. However, with the temper of Longzhan, he has to provoke everything, and he belongs to the character of the roadside ants walking sideways and roaring. Maybe they will really offend people. Just because he's a gecko? In the face of Longzhan's inquiry, the veteran replied coldly, crisply, and neatly. Tell me more, what is Gecko Man? Thunder Special Warfare, living in the dense forest for a long time, except for the chief's orders, he rarely has contact with the outside world, and Lin Chaoyang at this moment naturally does not know that Chen Haonan, a child, has a reputation that is shaken from Donghai City to the world. Gecko Man, you don't know? It's a long story, though, you'd better not provoke him. The duel between Dragon War and him is fair. Gecko Man kicked off the arm of the dragon team with one kick, and no one understood what happened, except for the parties. This veteran really didn't see it clearly. He remembered Chen Haonan, who jumped up more than 2 meters high on the spot, and kicked off Long Zhan's arm with one kick, and the bones and scum came out, which was terrifying. And there is such a thing, interesting. Lin Chaoyang didn't ask again. He, with his chest and thick arms, kept looking at Chen Haonan and the female soldiers next to him. There is murderous aura in his eyes, but all of them are curvy. How much attack power can they have? It's better to go back and raise children. Women shouldn't appear on the battlefield. If they are caught by the enemy, they will lose the face of gay men. He has always looked down on women who are soldiers. Of course, it doesn't mean that he likes men. What he likes is the kind of woman with a thick waist and strong legs. For example, if Long Zhan is a woman, he likes this male girlfriend a lot. Come on, look for a chance to try that kid. Strange, why is he called Gecko Man? Because he's small, because he's white, because he doesn't take a bath. Strange. Just when Lin Chaosheng was turning all kinds of strange thoughts, Yi Lao's side raised his hand and gave an order, asking Chen Haonan to take his female comrades to find a place to rest, eat something, and give him 10 minutes to start the commendation meeting. Yes. Chen Haonan immediately took the female soldier to leave, but Mr. Gao immediately grabbed him, lowered his voice, and said in a sneaky tone like a thief. Hey, how much did you get? Mr. Gao said that it is naturally an armband that represents merit. Who knows that the little guy is cold, like a piece of Schrodinger's ice cream? Keep it a secret for now. After speaking, under the stunned eyes of his father-in-law, Chen Haonan turned around with the female soldiers and walked to the place where the crowd rested. Here. He Chengwon won the female soldiers, constantly waving and posing hard, making him look like a street girl who pulled people to live in a small hotel. Chen Haonan responded and led the soldiers over along the way. Someone greeted him, a Gecko Man, in a friendly manner. Yes, Gecko Man, go back and sign my name. My son likes you very much. Ouch, it's not bad for you to lead the soldiers. What have you done to the female soldiers? They don't seem to be as shy as they first came. They are all experienced in 100 battles, and they are heavier than the murderous spirit of our veterans. It's very spirited. Lao Tzu doesn't accept anyone, so I'll accept this child. When you grow up, you can't fly. I'm optimistic about this little guy. By the way, my daughter said that she hopes to marry Gecko Man. How old is your daughter? Lao Wang, I remember that your daughter is 18 years old and an adult. So what? In the face of the ridicule and discussion of these veterans, Chen Haonan naturally didn't feel anything. As a national idol, since the matter of the Poseidon, he has long been accustomed to applause and flowers, and the child worships him in front of his Lao Tzu and calls him father. What is this? Looking sideways at the female soldiers who followed him, he could see that these white tigers were still very calm. If they had been praised so much before, Tianguo and the others had their mouths cocked, and they also sketched a smile, but now they have no. At all calm, composed, indifferent, as if not talking about yourself. After so many battles, so many mercenaries have been killed, and even, Chen Haonan deliberately brought disgusting corpses at night and let the female soldiers sleep as pillows, or sleep in their arms. Can they not change qualitatively? In Chen Haonan's words, today, if you can withstand the impact of doing a big thing, in the future, you will be able to bear how much glory you will have. During the break, He Changwon, the captain of the transportation team, immediately went to the logistics area, brought a box of Waha mineral water, and Waha treasure porridge, and handed them to Chen Haonan and the female soldiers one by one. Chen Haonan, let me tell you a piece of news. The guy on the right side whose eyes are open like bull's eyes, yes, that's it, the explosive board is inched, it looks like a super scion, he is the captain of the Thunder Commando. I have inquired, it is similar to Ximenking's name, it is all 3 words, his name is Lin Chaoyang, he was inquiring about you just now, and he wants to be polite to you. While Chen Haonan was eating and drinking, He Changwon came to a time bomb. After listening to Yi Changwon's words, Chen Haonan, who was gnawing off a piece of jinmeilong bread, followed his eyes to the right, and sure enough, he saw a big-eyed strange soldier, staring at him stupidly, as if he was going to swallow himself, and waved his fist at his side. He looks thick, strong, almost 190, with hair like a hedgehog, standing up at the roots, yellowish, and really has a super scion look. Chen Haonan could feel the murderous and critical spirit of the other party, as if he had some hatred with him, and the female soldiers around him. He was not interested in it at all, and took a look. However, Comrade Xiaohe, are you humorous? The name Lin Chaoyang is similar to that of Shimen Qingda? It seems that He Changwon has gained a lot this time. He is very humorous and confident. Captain, that male soldier, is he taking a fancy to you? He must be staring at you, his eyes are full of light. The foodie Tianguo looks at people from a completely different angle from Yi Changwon. He feels that Lin Chaoyang is like the instructor's girlfriend, his eyes are shining, salivating. He doesn't fancy him. Does he want to fight? I felt murderous, as if I wanted to hit the instructor. I really wanted to dig up his pair of tricks, and I glared like a light bulb. Shenlani gave a different angle. Hit him. Yi Tsuanshin showed his attitude. About half of the special forces who have rested around have been able to hold on until now, and they are all very sophisticated, and they all see something different. They are all Thunder Special Forces, and they are not the same level as these regular special forces. Others call them 5th Unit. Interesting, it's estimated that there will be a conflict. I want to see how the 5th Force is different from our special forces. The Thunder Commando, it is indeed different from my grade. They must all have some kind of talent, or special ability, before they can enter. We are 1 out of 10,000, they may not have 1 in 100,000. It's really different, and, I've heard, we were originally in the forest, quite passive, that is, the Thunder Commando temporarily joined and killed the leader of the mercenary group, and then we relaxed. I see, it's worthy of the Thunder Special Combat Team, and it is worthy of the 5th class of troops. Some people were amazed. When they were fighting in the woods before, everyone did feel the pressure, but they didn't know that the enemy was suddenly chaotic, and they began to counterattack. It turned out that it was the Thunder Team that killed the leader of the mercenaries. Speaking of which, they still owe people favors. This is what's wrong with Gecko Man. Children are children. He may not think about it so much. His team can come back alive in a neat way. It's the heroes of Thunder. Why would the Thunder Commando people target Gecko Man? Isn't it that at the beginning, Chen Haonan, the little guy, suddenly killed and injured Lei Zhan, causing the latter to not even have the opportunity to participate? Anyway, for this event, everyone has worked hard for a year of special training. Come out for your brothers, normal, teach Gecko Man a lesson, let him know that there are people outside the people. I am optimistic about the heroes of the 5th type of troops. After the news of the one-eyed dragon being killed, the direction of the wind changed a bit. The veterans began to understand Lin Chaoyang, and felt that Chen Haonan, a Gecko Man, was hanging. He was a child after all. Feeling the adoring eyes of the veterans, Lin Chaoyang, the soldiers of the 5th type of troops, smiled indifferently, and had a sense of honor to lead the trend. After they joined in the later stage, they used lightning tactics to behead all the way, and indeed killed several leaders, and there were hundreds of armbands. No wonder these veterans were crazy about it. Of course, as a special unit, they are very low-key, very modest, but the aggressive spirit is always there. For example, the people of the 5th unit, if they suffer a loss, they generally have to find a way back, which is a kind of self-confidence. Captain, it's clear that we killed the one-eyed dragon, but they actually said that the Thunder people killed it? It's so annoying. Do you want to protest? The female soldiers also heard these discussions, puffed out their mouths, and expressed their displeasure on the spot. I really can't get used to looking at these male soldiers, as if they look at their own eyes, and they don't look very important, and besides, they are still enjoying the cheers of others, as if they. He is really the hero who killed the one-eyed dragon. Shenlani remembered it most clearly. She had inspected the body of the one-eyed dragon with her own eyes, and the other party was directly twisted by Chen Haonan, a little pervert, and directly broke his neck. In order to exercise the psychology of the strong, Chen Haonan also let her sleep with the corpse of the one-eyed dragon on her pillow, making her vomit in her dreams. There is no need to explain. When the commendation meeting is held, after all the armbands are taken out, everyone will understand why. The strong, there is no need to deliberately explain. Chen Hanan's plain tone pressed the violent female soldiers to the ground in a well-behaved posture, not giving them nonsense. He Chengwon, who listened for a long time, was stunned on the spot, and stared at Chen Hanan with shocked little eyes. Damn, did you kill the leader of the mercenary group? Damn, those people in the Thunder Commando are still blowing their hair. It's disgusting. Hee, it's worthy of my optimistic little brother. It's, by the way, how many armbands do you have? 100. 200. Chen Haonan glanced at He Chengwon indifferently. Not much, not more than 1,000. Hearing this, He Chengwon, who was still guessing at most 300, immediately shut up on the spot, covered his mouth and glared at Lin Chaoyang with his little eyes, and was speechless for a while. How much? Just when he had just complained and had no time to hug Chen Haonan and ask carefully, the whistle for the emergency assembly sounded. The crowd got up and lined up in the clearing. On the temporary high platform, Yi Lao and the others were already standing on it. After his eyes swept over all the team members, Yi Lao took the lead in speaking. Warriors, now is the time for your harvest, this unprecedented event in the country, free hunting operation. You have done a lot of Piori. It can be said that you have wiped out all the hacker mercenary groups hidden in the forest, and the remaining fish are not to be afraid. They are already afraid. They know what the power of heaven is, and those who offend me will be punished even if they are far and near. Yi Lao's impassioned voice spread far away, and it also reached the ears of those soldiers standing guard at the border. The senior cadres standing next to Yi Lao kept applauding. After the event is over, it is natural to be commended. According to the rules I announced before, the first place will receive individual first-class merit, as well as collective first-class merit, the second place is individual second-class merit, and collective second-class merit, and so on. As the only criterion for this event, now you can hand in the armbands that you can capture yourself, and the one with the most points is the strongest. Yi Lao's words made the heroes who were waiting with their heads held high, and their eyes became eager. As soldiers, everyone wants to kill the enemy and make meritorious contributions, and who doesn't want to get first-class merits in the years of joining the army? Of course, there is another reason why they are excited, that is, before the results come out, many people feel that they have accumulated the most armbands, except for He Changwang, a child who has suffered from strong inner conflict. First, Lao Tzu doesn't dare to think about it. I hope to enter the top 3, after all, I'm a person. No, if Chen Haonan's team gets the first place, Lao Tzu is also from the Southeast Military Region, is it also a member of the first-class merit? He Changwang suddenly grasped this question wittily, but he immediately gave up again, mainly because of embarrassment. Before leaving, he was generous and said a lot of words, and many people saw it. For each commando, send a representative up, starting with the queue on the left. Following, representatives of the first contingent came up. This is the representative of the Southwestern Military District. Southwest Military Region, Falcon Commando, a total of 48 one-star armbands. The Southwest Commando was originally a team of 10 people, 3 people were injured, and they withdrew halfway, and the remaining 7 people killed 48 mercenaries, which should be considered a good result, but there is no comparison yet. The crowd cheered. Northwest Military Region, Snow Leopard Special Team 89 one-star armbands. The Northwest Army is operating near the frontier, and it can be said that their territory here, and they are accustomed to jungle warfare, are almost half more than those of the Southwest Military Region. Customary dictatorship, another cheer. Central Military Region, Dragon Soul Commando. The Dragon Soul Commando was the champion of last year, but unfortunately, their captain was broken by Chen Haonan and pushed out directly, but the strength is still very strong. Really? After counting, the final score of the Dragon Soul Commando was 72 one-star armbands. Another cheer. Hearing this achievement, the head of the Central Military Region, Li Hu smiled, looked at Chen Haonan's position in the audience, and said to Yi Lao, "It's not bad. I thought there was no Long Zhan to take the lead, they were going to be at the bottom, but unfortunately, Long Zhan ran to challenge that child, and was abolished and retired halfway." Yi Lao on the stage maintained the face of Iron Man, and said solemnly, "Strange, why don't you have 2-star armbands?" Li Hu was stunned for a moment, and said with a smile, "Maybe they are all the people of the Thunder Commando, and they all beheaded those captains. It is this beheading that makes those mercenaries leaderless, and then our soldiers can unfold their hands and feet, and win the opportunity to counterattack. Thunder is the biggest hero." Yi Lao nodded, thinking that this should be the case. Thunder is a special type of troops, they are isolated from the outside world, have been carrying out special tasks abroad, and have never participated in such domestic competitions. This time they were purely temporarily pulled over to help. Facts have proved that Lin Chaoyang did not disappoint him either, beheading the Boy Scouts who had temporarily entered the chaos, and beheading the One-Eyed Dragon, the leader of the hacker mercenary group. It's simply the protagonist of the fictional version, and everyone else is a foil. The armbands above the 2-star level should be in the Thunder Special Team. After all, their specialty is infiltration and decapitation. As it should be. The heads of several military regions all recognized Yi Lao's statement, and in their hearts, they were actually grateful to Lin Chaoyang and his teammates. Otherwise, the seed players they had cultivated with great difficulty would be very likely to die in the jungle. Wait, I would like to thank Captain Lin and his teammates. That's what everyone thinks. Who doesn't want to win over? 5th Unit, Thunder Special Forces. With the announcement from the stage, Lin Chaoyang, the captain of the Thunder Special Team, finally came out in the midst of thousands of calls. He is tall and big, and he doesn't walk like the rhythm of the ruler of other captains, but the appearance of hanging, very casual, but there is obviously a breathtaking momentum. The 5th unit represents mysterious, special, and powerful, and all team members are gifted and powerful, or have some kind of incredible ability, such as computers, such as natural sixth sense, such as great strength and speed, such as someone's eyes are as sharp as eagles. Here it is, this is our king, the clan of legends. The 5th unit is so special, no one can enter unless they are called. The god of soldiers. Offstage, those veterans were still quite excited. In private, as if ordinary troops often talked about special forces as their highest pursuit, they yearned for the mysterious 5th unit. I don't know how many armbands they have, it's really exciting. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the bulging individual backpack that the Lin team had lifted. Before he came up, the Thunderbolt squad killed the Boy Scouts, Heimu and the One-Eyed Dragons of the Dark Corps, and it is said that in the end, they took the enemy's den, causing hundreds of mercenaries to lose their command and scatter all over the place, so that everyone seized the opportunity to counterattack. It can be said that the Thunder Special Team, to some extent, helped all the commandos. What can they expect? Can you not be grateful? Chances are, they all want to sign it. It's hard to find. Under the attention of everyone, Lin Chaoyang, who went up with his head high, his eyes were hanging badly, he was confident, and he stepped on the wooden steps that had been temporarily erected, bouncing, as if resounding in everyone's hearts. Yi Lao and the others all looked at him with a smile, and in their eyes, they were all the kind of fatherly smiles. As for Lin Chaoyang's arrogance and self-confidence, it is estimated that he deliberately stimulated those special forces. Look, what is the master, you grandsons? Learn more, don't think that you are the king of soldiers, there will be no opponents. With a bang, all the armbands were like dumplings, and Lin Chaoyang fell on the table in the long direction, full of them, and with his footsteps, they fell to the ground. Groove. No way. Phew. Oh my god, it looks like hundreds of them. My god, are they temporarily adding to the team? This is the leaves that I went to the forest to pick. Lao Tzu is convinced, it is worthy of the 5th unit, the gap is a bit big. Everyone was stunned, exclaimed, and even a little out of control. As long as it was after the battle, they all knew how difficult those mercenaries were to deal with. If it weren't for their leaderless, it would be really difficult to fight. And look at the Thunder Commandos, dogs, others are encircled and suppressed one by one. Are they going to harvest heads and buy goods directly? No wonder people are arrogant, no wonder people are confident, especially if they change their own so many armbands. I am afraid that they will roar first, and then pour out the armbands with pride. The main one is a raised eyebrow. And at this moment, Lin Chaoyang, the captain of the Thunder Special Combat Team, also has a feeling of raising his eyebrows. The 5th unit is too low-key, so low-key that sometimes, I don't feel that I am a living person, and a living person needs to pretend to be forced. Sure enough, pretending to be forced makes me feel very happy. No wonder that guy Long Zhan, he always said, Lao Tzu just likes to fight, likes the feeling of being strong, likes them to be angry with me but can't beat me. Which makes me feel a trace of human temperature in the boring army life. The inventory began, and the veterans in the audience couldn't help it. Regardless of discipline, they all stood on tiptoe and watched, constantly scanning the stage with their eyes. I heard that the leader of the Dark Corps is a 2-star armband, the leader of the Boy Soldier is tall, and the One-Eyed Dragon of the Dark Mercenary Regiment is still a unique 3-star armband, so it should be here. As time passed, the following chattering buzzed. What's the situation? It's all 1-star armbands, and you can't see a 2-star armband? 666. It is rumored that the Thunder Commando decapitated the leader of the Boy Scouts, beheaded the second leader of Heimu, and even killed the boss of the Dark Mercenary Group. Why doesn't there be a high-level armband? It's not holding it down, but it's almost over. There was a bold idea, from the heads of some veterans who reacted quickly, uncontrollably popped up. For a while, some veterans turned their heads and looked at the cold and ruthless Chen Haonan in the team. At this moment, he silently took the individual backpack passed by the female soldiers, one after another, one after another. Lin Chaoyang actually heard the discussion of the people in the audience, and his expression was a little unnatural. Who doesn't want to get a higher armband? but I don't know why, when he meets those teams, there are no big bosses, and he doesn't know if he was scared away by them, or where he died, and as for the biggest leader, he can't find it. He also went to the base camp, and the one-eyed dragon seemed to set a fire and burned the camp tent directly, and even blew up the arsenal. After looking at the periphery for a while, Lin Xiaoyang, who has rich combat experience, didn't bring anyone in to investigate. There is no need, it is all burned like that, the enemy is definitely not there, maybe he will still bury mines for you inside. The dark mercenary group, worthy of being the 8th in the world, runs so fast, there is no chance to fight it. Lin Xiaoyang pondered silently, and didn't pay attention to the people below. Lao Tzu is not a birdman with wings, he can fly over to chase the one-eyed dragon, and he won't be given a chance. What can he do? 2 stars, 3-star armbands, it is impossible to find. At this moment, all the armbands have been counted, and the final result is 187 1-star armbands. This is a terrible result. After all, at present, the best results are not more than 100. The soldiers in the audience fell silent, some people turned their heads to each other, some people looked back, the direction of the southeast military region, and then, some people's eyes began to straighten. At this moment, Chen Haonan ignored all his eyes, plain and bland, like an abstinent male god, and said to Yi Chengwang, who was also stunned, "We are in batches, wait for you to go up first." Yi Chengwang, who squinted his eyes and opened his mouth wide, looked shocked. "I'll go, brother, you won't tell me this. These 3 backpacks are all in stock. Don't be so exaggerated. Groove." Chen Haonan said calmly, "There is also a backpack, troublesome, this time it is a miniature individual backpack, with a maximum of 300 armbands, and it is full, it is really troublesome. This is a helpless thing. In order to facilitate the rapid march, the backpack is loaded with some first aid medicines, as well as communicators, and the bullets are all mounted on the tactical belt, therefore, the miniature backpack is used. Otherwise, if it is a large backpack, Chen Haonan has one on his back, and he can see his 2 legs, and he can't see anything." At this moment, he carried one on his left and right shoulders, and one on the left and right sides of his neck, and hung one on each side. From Yi Chengwang's point of view, he saw 2 small short legs, focusing on the feeling of a backpack. "Awesome, awesome, I'll go up first." "Go up to a hair, people haven't barked yet, wait for the pretending dog to come down." Chen Haonan reached out and grabbed Yi Chengwang. This sniper was actually a little out of control. "Brother, have you drunk?" "Ha, no. I'm shocked, people are stupid, you are." "Damn, thousands?" Yi Chengwang opened his mouth and stammered, damn it, he remembered that the chief said that the dark mercenary group had a total of more than 1,000 horses, and they were all wiped out by him? It's so miserable, Lao Tzu thought they had escaped. Suddenly, he thought of a terrifying thing. "Little brother Chen Haonan, I just listened to their discussion. The Thunder Commando beheaded the boss of the Boy Scout Corps in the Dark Mercenary Regiment, and as a result, Lin Xiaoyang's guy looks like he is hanging. But the hanging is hairless, there are no 2 stars, it is obviously a pale forced force, that. It can't all be done by you, the Boy Scouts. Lao Tzu has never seen a single one alive, all of them died in the ancient town, or in the jungle." As he spoke, his eyes were full of fanaticism. No, no. As a result, Chen Haonan indifferently gave him a response. "Wait a minute, you'll know." Just as the 2 were talking, Captain Lin, who was about to turn around, was stopped by Yi Lao. "No, Captain Lin, what about the 2-star and 3-star armbands? Where are you hiding? Take it out." Yi Lao smiled and spoke. In his opinion, Lin Xiaoyang, this kid, he actually hid all the high-level armbands in a joke. "Yes, take it out, there's no need to hide it. I know that the 5th unit is low-key, but today is a commendation meeting, to set an example for everyone, there is no need to be low-key. Is it hidden in the crotch? If you don't take it, Lao Tzu will go and dig it out himself, ha." The bigwigs of the major military regions next to Yi Lao were full of goodwill and joked about Lin Xiaoyang. In their opinion, this Sia Lindsay is really low-key, and he has made such a big contribution, but he actually hides it. I have to say that the pattern is big, and they don't pay much attention to honor. Being able to enter the 5th unit is the greatest honor in itself. The eyes of all the big guys were scorching on Lin Xiaoyang's body. Lin Xiaoyang felt a little numb on his scalp, and then said with a wry smile, "Report, Chief, I don't need to hide, I really don't have high-level armbands on my body, they are all these 1-star, I have been to their base camp, their boss self-destructed the headquarters, escaped, no one was found, otherwise, they will definitely become the souls of my guns." What, didn't you decapitate the Gundam and the one-eyed dragon? Yi Lao's old face twitched, expressing disbelief, because the communication staff clearly told him that the two bosses were dead. Really not, they fled, the leaders all fled first, and the ordinary mercenaries stayed behind. This is Lin Xiaoyang's judgment. He feels that this reasoning is logical. The other party saw that the soldiers of the Yin Kingdom had entered the field one after another, under the authority of the Great Power. They would definitely flee after breaking off. Those mercenaries were all ghosts and ghosts. They must do it if they can do it. They can't do it, they can escape faster than anyone else. And then they also fool some ghosts for the dead to cover the death battle. That's pretty much it. Didn't complete the decapitation? Is the information wrong? Everyone was stunned for a long time by this explanation, but they quickly accepted this reality. Next, come up from the southeast military region. As soon as the words fell, He Chengwang, who was still smiling sluggishly, walked up with a single soldier backpack on his back, and the final result of the count was 25 one-star armbands. This result was already earth-shattering for a single soldier's battle, and it immediately ushered in a round of applause. After He Chengwang handed over the armband, he immediately hurried down, not for anything else, he was in a hurry to give way to his little brother Chen Hao. The arrogant appearance of Lin Momu of the Thunder Commando just now, Lao Tzu's strength as the best in the world, made him unhappy for a long time. Be high profile, fucking. After Yi Chengwang returned to the queue, he still whispered to Chen Haonan, who was about to go on stage, in a low voice, just like a little daughter-in-law telling her little husband who was traveling far away. This can be there. After speaking, Chen Haonan carried 4 black individual backpacks on his back, and walked to the temporary rostrum. He was small, and was covered by 4 bulging individual backpacks, and his little short legs were almost invisible, revealing a small glans. It walked very slowly and long, as if there were long years ahead, and it would never end. The female soldiers poofed and laughed. Good guys, this is the little instructor pretending. Ouch, he usually looks colder than others, and he doesn't pursue any fame and fortune, but he didn't expect that at this time, he actually put it on? He Chengwang seemed to have drunk the old wine of time, and he was so drunk that he couldn't do it, and said with a smile, "You don't know, many people are not optimistic about your white tiger, thinking that you are hairless, just a vase, especially the 198 Metal Thunder Commando just now. Chen Haonan is pretending to be forced to show them, as the saying goes, if you pretend to be forced to pretend to be good, the trouble will be reduced." I see. No wonder. The female soldiers covered their mouths and smiled, but at this moment, the other special forces in the audience couldn't laugh at all, and the scene exclaimed. Damn, walking backpack, have you become a sperm? Are you blind? It was the gecko man who carried it on his back, and I saw that the little head was not, it was set off by the backpack, like a turtle's head, huh? Exaggeration, for backpacks? Are they all armbands? Who knows, if you can't read it, you feel very powerful, even if it's the Thunder Special Team, 198 armbands, there is only one backpack, he has 4, if they are all armbands, more than 800, is it possible? Oh my god, oh my god. Hearing the exclamations around him, Lin Xiaoyang, who had already come down, looked at Chen Haonan with a surprised expression. I will go, won't there be armbands inside? It is impossible. If all of them were armbands, how many militants did he kill? Reason told Lin Xiaoyang that no one could do this, even if he took the Thunder Special Combat Team and joined the event at the beginning. The group of guys in the Dark Mercenary group were not vegetarians, and they had to avoid the enemy's helicopter tracking, and they also had to track and kill, and they could kill 200 people, which was already the limit. Captain, why is he carrying 4 backpacks up? It looks like each backpack is bulging. This guy won't stuff anything else in there, will he? The Thunderous team members were all guessing and discussing again, feeling that it was completely impossible. In the midst of everyone's discussions, Chen Haonan finally stepped onto the rostrum, and immediately, Mr. Gao on the stage laughed, brilliant as a chrysanthemum. No one is more confident than him. Chen Haonan, this little guy, this must be armbands, cool, cool, cool. The old man has been waiting for so long, just waiting for this moment. Little guy, you're a bit exaggerated, what's in there? Yi Lao was in the center of the rostrum, couldn't stand up, stood up with a bang, and walked directly to Chen Haonan's side, and the leaders behind him, although they didn't come over, also stood up, looked over, and suddenly, there was a sensation on the stage, and there was no serious atmosphere just now, as if they had arrived at the vegetable market. Chen Haonan didn't pay attention to Yi Lao, who was standing next to him, and he shouldn't have him, so he grabbed the first individual backpack, opened the black zipper, and shook it vigorously with the bottom facing the sky. With a bang, more than 200 armbands, like small dumplings, kept falling down. This scene dazzled the eyes of Yi Lao, who was close at hand, all the leaders who stood up, and blinded the dog eyes of all the special forces in the audience. Groove. No way. Tea. Glass. All kinds of weird quintessences keep breaking out. The key is that they are too shocking and can't help it. Because at this moment, the little guy had already opened the black zipper of the second backpack, grabbed the bottom of the pocket and shook violently. Bang. Hundreds again, my mother. There are 2 backpacks, won't they be both? My god, the first backpack alone broke the record. What, the 5th unit created a miracle, to give people Gecko Man shoes are not worthy, huh? Someone thought of this interesting thing and turned their head to look in the direction of the Thunderbolt team. And at this moment, in the face of these backstabbing eyes, Lin Xiaoyang and the others held their heads high, as if they were looking at the sky. If they were with the lone wolf groupie at this time, they would definitely scold. The demeanor of the dog's head was high. 3rd. 4th. As all the backpacks were opened, a large number of medals filled the wooden table with poison and fell to the ground, and the poor announcer picked it up, painful and happy. Needless to say, the armbands of the White Tiger soldiers have exceeded the thunder I don't know how many. Chen Haonan took a step back, patted his little palm, glanced at the white-bearded old man obliquely, and said, "Are you blind?" "Blind." Yi Lao subconsciously responded, and then, the old man blushed. Before him, he was not optimistic that Chen Haonan could take those Snow White with him, and he could quickly adapt to large-scale operations, and later, after seeing him come back safe and sound, he felt that it was the credit of the Thunder Commando, and after doing it for a long time, people are the real thighs. Suddenly, a terrible thought came out of his heart, and he hurriedly spoke, "Hurry up, there are no high-ranking medals." Obviously, in the message, he beheaded the boy soldier Gundam and the one-eyed dragon of the Dark Mercenary group, but as a result, where is there no high-level medal? Will it fall into the hands of Chen Haonan? If this is true, this is a huge achievement. Killing hundreds of minions is nothing. Killing their boss, killing chickens and monkeys has the best effect. Yi Lao didn't ask Chen Haonan immediately. He had no face. He felt that this child seemed to have a little temper with himself. Chapter 1238 1-star medal. On the stage, 2 more soldiers came up to help point together, and finally came out. Are they all 1-star medals? Yi Lao was a little disappointed, glanced at the cold and ruthless Chen Haonan on the side, and said with a smile, "It's amazing, this is simply a miracle. According to this number, except for their boss who escaped, few mercenaries can leave alive." To be honest, shock to shock, Yi Lao's heart swelled with a faint disappointment. Let their boss escape, as long as there is the support of the consortium, those guys can quickly repull a stronger team, and even take revenge on the Yen country. And at this moment, Chen Haonan stood there and smiled indifferently. "Why don't you know that I didn't behead those bosses?" More than 1,200 sheets, how many times more than the Thunder team? Who's good at math? Hurry up and calculate it. More than 6 times, more than 1,000 more than them. It's terrible, it's incredible. My mother, a child, plus 8 female soldiers, the only male soldier in the middle of the game, looked down on his comrades and quit the game, and actually did a record 6 times more terrifying than the 5th unit. In comparison, the Thunder Special Combat Team is a joke. It's so awesome, the Thunder can't do it. Why did the female soldiers and a child do it? It's a miracle. I feel like I'm living in wasting the country's food. Suddenly I remembered that after Captain Lin handed over the armband on the stage, his chest muscles stood up and broke through the sky. I wanted to laugh. He looked like it, so he told us that the regular special forces could not be compared with the 5th unit, and the result was a lonely, huh? The discussion in the audience, again and again, pulled Lin Xiaoyang out of the whip corpse again and again, so that they couldn't help it. They entered the battlefield first. Our Thunder came in halfway to put out the fire, and it was not to kill the enemy. If it was just to kill the enemy, we had enough bombs to kill thousands of people, which is nothing. Don't talk nonsense with them, they won't know what the 5th unit is. We won't pursue fame and honor. The enemy's life is just a number. Unless the highest boss can be beheaded, there is no meaning in killing chickens and monkeys. That child and his soldiers can't do it. The last sentence was said by Lin Xiaoyang. The tone was plain and natural, and he warned everyone a little. Hearing this, the voice of the discussion was indeed quieter. It made sense. and they didn't want to offend the 5th unit. Besides, they should have said it, cool. If he can behead the boss, then it is really powerful. Lao Tzu will be convinced, but unfortunately not. Suddenly, a female soldier in the crowd, someone shouted, "If we behead the boss, aren't you going to call me instructor, Dad?" Hearing this, Lao Lin snorted coldly, "It's a pity, you don't have a chance, and in this world, there is no one who can be my second Lao Tzu. You can't afford to lose, right? You wait for." The female soldiers said a few words arrogantly and waved their small fists, but in the eyes of the people of the Thunder Special Team, they were very naive. On stage, after Yi Lao heard Chen Haonan's words, he was a little stunned. What do you mean?" At this moment, Chen Haonan flipped a few times from his left pocket, and then, under Yi Lao's stunned gaze, he took out 6 armbands. Yi Lao's eyes straightened suddenly. This is a 2-star armband, at least the boss, captain level. He was stunned. Good guy, he didn't ask this time, he actually hit it directly. 2-star medals, it's actually 2-star, or 6 medals, my god, why are there so many? The leaders of the team have all been killed by him. It's really powerful, worthy of a gecko man. Lin Chayan looked at Chen Haonan, who was holding a 2-star armband on the stage. His mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but snort coldly. At such a young age, I actually like to pretend to be forced so much, and I still hide it. It's just a few leaders, and it's not a boss. Yes, it's not a boss, but this force is really good, this little guy, I understand it very well. The thunderous person whispered, a little gloomy, and at this moment, Yi Lao's roar came from the stage. 3-star armbands, it's actually 2 3-star armbands, so good. You are the leader of the decapitated boy soldiers, Gundam, and the leader of the dark mercenary group, the one-eyed dragon. This is a miracle, a great miracle, it surprises me, come and surprise me. What a Chen Haonan, ambition is not old. Yi Lao's voice resounded all around, making all the veterans around him, all petrified, and everyone stared at Chen Haonan's right hand, and turned out the 2 golden 3-star armbands. He still looked cold and cool, but under the backdrop of such a record, there was actually a feeling of glowing. Yes, that is, the whole person was glowing. The chiefs who were originally standing on the stage couldn't bear it anymore. They all stood up from their positions, and rushed to Yi Lao's side. Someone took the 3-star medal and came to circulate it, with an excited look on their faces. Okay, good. Unexpectedly, Chen Haonan really beheaded the other party's bosses. This is something that is unimaginable at all. It is still 2 major bosses, and it has to be obtained. This surprise made many people cheer on the spot. Only Gao Shiwei sat calmly in his place, drank the herbal tea in front of him, and said to himself, "Guys who have never seen the world, the old man has long expected it. He is the most talented seed soldier king I have ever seen. Otherwise, why does the old man have to unilaterally recognize him as a righteous son?" This is indeed a 3-star medal, but how did this be done? According to the novel of the Military Intelligence Bureau, the Boy Scouts are good at camouflage, infiltration, and elusiveness. Before the killing, they are all ordinary poor children, and they are accidentally recruited. Once they fall into their trap, they will be killed by random guns immediately. And the dark mercenary group, it is said that they have built an independent base camp in the forest, and there is an independent arsenal, which is equal to a small combat unit, and it can't penetrate at all. The one-eyed dragon is in command of the base camp, and there are helicopters in the air to respond. Seeing the situation, the troops immediately flew away. This. How? After this language was proposed, including Yi Lao, they all looked at Chen Haonan, who was standing tall, and it was hard to imagine how he took a few female soldiers to kill him. Such a method is not only magical, it is simply a miracle. Chen Haonan, little hero, you tell everyone what happened and popularize combat experience for them. What do you think? Yi Lao's posture was lowered, mainly because he didn't look good at Chen Haonan in front of many people before, but the reality was that he was crazy and pumped his old face. Before seeing the 3-star armband, everyone felt that the Thunder Commando did it, because the 5th unit had a lot of special abilities, and no one had done it except them. So after Yi Lao proposed it for Chen Haonan to share, everyone was so curious. Offstage, He Chengwang covered his face and said to himself, the classic scene is coming. He knew what Chen Haonan liked most about sharing his experience. Next to him, Lin Chaoyan, who was already black-faced, had a disdainful expression, and in fact, he also pricked up his ears. All around, the original discussion was quiet, and there was silence. Report, Chief, is such a... Everyone pricked up their ears, their moves were bright, staring at the cold and ruthless Chen Haonan on the stage, and they all wanted to wait for him to finish sharing his experience, rush up and hug him, the little hero, kiss him a few times, and ask for a few autographs, so that they could pretend to be. The thousands of medals on the table, as well as the high-ranking medals in the hands of those leaders, could hardly calm everyone. Just waiting for him to share, this must be an earth-shattering process, a wonderful lore, otherwise, how could it be possible to kill the two major bosses, and the things that the fifth unit can't do are just accompanying the running group? I didn't bring a notebook, hurry up and remember, it's definitely a good experience. No, remember carefully, don't make noise, otherwise Lao Tzu will beat you. After the initial discussion, the scene began to fall silent again. Including the members of the Thunder Commandos, who they didn't bother to look at just now they all raised their heads. The main thing is that it is too exaggerated, more exaggerated than a rooster laying eggs and becoming a fighting chicken. That kid likes to pretend to be forced, walk and pretend to be forced, and when he will share, he will definitely pretend to be forced. At a young age, he will force a king. Lin Chayan whispered to himself, but no one paid attention to him. Even his team members frowned and asked the captain not to quarrel first. And at this moment, on the stage, after more than 10 seconds of thinking, Chen Haonan opened his thin red lips again and spoke. It's a big battlefield, and the only experience is study hard and make progress every day. After speaking, Chen Haonan shook his little arm and saluted hard, and the person was about to go down. I'll go, wait. Yi Lao was so anxious that he broke out the quintessence of young people. This is called a summary? After grabbing Chen Haonan's shoulder, Yi Lao smiled bitterly. Where are you sharing? This is what a primary school student said. Chief, I'm a schoolboy myself. Chen Haonan tilted his little head, looking serious. Burst. In the audience, after hearing Chen Haonan's sharing, the veterans who were in a daze all grinned, and the ones in the back row sprayed a bunch of saliva in the front row. It's so funny, he's really a schoolboy. However, what this elementary school student did was too exaggerated. That sentence is too general, can you be more specific? Specific. Chen Haonan fell into a long-term state of pretending to be forced again, and the whole person was like Michael Jackson, who jumped from the ground to the stage and stood quietly for a few minutes in a big bowl event. Can you say this? How do you say it? He killed the Boy Scout Corps, relying on the skills of the demolition master, and directly tied the grenade into a giant mother bomb, and made the effect of a small missile, and they didn't believe it. If they believed it, it would be more troublesome. Those old guys from the Military Intelligence Agency came to the Southeast Military Region to ask for a report, if he knew that he could know the giant mother. The 5 major military regions have all transferred to class, and it is still a small matter, so I am afraid that some special departments will invite him to tea, and then cut some important things on his body and take them to study, which will be troublesome. As for the thousands of troops breaking into the base camp to kill the one-eyed dragon, this is even more terrifying. This is a dragon body method, plus perfect camouflage technique, plus god-level weapon skills, plus Jedi deduction skills, plus 10-mile eagle eyes, invincible shooting skills, invincible fighting skills, etc. It is completely a miracle that cannot be replicated. I tell you that in addition to increasing the risk of being caught and sliced, it will also cause these people's self-confidence to swell, and then feel that everyone is Chen Haonan, and if you take off a fine light, you dare to break into the enemy camp and behead. So what to do? In short, I can't share and I don't dare to share. Chief, I'm a child, I haven't graduated from elementary school. What big truth can I say? If you have to say something specific, I'll add a sentence, that is, I want to progress, just this psychology. Every time I fight, I summarize for a long time. Well, I just want to improve. After speaking, Chen Hao's man fell into Mike's state again, and he didn't say a word, but unfortunately he didn't have a bubble noodle hairstyle, otherwise, it would be a juvenile version of Mike's style. I forgot, he's still a primary school student, and he can't pass the essay. Yi Lao fell into contemplation, and in the end, he decided to let Chen Haonan go, and laughed heartily. Yes, I just want to improve the psychology. The road is simple, you summed it up well. The battlefield is originally ever-changing, you can't share, just study hard, everyday upward mentality, and then not afraid of sacrifice, just want to progress to kill the enemy. Enough. Next, I announce the officer team of this national competition, from the White Tiger Commando of the Southeast Military Region. Comrade Chen Hao won the individual first-class merit, and the White Tiger Commando team won the collective first-class merit. As soon as Yi Lao's words fell, the audience burst into warm applause. And the most excited are the female soldiers who have paid their bodies in blood and sweat. They are directly so excited that tears are flying, covering their faces, trembling, hugging each other with flesh. In short, they are so excited that they get carried away. He Changwon was also very excited. He turned around and wanted to find a female soldier to hug, but he was punched and scolded a pervert, which made him immediately remember Tang Sini, who had chased him for a week. It was terrible. The woman was really a tiger, and only a small hammer like Chun Haonan could withstand it. Champions, we're champions. Yes, we have done it. We have become the best commando in the country, the best special combat team. This is the skill of the instructor. To be honest, when the instructor ordered the troops, he fell in love with me at a glance. I think his eyesight is also very good. Wow, I am really the best. Shameless, but we did give it to him for the first time, and he imprinted a strong spirit on our bodies, so we came to this day, and I think the whole person will be his, live for him, and die for him. He Changming bared his teeth next to him. It was too exaggerated, one by one for Chen Haonan, who was alive and dead. Having said that, this kid is indeed very courageous, and Mr. Tang, who likes to watch small movies, knelt down in front of him. When I turn around, I must ask for advice on how to get along with the female tiger. Let's go, stay here and watch them perform. How can you applaud love? Lin Chaoyang on the side took his eyes back from the female soldiers who were getting carried away with joy, and turned his head to look at his subordinates, but they all seemed to be intoxicated, and it seemed that he had substituted himself into the role of Chen Haonan, a little guy, and he snorted coldly. Captain, don't say anything else. It's good to be worshipped by a group of beautiful female soldiers. At least, the object is easy to solve, but unfortunately, Chen Haonan is still a little eagle, and he can't fly yet. What a mess. Go, stay, no face. In the warm applause all around, Lin Chaoyang walked to the rostrum with the people of the Thunder Commando team and saluted vigorously. Report, Chief, our 5th Army doesn't need any honor, and we won't receive any credit. We kill the enemy, just to protect the family and defend the country, so let's go first. On the stage, Yi Lao was still pulling Chen Haonan to say something, and when he heard the words, he stood up and saluted Lin Chaoyang. That's right, you guys go slowly, I still have something to say, don't send it. After speaking, he put all his thoughts on Chen Haonan. Chief, in fact, if you keep it and give it forcefully, I can still accept it. The corners of Lin Chaoyang's eyes twitched, his mouth pruned down, a little aggrieved, and then led people away. Not long after, a helicopter took off from the border guards and left here. The departure of the Thunder Assault team did not attract much attention, mainly because everyone's attention was on Chen Haonan on the stage, and heard what little secrets he shared with the chief. And at this moment, Gao Shiwei, the stepfather who couldn't hold back his excitement, had already taken the steps that his 6 relatives did not recognize, swaying around from the side of the bigwigs of the major military regions, just a dozen steps away, and he walked out of hundreds of steps. Every time he passed next to a bigwig, he said to himself, it's not easy in the southeast military region. If a big guy asks him why it is not easy, the boss will stop. His tone is heavy and serious, his eyes are calm. And he said that Yi Changwon, the wolf head in the past, is unwilling to reuse a primary school student, so that he doesn't want to be the boss, and he has to recognize Chen Haonan as his righteous son, vouch all the way, and firmly believe that this son will be successful. Chen Haonan formed his own white tiger. At the beginning of the business, the middle road was difficult. I was under a lot of pressure, didn't I? Hearing this, the big guy who asked turned his head and left. Shit, I want to ask why Chen Haonan is so powerful and what little secrets he has. But this old boy is praising himself. He is really cheap. He said it very well. It's better not to say it. Mr. Gao went around, and not long after, a piece of news came out among the bigwigs of the 5 military regions. It is said that Chen Haonan is the biological son of Mr. Gao, and Gao Shiwei, an old man, actually has a son who plays such a game, although he has no regrets about his death. Yes, it is said to be an illegitimate child. At that time, He Jijun of the Wolf's Tooth did not know, and he also opposed the reuse of Chen Haonan, and the High Commander was shameless for the illegitimate child, so he had a direct showdown. Anyway, an illegitimate child can become a famous gecko man, and his military exploits are overwhelming the 5th unit, and I also want to find a girl, give birth to such a terrible child, and send him to be a soldier in kindergarten. Chen Haonan didn't know these gossip at all, and it spread so much that it was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and at this moment, he was caught by Yi Lao. I know that you are too young to enter the establishment, although you have obtained first-class merits. In fact, there is no substantial benefit, so I decided, I will be your grandfather, so that you can make meritorious contributions. and someone will escort you, and when you are really an adult, all the military exploits will be liquidated for you at one time. Maybe one day you will wear the rank of general and go back. Looking at Yi Lao, who was staring at him with blazing eyes, Chen Haonan's little mouth was crooked. What is the situation? He always can't wake up these old men. They all want to be their own Lao Tzu. Commander Gao is like this, Chief Instructor Anthony is like this, and now Yi Lao of the military department is also like this. Isn't it fun? If you give me the rank of general now, I will believe you. You adults, you talk like a machine gun, you spit out bullets without going through your brain, and I am not a 7 or 8-year-old child, when I am a rabbit? As he spoke, Chen Haonan folded his arms, his small body was slightly raised, his head was raised, and he pursed his lips to look at Yi Lao. You kid, you actually want to be a general? Nonsense, I don't want to be a general. What am I doing here to be a soldier? I just thought that before I graduated from elementary school. One day there was a class reunion, I wore the rank of general and went back to participate, scaring the teachers who always gave me a lot of homework. I want to tell them in the name of the general, to reduce the burden, to have extracurricular activities, to have enough time to sleep, to catch up with homework every day, to be honest, before coming to the army. Many classmates are discussing, or to hire mercenaries with the New Year's money, blow up the school, you can have a long vacation. I rely on. Yi Lao was taken aback, this idea. It's so dangerous, but he, Chen Haonan, is a gecko man, with his ability, Gundam and the one-eyed dragon have been killed, what can't he do? Chen Haonan. I have a bold idea. After this event, I will go to the southeast military region to find you. I will wear the general's clothes, accompany you to the school walk, and then go to the principal together to talk, to relieve pressure on you elementary school students. I also feel that there is too much homework now, and there are various activities, and there is not enough time to sleep. You accompany me to school. Visits? Well, it's a patrol, after all, it's also a general. After Chen Haonan heard Yi Lao's suggestion, his mind flashed through the director. The principals, who like to pull the elementary school students to reason, were sweating profusely and kneeling in front of Yi Lao, as if they were. It's funny, once, the 4th grade class flower Chen Turin said that whoever can persuade or force the principal to reduce her homework will marry him when she grows up. Chen Turin is very good looking, Shui Lingling, 170 in the 4th grade. No, how can I worry about a child, just want to blow up the school. Your idea is very good, but you also have to agree to Grandpa Ye's request. Yi Lao directly regarded himself as Chen Haonan's grandfather. You say come and listen, I don't necessarily agree. Chen Haonan looked at the other party's old fox, and had the feeling that a child saw Aunt May. Huh, what kind of little eyes are you? It's your record this time, it's really scary, it overwhelms the 5th Army, it takes you a little time, go around in several military regions, you don't need to say anything big, just tell them that's set, study hard, and go up every day. Looking at Yi Lao, who was smiling heartily, Chen Haonan immediately understood something. I think, it's not about any reason, but using his own identity to stimulate the soldiers who live in pigs. You can imagine that Chen Haonan came to a certain military region, where to fight. I, Chen Haonan, 10 years old, beheaded whoever and who. What about you? Needless to say, those veterans must have been insanely excited. I can think about it. Chen Haonan also knows very well that with the burden of idols, it is getting heavier and heavier, and it is impossible to completely ignore the audience, and when the time is right, it is not impossible for him to take a trip. Seeing the little guy nodding, the big guy who had already surrounded him immediately rushed up. Come to my southwest military region first, Comrade Chen Haonan. Have you considered staying in the southwest? The southeast military region is too stingy. I'll give you a few girls, come to the southwest, we are all ironclad men, whatever you choose, they are all your soldiers, huh? Our northwest is the best place to show off our strengths. There are vast fields, there are deep forests. Unlike the southeast military region, mainly the base of the Navy, the lurking place of the missile troops, come to the northwest, you can feel the mighty wind of history, the real military spirit, especially suitable for young heroes like Gecko Man, Comrade Chen Haonan. As long as you nod, your chief will definitely let you go. Comrade Gaozong is well aware of the righteousness. The head of the northwest squeezed his eyebrows and coaxed the child, reluctant that the child could not trap the wolf, but he regarded Gao Shuwei as the child of the wolf and threw it out directly. At this moment, Mr. Gao finally squeezed in, and when he heard this, he couldn't hold back any longer. His brows were raised. Do you think Lao Tzu is dead? One by one, in front of me, dig Lao Tzu's soldiers, tell you, there is no door. If you consider guiding your training, Comrade Chen Hao will nod, it is no problem, and if you dig people here, the guidance work will be cancelled. Hearing Mr. Gao's angry words, everyone temporarily shut up, but their eyes were on Chen Haonan's body, waiting for him to make a decision. Chen Haonan is also helpless. These big guys, when he is a child, he is very helpless. If you refuse directly, wait for them to be slapped in the face, don't refuse. What if the 5 major military regions are transferred to the past? What if they are forced to stay? Thinking too much, with my ability, no one can keep it. Chiefs, you have to look at the situation. I don't refuse, and I don't take the initiative. After speaking, Chen Haonan made a small face, saluted them, and then turned around and stepped off the stage. If the White Tiger achieves such a result, it will definitely become famous, but after the national competition, needless to say, there will be more and more troubles about that kind of celebrity. As Chen Haonan guessed, in the next week, the White Tiger Commando, as the first women's special combat team in China, became completely popular. There is a legend circulating in all military districts that a child of about 10 years old, with 8 female soldiers, created a myth and killed thousands of mercenaries in the national competition. By the end, the news was getting more and more outrageous and exaggerated. Some people say that the child had 3 heads and 6 arms, and he was hanging and exploded. Some people say that those female soldiers are not simple, they are more men than men, and their muscles are the same as Tyson's, and they twist their heads directly. No matter what the legend is, the White Tiger base of the Southeast Military Region has become completely lively. People from major military regions continue to come to visit, and in the name of studying, they visit the White Tiger and figure out the White Tiger. In this way, when Chen Haonan came back and was very excited, and ran ushered in the busiest moment in her life, she fully carried forward the spirit of female agents during the day, accompanied these comrades to visit everywhere, talked about the spirit of the White Tiger, talked about the difficulties of starting a business, and said that female soldiers were thorns at the beginning, and were stripped of all the hair on their bodies by Chen Haonan, and then they grew up completely. That hair, naturally, refers to all kinds of problems, which itself is a good sharing, but there are also people who experience crookedness, and it is written in the notes like this: it is recommended to go back and shave the hair of all the soldiers, only by letting them experience the pain of the skin can they experience the spirit of the White Tiger. As far as I know, there is nothing wrong with all the female soldiers. In the Wolf's Tooth military region, He Ji-jun was happy. Because Chen Haonan led the troops to get the national key, the Wolf's Teeth were completely on fire, and he got a lot of resources, but the invitation letters that followed were really too many. The invitations are all named, borrowing Chen Haonan's little comrade to go to the military region and serve as an instructor for a period of time. In terms of conditions, let the Wolf Tooth mention it, try to meet it. If you don't agree, they will report to the military region and directly rob people. Chen Haonan is still a child, he has no preparation, he shouldn't just belong to the Wolf Tooth. Don't talk about martial arts at all. In the office, in front of Fan Tianlei and Lei Zhan's faces, He Ji-jun slapped the table directly and bounced the tea bowl up 3 feet. You said, these chiefs are too shameless. They actually said that they wouldn't let Chen Haonan go over to be an instructor for them for a period of time, and they would come over to rob people directly. Looking at the excited He Ji-jun, Fan Tianlei smiled and said very experiencedly, Wolf Head, they can really do it. There was once a soldier who was snatched away, and then reported afterwards, and the military department actually supports such a competition. He Ji-jun sighed, how could he not know the news, that is. Fire. Let Chen Haonan, this little guy, go. Why don't you let him go? I heard that there are a lot of people who come to visit the White Tiger base, and Chen Haonan doesn't entertain them. They are all busy going in and out, and they have to sleep with him at night. It's really. I can't even see it. 10-year-old children are not young, men and women must be separated if they are intimate or not. He Ji-jun stared at Lei Zhan and bluffed, don't talk to Lao Tzu, you have an opinion, go and mention it to Commander Gao, you have the ability, let Ran sleep with you, Lao Tzu has no opinion. This. Lei Zhan just punched hard, and now he immediately became submissive. He didn't dare to complain about Chen Haonan in the past, and now this guy doesn't know what shit luck he has taken, and he has taken back the National Special Forces Championship. How dare he, a person who has never entered the top 10 in the past, dare to complain to the commander about Chen Haonan? Isn't this a life-saving man hanging, thinking that his life is long? I'll just mention it. Anyway, Chen Hao's male hair is not even, and he can't do anything, hee. Lei Zhan smiled awkwardly. He Jijun snorted coldly and scolded, soft bones. If it were Chen Haonan, he would say whatever he wanted. At the summary meeting that day, in front of so many bigwigs, he actually said that he would study hard and make progress every day. Then again, if you give me your opinions, I'm annoyed. Suddenly, Fan Tianlei smiled and said, Wolf head, there is a way, you heard of me. He Jijun's eyes lit up suddenly. At the critical moment, don't look at many people who say that Fan Tianlei is a fool king, but he can always give good advice. What's the solution? Can you not offend those chiefs and prevent them from robbing people? Facing He Jijun's eager eyes, Fan Tianlei said slowly. That's right. When Chen Haonan participated in the National Special Forces competition, Mr. One of the Donghai Public Security Department came to me, mentioned the police on the other side of the Shangjiang River, and wanted to invite the police on our mainland to solve a task full of mysteries. Because Chen Haonan won the championship, there were too many visitors, and I forgot about it. He Jijun was a little surprised, and asked, in the era of peace, what other mysterious tasks are there? The flying tigers over there in Shangjiang are good, and the commandos with quality and discipline can't solve it? It is said that there are often assassinations in them, including the personnel of the Flying Tigers, who have been assassinated a lot, and recently, there have been black bosses in Shangjiang who have been killed by time bombs, and those black bosses have lived in the police station to avoid trouble, but the shadow of the police enemy cannot be touched. It is simply unheard of, and this case is characterized as a mysterious incident. Hearing this, He Jijun didn't react yet, and Lei Zhan's little eyes immediately lit up. I'll go, why didn't you say it earlier? I like to challenge difficult tasks the most. This mysterious case, I'll take it. I'll take someone there. Pig head. Ah, you. Fan Tianlei rolled his eyes. How do you curse? Lei Zhan was a little annoyed. Dog day. When Chen Haonan participated in the National Special Forces competition, he was idle every day to bask in the sun and other news. There was such a challenging task. Lao Fan didn't tell him to pick him up. Who did he look down on? Okay, people said that Chen Haonan was designated, and no one wanted it. He Jijun looked at Fan Tianlei, frowned and asked, what do you mean? Do you want Chen Haonan to accept this task? Yes, first, let Chen Haonan accept this task. He can have an excuse to leave the military region. Let those lively bigwigs cool down first, and second, you can report the wolf head. This matter is related to the security and stability of Donghai City. Chen Haonan must go, so that no matter who goes to the military department to complain, they can block their mouths, killing two birds with one stone. He Jijun's eyes lit up when he heard this. This is a good way. Throw Chen Haonan out, let him go out to hide, and blow this mission bigger. That's it. Okay, you go and call the One Bureau, and say that we agree to send troops. Shangjiang has secrets, and we will send Chen Haonan. Yes. Fan Tianlei went to make a phone call. Just when Lei Zhan was about to say goodbye and go out, He Jijun stopped him. Wait, there is also a task for you. If Chen Haonan is not here during this time, you are responsible for entertaining the visitors. Well, just your current style. You can have a black poker face. You have a very good temperament. It should make those people retreat. You don't laugh. What are you laughing at? You will be ruined when you laugh. You can't smile bitterly. You go back and practice in the mirror how to achieve the purpose of driving people away through micro-expressions, understand? Hearing these words, Lei Zhan suddenly felt very heartbroken. Donghai City, Public Security Department. In the smoke, Mr. Win's frowning old face was revealed. His right hand rubbed his eyebrows, his left hand held a cigarette, and he smoked hard from time to time, directly pulling out the office from the scene where there must be monsters in the smoke. Helpless, it's all Chen Haonan's fault. He once incarnated as a black man and helped Shangjiang solve a case, and through live broadcast, he forced the murderer to confide in his heart and admit the crime. It was this case that Comrade Wen pretended to be sick at that time, so he sent a telegram to Shangjiang, mentioning that we can solve the cases you can solve, and we can also solve the cases you can't. How, anyway? It is full of the smell of the West Factory. Just this time I pretended to be forced, and Shangjiang knew the horror of the East China Sea Public Security Department on the mainland. No, there was a mysterious case recently, and I immediately asked to come here, which means, we can't break it, you can break it. This mysterious case, 3 years and 3 years, you Shangjiang can't solve it. If my subordinates solved the case so well, do I, the director, still need to develop agents, and do I still need to let Comrade Wang Qingshan go undercover for many years, so that his son will hate me? If you go, you won't be able to break it. It's all Chen Haonan. It's okay, what kind of black man are you? It's too much trouble. Was having a headache, and the captain of the armed police pushed the door in. When Bureau, what did the wolf tooth say? Xiang Jiang sent an email to urge me again. This time the tone is not very good, questioning our professionalism. They dare to question our continent? The temperature bureau will be a long soot, bounced off, and fell all over the shoes. See for yourself. The Gao team handed over the phone, but his eyes hid a trace of indescribable resentment. It's all to blame for the Wen Bureau. I have to pretend to be forced in the name of the black man. Now it's okay, I'm forced to the palace, the black man can't come out, and I don't dare to send someone over. Isn't it difficult to ride a tiger? In the mobile phone, the email that was open lying down was officially sent by the Shangjiang police. Didn't you say that the cases that our side could not solve were a matter of effort for the mainland? Why not? The tone was questioning, squeezing, rhetorical questioning, and a faint sneer. Wenju's language is good, and he immediately deciphered the hidden meaning, and a sense of unhappiness suddenly surged in his heart. It's too much to deceive people, it's really not good, and if you activate the agents of Shangjiang, you're afraid of sacrifice. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. Team Gao, you are in the Black Tiger Commando. Pick 3 people to go. Have you chosen someone? Team Gao's eyes sank. When Bureau, this time to fight in Shangjiang, on behalf of the reputation of our mainland, how can you go casually? That mysterious case, I have been investigating for a week. It is really terrible. The source has been since World War II, every year. There is always a gang boss who was killed by a time bomb, leaving a skull mark on the scene. If the gang calls the police officer who receives it will soon be killed, so that the police are afraid that someone will call the police, because next, their enemies can't find where they are, they will be killed on the street, or at home. This time it was the most outrageous. There were members of the Flying Tigers, who were killed directly in the police station, and the monitoring did not show any problems. The heaviness of his tone and the shock of his content made Wenju's mouth open wide and reluctantly closed. However, Chen Haonan, a little guy, has participated in the National Special Forces competition, and I don't know when I will come back. Every time I call, Lao Fan says to wait, and I don't know when I will wait. Team Gao said to himself helplessly, it's okay, pretending to be forced, it's troublesome. Mr. Wen also heard the words of the senior team, so he can only smile bitterly, pretending to be forced and swallowing it with tears. I don't know when Chen Haonan will come back. Besides, even if he comes back, he may not necessarily agree to go to Shangjiang. This time, if he agrees, I want to be his father. Suddenly, the phone rang, and the lightning flashed. Fan Tianlei. Old Fan, Chen Haonan, he didn't. When he came back, it's back. The wolf head is also back. He unilaterally agreed. Let Chen Haonan go to carry out the mission of Shangjiang, but don't get your hopes up yet, because that little guy may not agree. Wenju was pleasantly surprised at first, and then felt that he was whipped with a stick. Why, didn't he obey the command of the wolf head? It's different. This time, he participated in the National Special Forces competition and won the championship. He couldn't hang it anymore. All the bigwigs in the military region are digging him. You are a little task. How old are you? Anyway, his current identity is not trivial, and when I see him, I have to call Dad. The champion of the National Special Forces competition? When Wenju heard the news, he was even more shocked than he had just heard the analysis of the mysterious case. He's still a kid and can win a national victory? This shocked me. Old Fan, didn't you fool me? Fan Tianlei said solemnly, Lao Tzu's character is here. Who have I fooled? I almost believed it. Cough cough, don't talk about this. I'll send you the case. You let Chen Haonan come to the Donghai Public Security Department as soon as possible. I'm waiting for him here. Shangjiang sighed. I've been waiting for a week. After speaking, Mr. Wen hung up the phone, and the senior team who was waiting on the side shrugged his shoulders and spread his palms. It's done. You notify the representative over there in Shangjiang to come over, and when Chen Haonan comes, you can go over. If the other party says why let a child help solve the case, you say, to deal with such a case, our mainland does not need an adult, a child is enough. Team Gao nodded, turned around and left. He really couldn't stand this boss, and always used Chen Haonan to pretend to be forced. However, let Chen Haonan, who has repeatedly created miracles, pass. It shouldn't be a big problem. At the White Tiger base, Chen Haonan was lying in Ran's arms, enjoying eating her purple and black grapes, and the grapes were safe. As a little secretary of life, Ran has long eliminated the hardcore of grapes, fed them into Chen Haonan's mouth one by one from top to bottom, and sometimes, he used his other hand to pull out a tissue to help him wipe off the overflowing juice, and then complained a few words. You've won the National Special Forces Championship, a big name in the world, come back to me, you're still like a child, and you still have to eat my grapes. Violet, don't you know, when you were on a mission abroad, you just wanted to come back early, so you quickly killed so many enemies, not to mention, the grapes you washed with your own hands are just different, especially delicious. Hey, don't laugh, stuff it into my nose. As he spoke, Chen Haonan supported his small body from Enran's arms, because at this moment, the phone in the office rang. The people who can make this call are the chiefs. Enran smiled backwards and forwards, the grapes in her hands swayed. It was the first time she heard Chen Haonan, a cold little man, actually talk to her about love. Thinking of this little soldier king of the 5 major military regions, she lay in her arms, saying that her grapes were delicious, but they were different, and her face was full of fascination. She wanted to laugh very much, she was very proud, and sure enough, I'm invincible, and this kid is obsessed with me. For the past week, I have been talking about the shaving theory every day, how to become a white tiger, and Enran, who has a dry mouth, feels that all fatigue has been swept away. Sometimes, it always feels like he's a big man, not a child. Enran grabbed the big purple grapes, carefully removed the skin and core, and waited for Chen Haonan, who was listening to the phone, to come back. Wolfhead, why are you? I thought it was Mr. Gao. Let's say, what is the task? I've been back for a week, I'm very bored. I'm surrounded by people around the base every day, and I can't train normally. On the other end of the phone, He Jijun smiled and said, there is really a mission that is very suitable for you, to go to Shangjiang on behalf of our mainland. This matter is related to your identity as a black man, is it like this? He Jijun gave a rough idea of the mysterious case on the Shangjiang side, which roughly means that the militants are not able to hang themselves, and they are more arrogant than Zhang Ziqiang, who kidnapped Laoli in the past, and he usually designates a rich man and asks the other party to call $1 billion, and if he does not give it, he will directly arrange an explosion to kill the rich family. It also threatened the body of Jin Zhou, the black boss of Shangjiang. This person is one of the bosses of the 3 major gangs. He didn't take the mysterious threat in his eyes, and not long after, the whole family was killed, and he himself is currently hiding in the police station and does not dare to come out. The members of the Flying Tigers who received the report were also killed while investigating the case. This criminal is arrogant enough, it sounds more exaggerated than the novel. Wolfhead, are you making up a story to coax me? Is it true? You can go directly to the Donghai Public Security Department, the WIN Bureau is waiting for you over there. Isn't this that I'm afraid that you will be bored? This task for you is really suitable for you. First, it is related to explosives. I know that you are an expert in bomb disposal. Second, the enemy is so powerful, no matter who goes, you are not sure. You Chen Haonan must be fine, go and have fun. Xianjiang's milk tea and pineapple buns, very good. Okay, I'll do this next. After hanging up the phone, Chen Haonan stretched his skills. It is worth mentioning that since he was blocked by the 5 military regions, he didn't seem to have much to do except flirt with Enran and eat grapes. Training? There are people in ambush on the road, and they can't drive away, and it is said that Mr. Gao is not easy to come forward, and the other party is here in the name of studying hard every day. At this time, when I went to the 5 major military regions, my pants were stripped naked, so let's talk about it first, and by the way, I will perform a mission. Enran, drive the car out and send me to the Donghai City Public Security Department, I have a mission. Enran, who was wearing a vest and revealing a sexy vest line, immediately put down the grapes and went out to pick up the car. Boss, can I go with you on this mission? Chen Haonan let the female secretary hold his little hand, and said with a smile, I also want to take you by my side and take care of my daily life, but now the White Tiger base is too busy. Tang Sini, the old driver, has taken the female soldiers to hide in the jungle for training, and you need to stay to receive those comrades who want to progress, otherwise, those guys will go to the military headquarters to cry again. And Ran laughed a little in understanding. Hey, I've only slept for a week, and I'm going to sleep in separate beds again, and I'm going to start insomnia again. It's worth mentioning, and Ran found that Chen Haonan slept with her as a bottle. She was used to it, she didn't take it in her mouth, she couldn't sleep anymore. In the half-month that Chen Haonan participated in the National Special Forces competition, she didn't sleep well every night, just like a young mother, always worried about her young son, whether the quilt was kicked off or something. Anyway, I'm not used to it. Donghai Public Security Bureau. Wenju was stunned and watched as the senior team brought in a woman in a black police uniform from outside. This is a female police officer, it seems to be a mixed race, her facial features are very three-dimensional, her height is almost 175 cm, her long legs like a supermodel, and her tight police uniform outlines her slender waist and bulging chest, which looks particularly capable and exquisite. Of course, these are not the main points of Wenju's considerations. He has long passed the age when he sees a beautiful woman. On the contrary, he is more excited to meet a suitable agent. What surprised him was that this female police officer was actually the representative of Shangjiang, and she introduced herself just now. Her name was Lin Shuzhen, but didn't the high team just send an email? She's a native grandson, drilled out of the ground? Director Wen, in fact, I have been waiting for you to send troops on the mainland for a long time, and I have been waiting for a week, and I have not seen you reply to my email. The beautiful mixed-race female police officer asked with a smile on her face. Surprised? Accidental? Frightened is. After all, Wenju is a person who has seen a big scene. His expression has not changed in the slightest, and he nodded solemnly. Sure enough, as if I guessed, your representative can't wait for a reply, as expected. Sit down, the people on my side haven't arrived so soon. Sit down and talk, don't be nervous. When you return to the mainland, you're going home. Thank you. Lin Shuzhen smiled and sat down on the black sofa. Her beautiful legs were slender, not losing to Chen Haonan's girlfriend Hui Xiang, and her posture was very exquisite. When she sat down, she tried to listen to her slender waist, beautiful legs, and leaned together, tightly together. The high team sat down on the other side of the sofa, looking at the demeanor and etiquette of this mixed-race female police officer, and couldn't help but secretly admire in his heart this female police officer of the Flying Tigers. Yes. However, what kind of eyes does she always sweep over the paper basket of the warm game? Director Wen, after knowing that your mainland solved the murderer of the HK tragedy, I have great trust in your mainland's handling power, so while waiting for your reply to the email, I also specially found a detective from the mainland called City Hunter to help solve the case this time. Hearing this, Wenju looked at the other party in amazement. You also found a private detective? Look down on us, huh? If this is a male police officer, Wenju feels that the other party looks down on him, but if he is just a beautiful police officer, he thinks it is better to retain his demeanor. The female police officer smiled and groaned. Absolutely not. I have never doubted the ability of the mainland police. It is this mysterious case that has lasted for decades. One more private detective, one more strength. What do you think? Look at your ball, look at. Wenju nodded helplessly. What could he say? It seemed that the other party still didn't trust him as the director. This is your freedom, I won't express my opinion, but let me tell you first, the representative of the mainland police who assisted you this time, he is a very special person, he will definitely surprise you, you have to be mentally prepared. Special? Director, what kind of special are you talking about? Is it the special kind of men, LSP? Otherwise, why are you preparing me for this? Saying that, the mixed-race female police officer, in front of Wenju, made a masturbation pose, and at the same time, looked at him with a smile. The senior team sitting on the side was stunned for a moment, and did not react for a while, and Wenju immediately patted his forehead. Oh my god, why are you joking with me like this? I'm telling you serious things, and you're telling me all that nonsense on the forums. Are you really the representative of Xinjiang, and why do you act like a call girl? Lin Shuzhen looked at Wenju's reaction carefully, and the smiling expression on her face slowly disappeared, becoming as serious as a saint, as if she were inviolable. I'm sorry, Director, because you sent us a not very serious email saying what we can do in Xinjiang, you can do it in the mainland, what we can't do in Xinjiang, you can do it in the mainland. No, our headquarters needs me to take revenge on your insincerity, and we're leveling it out. Hearing this, Wenju's whole person was silent, as if he had been slapped in the face. I will. She played me just now, and I was fooled? I revealed a lot of little secrets, understood her gestures, and said call girl? And the Gao team who reacted next to him almost covered his face directly, and his heart couldn't help but call 666. Well done, nice policewoman, naughty, cute pinch. But I don't sympathize with Boss One at all. Seeing the warm situation of the wind and waves, his heart was slightly hard, he squinted his eyes, and reminded the naughty female police officer again, well, my person, he is very special, you have to be mentally prepared, don't eat that. Surprised? Why should I be surprised? Don't look at me young, But I have already carried out dozens of missions. No matter how special a person is, it will not surprise me. There are many cases in Xinjiang. Even if such a case is secret, it is just tricky. It will not surprise me. Who is he? Lin Shuzhen is not a boast of Wangpa. She has liked a stimulating life since she was a child, and she actively participates in every task. In her opinion, this not very serious director one is because she teased the other party, and then deliberately exaggerated, saying what to make herself mentally prepared. How special can he be? Shemale crimes, she's seen them all. Just wait, come and have tea. The warm bureau did not break it, and pushed the brewed hot tea in front of Lin Shuzhen, who was not polite, smiled and tasted it slowly, waiting for the arrival of the special person. At the door of the Donghai Public Security Department, after An Ran sent Chun Haonan in, he was reluctant to say goodbye. Hey, it's only been a week, and I've got out of the warm embrace of the little boy, and I'm going to be alone in the empty room again. Come back early, goodbye. And Ran showed his head, like a flower, which was very eye-catching in the sun, and beckoned to Chun Haonan. And Chen Haonan, a little guy who has always been cold and ruthless, rarely smiled, and with a wave of his backhand, he climbed the bluestone steps of the Donghai Public Security Department. This scene was seen by a big-nosed man who happened to get off the sports car. He took off his sunglasses, watched Anrin drive away, and said to himself, I'll go, this girl has a good appearance and a good temperament, not under Huishang, and I'm a good match, but unfortunately, I ran too fast. What is the number? Remember it first. Military districts? Excuse me. The man who showed Brother Pig's smile was the private detective in Lin Shuzhen's mouth, and he came here to round. However, he didn't see Chun Haonan, who went up in front, and he was not in a hurry to go up immediately, and when he saw him, he suddenly had a little urgency, and planned to solve the following problems first. Comrade Chin Haonan, the director is waiting for you. Can you sign for me? My son admires you very much. A policeman who led the way looked at Chun Haonan excitedly. Yes, I'm not in a hurry. Chen Haonan took the other party's paper and pen, brushed and signed. The pen walked the dragon and snake, and the font made people dare not compliment. Good word. The policeman's eyes lit up. This mysterious little man in front of him, don't look at him young, he is a famous superhero in the East China Sea, with the dual identity of Gecko Man and Black Man. It is really explosive. Ah, can you sign for me? My daughter likes you very much. Where's the sign? Here. Chun Haonan looked at the female police officer, who was over 100 years old, and said solemnly, Auntie, please respect yourself. I can't imagine that I am a hero in my life, but I was touched like this. It's really annoying. Chen Haonan walked all the way. I don't know how many times he signed his name, and there was a buddy who didn't get the zipper, and when he heard that Gecko Man was coming, he immediately rushed out of the bathroom. And those female policemen are the most outrageous, always touching him, asking him why he is so powerful, asking him if he is very hard, of course, in terms of body bones. What kind of soup did your mother make for you? It's too powerful. In the end, Chen Haonan almost pulled out his pants and checked them, on the grounds that some people suspected that he was a little robot and wanted to see his number. After satisfying these men and women, Chen Haonan, who had an increasingly heavy idle burden, stood at the door of Wenju's office, and then knocked on the door, and after hearing the people inside let him in, he walked in with his head held high very politely. Wenju, although I am young, but in this world, there are not too many things that shock me, Lin Shuzhen, including the HK murderer you dealt with. In fact, it is trapped by the laws of Shangjiang. Otherwise, I can also be like the Black Man, live broadcast and ask questions. People, they are all forced out, and the Black Man is also. At this moment, Chen Haonan walked in, and his small steps made the room rattle. Seeing him, Wenju didn't dare to rely on the old and sell the old. This was the champion of the National Special Forces competition. He immediately stood up, showing a bright smile like the sun. Comrade Chen Haonan, hello, thank you for your hard work. This time please go to Shangjiang on behalf of the mainland to carry out a mission. This is a female comrade in Shangjiang. Her name is Lin Shuzhen. Hey, Ms. Lin. Isn't he a child? He represents the mainland? Oh my god, this shocked me. Just now, a mixed-race female police officer with a calm face turned her head to see Chen Haonan, who was more than a meter old, dressed in a small military uniform, and looked like a primary school student, and then heard Wenju say that he represented the mainland. The whole person seemed to have heard the most ridiculous thing in the world, and stood up directly, her chest trembling, fully showing her uncontrollable psychology and turbulent shock. Oh my god, this too. It's so special. Why? She stretched out her right hand, covered her mouth, opened her beautiful eyes wide, changed several postures to look at Chun Haonan, and after confirming that he was indeed a child, she showed a disappointed look. Well, I'm very satisfied with your shocked and out-of-control expression. Wenju was as steady as an old dog, nodded his head, and waved his hand. What's so strange, thinking that there are many talents in the mainland, there are many talents, and there are many talents, and there are ambitions that are not. Old age. The tall team who stood up coughed. Wenju forcibly closed the floodgates of a certain DNA, and his fatherly proud look covered his old face, and he pointed at Chun Haonan quickly. Do you know who he is? Lin Shuzhen turned around again and looked at Chen Haonan, with a cold expression and a cool temperament. Well, it looks handsome, a bit like a schoolboy version of Wu Yanzu. The question is. He's really just a schoolboy. He is the black man who solved the HK case, that is, the current mainland, the winner of the National Special Forces competition, so to speak. He is the messenger of hell and a myth in the world. Do you say he is qualified? Wenju did not hesitate to use his words, giving full play to the level of winning awards every year in the days of primary and secondary school students, and throwing out a series of rainbow farts. Isn't it? A mixed-race female police officer with an outstanding figure, Lin Shuzhen, who can sing and dance, and has seen a lot of the world, is still Sister Ya's transformation, but now she is holding her right fist against her mouth and smiling softly. She is not laughing at Chun Haonan, but laughing at Wenju's outrageousness, laughing at his confusion, laughing at him for actually using a primary school student to deceive his feelings. Isn't this interesting? I just said that I am in my early 20s, actually, I am 25 years old, can you fool me? Well, when I got Sister Ya, many old men wanted to deceive my body, but as a result, they were all exposed in front of the media, and they were still naked, and they regretted it. Although she didn't understand why Wenju fooled him, she was angry. Especially, at this moment, the child actually glanced at her with a very mature eye, and then spoke calmly. The figure is not bad, and the appearance is so, but I hope that your ability can set off your appearance. I don't like to work with faces. Listen, this meaning, it's too dick, is this a charlatan? Ouch kid, are you a little actor, are you here with your mother? Lin Shuzhen knew that she couldn't turn her face. She was directly in front of Chun Haonan, squatting down slightly with her chest up, looking at his little face, and couldn't help pinching him. Who knows, Chun Haonan actually returned to her and pinched her back. You? Pinch my chest? You little pervert. I thought it was fake, check it, and so on, if you are a trustworthy person. You? What are you? Are you a policewoman of the Shangjiang Flying Tigers, right? What you represent is the quality of Shangjiang. Just pinch me, right? Ask for support, it's not like you, and question me. Why didn't you really inquire about my identity before I came? Chun Haonan is also a little evil. This female police officer looks like Meng Lang, and she blames herself. She looks more like the female inspector in the small movie, rather than a female police officer. When he reached out just now, he took off the police badge on the other party's bulging chest. He thought he wanted to touch her breasts? As a child, who doesn't have a bottle? Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. Thinking too much. Director Win, if you really let this kid cooperate with me, then you can't cooperate. I feel like you're insulting me. Saying that, Lin Shuzhen went back to the sofa in a huff, and didn't look at Chun Haonan. Is it useful to be cute and handsome? What I need is a strong man who can help me with that kind of. His name is Chun Haonan. Don't you Shangjiang have a Causeway Bay bar? What is it called? Chen Haonan. I dare to say, Chen Haonan over there. When he saw Chen Haonan, he directly wanted to call his father, huh? As he spoke, Wenju opened the drawer, took out a document, and was about to hand it to the mixed-race female police officer who had become a female inspector. Who knew that at this moment, Chen Haonan turned around abruptly, and walked out of the door with a small face indifferently. With such an attitude, I won't do it, it's not interesting, I'll go back. Wenju, you just said that I am a myth in the world, forget it, in the future, don't say that I am a messenger of hell. Also, I never lick a dog, and I don't advertise myself as a gentleman. Listening to Chun Haonan's words, as well as his sonorous footsteps, Lin Shuzhen, who was angry just now, was inexplicably poked at the point of laughter, and laughed out loud, with a straight chest, choppy and choppy, laughing so hard that her milk hurts, and both of them hurt. Please stay. The Gao team knew Chun Haonan's horror. This was a killing star and a bad star, and he didn't dare to force him to stay, so he shouted. At this moment, someone at the door pushed the door open, and a huge head poked in, looking up and down, left and right, looking at everyone in the room, and then lowered his gaze and fell on Chen Haonen's body. "Okay, it turns out that you little bastard is here. Say, what kind of ecstasy soup did you pour into my cousin? She is avoiding me now, always saying that Chen Haonen's girlfriend. You are Chen Haonen, I'm angry. What I hate the most in my life is that others rob the woman I like." As he spoke, the owner of the huge head, in the midst of scolding, squeezed the door and walked in. This person with a big head and a big nose and short legs is none other than the city hunter Mangbo, that is, Huixiang's cousin. In the Poseidon incident, Chen Haonen defused the giant mother bomb and saved the long-legged goblin in despair, so Huixiang became Chen Haonen's fifth girlfriend, and she was still making trouble as a soldier, wanting to become hard and strong. In short, just like the rebellious children in the world, they no longer believe in Mangbo who brought her up. "Tell me, what are you doing looking at me coldly?" Chen Haonen was very unhappy with this sexual man, and Mangbo felt that this child threatened his courtship number, and he was also very unhappy with him. The two stared at the small eye with big eyes, and there was a burning smell in the air. "Come with me and explain to my cousin that I don't want her to be a soldier." Saying that, Mangbo, who has always been alone, immediately grabbed Chen Haonen, wanted to pull him, first to solve his cousin's ideological problems, and then, he agreed to be her boyfriend and solve her physical problems. Chen Haonen frowned, turned sideways, and let go of the dragon's grasp. "Ouch, you dare to hide, you move very fast," my cousin said. "You killed all the mercenaries of the dark mercenary group alone, and you also blew up the helicopter at sea. I don't believe it." Saying that, Mangbo didn't pay attention to anyone in the room, and directly grabbed Chen Haonen with lightning again. This time, it was his little shoulder. "I'm annoyed." In the corridor, he was touched by his aunt for a long time, and after he came in, he was questioned by the female police officer that Chen Haonen was harboring evil fire, and he could only say that Mangbo was sent to him to vent. So, under the psychology of anger, he directly raised his small fist and bombarded it directly. When this punch was opened, the air made an overwhelming whistling sound. It was really fast and ruthless. Where could Mangbo dodge? Bang! After being hit in the chest by a fist, Mangbo, who was short and extremely durable, felt a force attack, and the whole person was thrown out like a toy, and slammed into the wall, smashing the protective cover glass on the spot, and the wooden decoration wall behind him was directly recessed. The whole body hurt. Mangbo felt as if he had been hit by a locomotive, and the muscles and bones of the whole body were used as a pipa arrow by the little ghost of the king of Hades, used to play and sing, and the whole body was full of intense pain. "I'll go, this little brute, me so hard as if I were on a boat." Mangbo finally remembered that he had been knocked into the sea by Chen Haonen's punch, and he thought it was carelessness at the time, but now it seems that he is still careless. This little brute, with so much strength? No wonder my cousin is so infatuated with him. Mangbo directly put it up, and didn't get up on the spot, shouting, "Call the police, I want to call the police, he beat someone and injured me." Just when Mangbo was embarrassed by Chen Haonen, and then was punched and flew out, Lin Shuzhen, who had closed her legs and remained elegant, opened her mouth wide and stood up, and then, she saw Mangbo lying on the ground exaggeratedly, and the exaggerated concave wall behind him, on it, inlaid with a clear vest imprint, there was a faint dragon shape on it. Mangbo was the private detective he hired, and his favorite thing to pass is the dragon vest, saying that he is the descendant of the dragon. Lin Shuzhen remembered that before hiring him, the city hunter also deliberately performed martial arts for himself. What kind of front and back flips, and it didn't hurt to fall, but he didn't expect to be punched by that kid today, and he was directly hit by the wall, and he was scarred, and he lay down. Oh my God. After a long time, she finally let out an exclamation blocked in her throat. This is too shocking. Such power, such destructive power, actually came from the child just now? If she hadn't seen this scene with her own eyes, she would never have believed that the house shook slightly, and the sofa turned her upside down, and now she still retains its aftertaste. It's an exaggeration. It turns out that he is really a black man, a hidden master. Director, I want him. I apologize for the questioning just now. I really didn't expect that he was such a child, it was too shocking. Lin Shuzhen said, walked to Chen Haonen, who clapped his palms, and showed a charming smile. Reacquaint yourself with the female inspector of the Flying Tigers, Lin Shuzhen, Sister Shang Zheng. White Tiger, Chen Haonen. Since the other party apologized, Chen Haonen did not leave, stayed in the room and looked at this female inspector coldly, looking at it up close. She was quite good looking, it was such a big chest muscle, which would undoubtedly affect her actions. White Tiger? Is this your code name? My code name, Tiger God, Tiger of Tiger, God of India, God Oil. Lin Shuzhen was stunned for a moment. If this was not a child, she still thought that she was being teased. The God of India, God Oil. If so, she is a forest with a big forest and any birds? She had a rare show of her imagination. Comrade Chen Haonan, you are getting more and more powerful. No wonder you can win the championship of the National Special Forces competition. When Zhu walked over from his seat, and while praising Chen Haonan, he pulled Meng Bo on the ground up. Thank you. Meng Bo said gratefully, you are a good person, I remember this favor. I am the private detective Meng Bo, code name, City Hunter, Big City, Hunter of the Wilderness Hunter. You're saying it well. When Zhu nodded, by the way, this wall uses a custom composite board, 50,000 yuan per square meter. You hit a wall, count you 3 square meters, a total of 150,000 decoration fees, and when you go downstairs, pay the fee. I know where your private detective is. Director, just now I praised you for being a good person. As long as you make compensation, you are the most trustworthy and good person in the world. In the future, you will be cooperative partners, and you should not be like this. Lin Shuzhen walked over, and when she wanted to introduce herself, she was interrupted by Meng Bo. No, I want to try. Is he qualified to be my partner? So far, he just has good strength. After speaking, he ignored the half-race policewoman's already open mouth, and looked at Chen Haonan to challenge. Come, let's go outside, compare marksmanship, come out and mix, just can fight, useless. I have investigated the enemies of mysterious cases, they are good at making explosives, using firearms, and all kinds of assassination methods. Let's shoot and get acquainted with each other, do you dare? Meng Bo saw Chen Haonan twice, and he suffered a big loss, and he planned to use his marksmanship to teach this child a lesson. What is respect? At the largest shooting club in Tokai City, the record is still held by him. If you want to test your marksmanship, in this way, if you get to know our partners, I'm in favor of it. Lin Shuzhen also came to be interested. Chen Haonan is a child after all. I don't know what his comprehensive quality is, as the city hunter said. The enemies they face have so many means that people are desperate. Walking over, she took Chen Haonan's hand, squatted slightly in her tall figure, and smiled in Meng Bo's wide eyes. Come on, the three of us, let's have a multi-person shooting sport. With Chen Haonan's height, from this angle, he can't do it at eye level, so he can only secretly phone. Competition? It doesn't matter, I was blocked in the White Tiger base this week, and my whole body was about to rust. Chen Haonan let this mixed-race policewoman eat her own tofu, nodded her little head, and showed an expression. It's okay, then compare, the loser, call the other party's big brother. I don't want to have a disagreement when I cooperate in the future. That's the idea, too. The female police officer squinted at Chen Haonan with her curvy body on her side. She began to like the child. Director, can you arrange a shooting range? The three of us, let's have a multiplayer sport. Multiplayer sports, I'm also interested. I haven't participated in shooting events for a long time. I'll take you there. When Zhu is a little itchy, his marksmanship is good, but when he said these words, his expression swept over Meng Bo, who needed to compensate 150,000 yuan, and Lin Shuzhen. If it was a marksmanship, the first place would be that child. When he was on a mission in Siberia, he personally saw this little guy raise his hand and blow up the helicopter piloted by the Scorpion, and above the East China Sea, it is said that he also blew up General MacDonald's helicopter, which was almost hoisted and exploded, and it is currently the ceiling of the door of the Special Forces shooting room. Do you compare marksmanship with him? Team Gao said excitedly. Our Donghai City Public Security Department has entered a new skeet shooting game, that is, the machine protrudes the flying saucer irregularly, the gunner can explode in the air, and the computer automatically counts, which is a good way to play. Great, let's go. Under the leadership of the Gao team, Chen Haonan and the three of them drove to the shooting range with Wen Zhu. After arriving at the venue, the police officers who had already been notified had already placed their guns, from 92 pistols, to 95 rifles, to 88 snipers, and 110 big guys, mainly one at random. After all, it is the people from Shangjiang next door, and the mainland also needs face, and the big guys have to be lifted out to support the scene, otherwise Lin Shuzhen will go back to Shangjiang in the future and tell Mr. Inspector, the mainland is so poor that there are only a few broken guns, and she can't even look down on them. Lin Shuzhen chose a 92 pistol, the gun bullet pushed forward, pulled the insurance, and looked at Chen Haonan and Meng Bo with a smile. The city hunter seems to be Meng Bo, who is a big guy, 95 rifle. He thinks that with his own image, tall and mighty, only 95 rifle is like a piece of firewood, suitable for himself. When the time comes, roll a few laps in various postures, plus a few handsome moves of his own, not to mention this tall and long-legged big-breasted female police officer. Don't you want to be fascinated? Anyway, in the city, I'm the protagonist. Meng Bo was very confident, and then he watched Chen Haonan walk towards the gun rack, grabbed a Type 10 heavy machine gun casually, and held it in his arms. Real man, just play big guy. This gun weighs 13 kilograms, thicker than your gun, longer than your gun. If you lose, you will be convinced. 10 sniper rifles, the maximum range can reach 2,000 meters, the use of special 12.7mm bullets, the shock force is very gratifying, usually clamped on the ground to fight, in order to ensure accuracy, and Chen Haonan grabbed this iron guy with one hand. It was really frightening that the people present were silent. It can't be fake. The mixed-race policewoman didn't believe it, so she deliberately walked in front of Chen Haonan and touched his gun. I found that the barrel was rough, huge and heavy, and it was really a murder weapon in the world, and if I used it for myself, I would definitely not be able to withstand it, and after a few bullets, everyone would fall apart. You're such a strong king, I don't know what your shooting talent is. She said talent. She didn't directly say Chen Haonan's level, she generally came to collect it, and the child can't use a gun yet. I'll show you first. Meng Bo stood up, stroked the barrel of the gun, and raised his hand to indicate that it was okay. The next moment, in the card slot of the machine, flying saucers kept flying out, flying irregularly in all directions. Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire continued to sound as the flying saucer flew out, and when the flying saucer was hit, green smoke would come out, reflecting Meng Bo's whole person, all green and bright. He was always unmoved, like a Hulk, constantly firing bullets. The time was 2 minutes, which is 120 seconds, and the final result came out. In 2 minutes, a total of 111 skeets were hit, with a rating of 95. After hearing this result, the Gao team applauded the compensation boss next to him. He is not pretending. At present, the best score of the Donghai City Police Department will not exceed 80 in 2 minutes, including himself. Such a rapid shooting, in the end it is 70. It seems that this city hunter who was always staring at the ass and chest of the Shangjiang policewoman still has some ability. I'm the second. With a smiling smile, Lin Shuzhen walked with long legs, raised the 92 pistol to her chest, flush it, and then spit out with her mouth. You can start. Whoosh. Flying saucers fly at a very fast speed in various postures. Chen Haonan looked sideways and saw that this female police officer was really not a vase. She was either in M posture, or L posture, or U posture, or a fire character. No matter what shooting action, it was very beautiful and in place, which can be called a textbook, and no matter how the flying saucer flies, it can't escape her bullets. In the air, rising smoke is constantly rising, which is very beautiful. Even Meng Bo's shooting scene just now was not so exciting, mainly the city hunter who shot his whole person. His whole posture was like a two-bone dragon. Almost all of them were crawling on the ground, either turning left or right. Anyway, this thing is not good looking. Compared with Lin Shuzhen, she is worthy of being born in Sistria, with a posture in place, and a gun in her soul, which makes people feel that she is not shooting, but a goddess in the clouds and rain of Wushan, dancing in the smoke. The final result was also very encouraging. In 120 seconds, 125 flying saucers were broken, 14 more than City Hunter, and the system gave a rating of 98. Amazing, amazing. Meng Bo didn't feel embarrassed, applauded for love. If Chen Haonan made a result, he would definitely only pause on the ground, strong unwillingness. In front of beautiful women, few men will admit defeat. Lin Shuzhen wiped the fine sweat on her forehead, and pushed the scattered sideburns behind her crystal ears. These movements were natural and charming. Chen Haonan didn't feel anything, and Meng Bo's eyes were straight. I'll go, this girl really looks like my girlfriend. That's what he thought. I've played skeet in the past, but the maximum score is 120, and this time there was a master stimulus, and I played overplay. Lin Shuzhen looked at Chen Haonan, who was holding the murder weapon in his chest, and said with a smile, "Little guy, it's your turn." Meng Bo smiled beside him. Even if he lies on the ground and shoots, he is shocked by the countershock, and everyone falls back. Be careful of hurting you, Officer Lin. After saying that, he moved sideways and inserted himself in front of the mixed-race policewoman, showing his warm man's demeanor. "Hey, you're blocking me. What kind of body are you? Don't you have a bottom in your heart?" Mangbo was startled and quickly moved away, a little embarrassed. Chen Haonan, who was holding the Type 10 sniper rifle, stood in front of the machine. His temperament changed suddenly. He was like a veteran on the battlefield, and a vigorous murderous aura spread out, which was cultivated in the border killing. For military personnel, there is no game, only killing. He turned on the invincible shooting technique, and his mind was like a sophisticated machine, and he began to lock on to the flying saucer. The speed was extremely fast, but Chen Haonan was faster, and with a bang, the huge black muzzle spewed flames, and the bullet directly smashed the flying saucer, bursting out a cloud of smoke. Then, under the stunned eyes of everyone, he actually held a 13-kilogram heavy sniper, and came to a crocodile-like death roll, and when he stopped, the muzzle of the gun just locked on the left side of the flying saucer, bang, shattered again, and then, stunned and rolled, fierce and hanging. It is really indescribable. After the smoke at the scene spread, everyone seemed to see Chen Haonan anymore, and saw a sniper rifle, which was rolling automatically, shooting, and blasting the target. At the scene, Chen Haonan rolled a crocodile 361 do, the muzzle of the gun was raised, and with a bang, the flying saucer of the laser shot was exploded, and then it rolled 180 degrees, and the muzzle of the gun was raised at a 45-degree angle, and the flying saucer was exploded again. As his one-dragon body technique unfolded, the speed became faster and faster, and the people at the scene were stunned to see that he had really disappeared, so he chased the flying saucer with a mature sniper rifle. And the popping sound of reading the disc is jumping wildly. 101.102. 17. 200. Eventually, the numbers stopped, the flying saucers stopped firing, and the scene was like a grove in a university, and after an encounter, the scene was a mess. It's quiet, the air seems to be still. The High Team and Wenju just sighed in their hearts, and they became stronger again, and the machine couldn't keep up with the speed of shooting, worthy of being Gecko Man, the king who won the championship of the National Special Forces competition. Mangbo has also played this game, extremely shocked. He knows that all flying saucers, there are only 200 in total, generally come to collect. The machine will adjust the response according to your results. For example, Chen Haonan is fast enough, and the flying saucers that are shot out will also increase accordingly. What the hell, he's blown it all up, is it possible? Mangbo had actually read Gecko Man's report, saying that he had blown up the fleeing plane. But with his experience in the rivers and lakes, he felt that nonsense, but as a result, the reality was too cruel, and the other party was even more awesome than he imagined, and it was a dick. No wonder my cousin is so fascinated by him that he doesn't want it. I can't wait to marry him. Give him the feeling of being a monkey. Hey, this little guy doesn't have all the hair, he can't use a gun, how did he practice marksmanship? At this moment, Mangbo felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. His fighting was stronger than him, and his marksmanship was better than his. Damn, it's all compared to it, maybe it's just my cock bigger. Compared with the accident of the warm situation, Mangbo's sense of crisis, and the tall and long-legged Sister Ji, I only felt shocked, very shocked. A total of 200 flying saucers, he can blow them all up, or is he holding a heavy sniper? My god, I once swore that my Lin Shuzhen man must be better than me, and his marksmanship is better than me, and he can actually find a qualified one in the mainland? It's a pity that he is still a young child. Lin Shuzhen likes to watch Journey to the West, and also set up a principle similar to Zisha Fairy for her future husband. No one in the Flying Tigers has better marksmanship than her, or even much worse, and there are several stronger than her in martial arts, and they all have families. You're amazing, it's a reward for you. She walked over, wanted to hold Chen Haonan's little head, and kissed it. As a proud peacock, this was the first time she took the initiative to show favor to a man, although it was just a child. Watch your saliva. Chen Haonan held a Type 10 heavy sniper and rejected the female police officer, with a cold and cruel expression. Lin Shuzhen was silent by him, stunned in place, and that confused expression attracted Wenju and Gao Tianjila. Shocked, curious, that's right. Well, is he still qualified? It's wonderful. I apologize for the recklessness before. The mainland is really full of talents, and our Shangjiang side is far from comparable. Wenju happily accepted this rainbow fart and said with a smile, I invite everyone to dinner, and then you can set off again. I wish you a smooth completion of your mission. When Ju took Shin Haonan and them to the blue water paradise in heaven and earth and had a seafood feast. It is worth mentioning that after the meal, Lin Shuzhen was like Chen Haonan's life secretary, breaking crab shells for him and making bowls for him, and when Chen Haonan went to the toilet, she also followed. When Chen Haonan solved the waterfall problem, this female police officer actually grabbed a tissue and waited for him, focusing on a version of Enron 2. Inspector Lin, you don't have to do this to me, I will do my best in this mission. Ha, I'm not afraid of your children's jokes, in fact, I have a secret. After speaking, the female police officer leaned over and said something to Chen Haonan that made his eyes red and his heart beat. Actually, you fit my boyfriend standard very well, but you are too small, otherwise, I must be your girlfriend. When she said these words, Lin Shuzhen deliberately looked at this little man with a similar name to Shangzheng Chen Haonan, who would have expected that he actually nodded his head and said to her unceremoniously, "Beauty, you really have vision, if you want to be my girlfriend, you can only line up in the back, you are the sixth, I already have 5 girlfriends, and none of them will lose to you." You have 5 girlfriends? The half-race policeman burst out laughing, and then his gaze fell on the child's 5 fingers. He wouldn't be referring to this, would he? It's fun, it's so fun, it's strong and cute. If you can use your ability to solve a mysterious case, I will be your girlfriend, and even when you grow up, you can have a child, hee hee. Lin Shuzhen, who lowered her voice, was speechless, but the child seemed to understand very well, nodded, touched her jade arm, and gestured to 666. Looking at the appearance of the two people talking to each other, Meng Bo, who originally wanted to fight with the female police officer, was depressed for a while. Just now it was clear that the two of them were ice and fire. Why are they fighting so hotly now? Also, what is this Chen Haonan's child? There is really a set of pickled girls, and when she grows up, she is a fierce rival. Xiangjiang, inside the police station. Chen Haonan wore a light white tracksuit, followed behind Lin Shuzhen, and went directly to the office of the chief inspector. Through the glass, you can see this famous city, revealing the atmosphere and modernity of the Oriental Pearl. Who knew that in broad daylight, there were also hidden terrifying and mysterious cases. It's so terrifying that even the underworld boss hides in the police station to avoid trouble. Meng Bo also followed, but he deliberately walked side by side with Lin Shuzhen, leaving Chen Haonan with his hands in his pockets behind him. Officer Lin, have you come back from the mainland? The meeting is coming soon. The police officers passing by kept greeting the beautiful Lin Shuzhen, and at the same time, their eyes swept over Meng Bo, full of provocation. This sister is the perfect lover in the police station. By Yue Guan, Meng Bo stood with her. Invisibly, she offended many single young people. Lin Shuzhen is very popular in the police station, but no one wants to take advantage of her. She has high requirements for her partner. Many predecessors can't stand her temper, as well as her daily challenges, and have applied to leave their posts, so Lin Shuzhen has always been alone. Is this the partner you brought back from the mainland? Yes, he's the protagonist too. Lin Shuzhen nodded with a smile, then deliberately waited for Chen Haonan, took his hand, and walked into a reception room under the stunned eyes of everyone. Behind him, there was a sudden discussion. I'm going, haven't you looked away? When did police officer Lin have a child? He looks like he's about 10 years old, so he's pretty handsome. You heard it wrong, she just said that this is her partner. Besides, she just went to the mainland for a week. Where did the child come from? Could it be the man? He looks obsessed. I don't know, but what problems can we solve in Shangjiang that the mainland brags? They can solve them, and they can solve the problems that we can't solve. This time, I'll see how they solve the mysterious case. This is a matter of history. Unless Jesus comes, no one can break it, and the mainland can't be omnipotent. I think the Donghai Public Security Department will just talk about it. We'll see. I've got my pants off. On the other side, Meng Bo asked, Officer Lin, don't you go in to see your inspector? Why do you want to come into the lounge? I'm ready. Solve the case early. Don't worry, let's take you to see an underworld boss first, so that you can have a sense of awe in your hearts for the upcoming enemy. Many of our members of the Flying Tigers were killed because of carelessness, just like Ma Bagua on your mainland. With that, Lin Shuzhen led the two of them through the corridor and into a room. This is a reception living room, about 15 square meters, with fruits and tea sets. There is a middle-aged man drinking tea. He looks very tall, and his body is stronger than Meng Bo, but Chen Haonan found that he was trembling. From the hand holding the tea set to the limbs of the body, he was trembling slightly, and his expression always remained panicked. especially after seeing someone come in, he subconsciously hid back. He was wearing a white windbreaker and a pale face, as if he had overdrawn his body and needed to replace his kidney. In short, the spirit is very trance, as if it is about to collapse at any moment. His name is Jinjo, not Jinjo Cake. His actual identity is the boss of 18K. He has lived here for a week, and he doesn't want to go back, unless we solve the case. Otherwise, he would rather live here forever. From Lin Shuzhen's helpless tone and the scared appearance of this Jinjo, Chen Haonan can speculate how much deterrence that the organization called Mystery brings. His family has been killed, he is the only one left. The mystery is too dangerous to society. I hope we can solve the case as soon as possible. Let's go to the conference room. The Inspector General is waiting for us. Lin Shuzhen was very satisfied with Chen Haonan and Meng Bo's serious or surprised expressions, and brought them over to let them know how powerful the opponent was, and even a gangster boss was scared into a quail. However, what she didn't know was that Chen Haonan's expression as a child has always been serious, and he will not be the child himself unless he sleeps peacefully at night. In the conference room, a room that can accommodate 100 people, all the personnel in charge of the mysterious case are here, including all the members of the Flying Tigers, including the Chief Inspector Zhang Dahua. Everyone was waiting for it, looking at Lin Shuzhen's rescuers who brought and moved, who was sacred. Before Lin Shuzhen came back, she had already sent an email, which read, Heixia has been found, and he came to Shangjiang in person. The Black Hero, who is the chivalrous man who solved the HK murderer case, has a great reputation in the mainland. By the way, when you don't know, according to the report of the East China Sea city on the mainland, the Black Man also has a nickname. His name is Gecko Man, and on the recent luxury cruise ship Poseidon, he killed the dark mercenary group, among which the head General MacDonald died on the East China Sea. Guys, I'll be honest, I'm a fan of Black Hero. Inspector General Zhang Dahua crossed his hands and put them together, facing the other police officers around him, exchanging his views on Chen Haonan. At that time, the director of the Donghai City Public Security Department, the tone of the email sent was very arrogant, full of the smell of the West Factory, so Zhang Dahua deliberately paid attention to the situation of the black man, and made a surprising discovery. This black man who solved the HK homicide case is still a Gecko Man, but his appearance has been mosaic, and it is not clear what kind of hero he looks like. What do you think the black man will look like, tall and handsome, or handsome and chic? The chivalrous men of the mainland are generally very handsome. This must be a young hero. If you follow the tone of Director 1 of the Donghai Public Security Department, the black hero must be colorful and heroic, don't you say? Yes, Inspector Zhao. As a result, Chen Haonan has not yet arrived, and a tall image has taken root in the hearts of everyone. Not long after, at the door of the conference room, Lin Shuzhen walked in with a person, and suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone immediately looked over, and they all wanted to see the demeanor of Black Man and Gecko Man for the first time. I saw that next to Lin Shuzhen, who was holding a lost child, stood a short and sturdy young man. Although he was not ugly, but he was handsome, and he was not involved at all. I'll go, this is the Black Hero? Damn, is this Gecko Man? It's a bit of a disappointment. I have to say that heroes have a kind of effect of opening beautiful pictures, and no one thinks that heroes are bald and blind. Inspector General, let me introduce, this is the instructor of the White Tiger Special Combat Team of the Southeast Military Region, Comrade Chen Haonan. His nickname is Black Hero, and he is also a well-known Gecko Man in the mainland. This time he came to assist us in solving the mysterious case. He is the main force, Comrade Chen Haonan's file. I saw it in the Donghai Public Security Department. Just to assist the police in the operation, he has annihilated powerful enemies many times, including on the Poseidon, and eliminated the world's 9th-ranked dark mercenary group. Private Detective Meng Bo Maid introduced Chen Haonan, a little guy in a few hundred words, and introduced me in no more than 10 words, double standard. After Meng Bo heard Lin Shuzhen's introduction, he was a little unhappy in his heart, but he still maintained his demeanor and smirked. Actually, no one paid attention to the introduction at all. When Lin Shuzhen said Chen Haonan's name and said that he was the famous Black Man and Gecko Man, there seemed to be a big storm at the scene, and the sound of chairs overturning was endless, and people kept leaning over to look over, and then they were all stunned and blinded. I'll go, make trouble. This kid is Black Man, Gecko Man? If the ugly man next to him is a black man, it is more likely, after all, he is really black. But this kid looks like you're about 10 years old, this. It's scary, isn't it? Including Inspector Zhang, who who was blowing Chen Haonan just now, he was really shocked in his heart, and he didn't need to look at Chen Haonan and Lin Shuzhen to patrol back and forth, and he couldn't accept this reality for a while. It's too exaggerated. His child is 12 years old, older than Chen Haonan, and he blows that he is Ultraman every day, but he doesn't use his fart, he only makes tears and feces. He's a black man? Yes, Inspector Zhang, I was suspicious at first, but later, after playing a friendly match with him, seeing his powerful marksmanship, hitting the bullseye again and again, and breaking the record, I was sure that he was the famous black man. Zhang Dehua knew the character of this sister and knew that she wouldn't lie, so he nodded. I'll go. Surprise, he is a fan of Chen Haonan, but he didn't expect to be a handsome child. It seems that he wants to be his father. Chen Haonan saluted to everyone. When Zhang Dehua thought he was going to introduce himself, the kid said a word. I, Chen Haonan, follow everyone, study hard, and make progress every day. Everyone was stunned. This was really the child's speech. I'm a private ace detective. Just when Mang Bo was about to start introducing himself, maybe Zhao Dahua didn't hear his words and interrupted directly. Little black man, you come and sit next to me, the place is reserved. Chen Haonan was not polite, De walked up, and sat down with a cold and cruel little expression. And Mang Bo was pointed out to a vacant seat by Lin Shuzhen, so he had no choice but to sit up. Maid, she must perform well, overpower Chen Haonan, justify her name as a city hunter, and win the favor of this female police officer at the same time. Mang Bo clenched his fists and cheered himself on. Generally speaking, every time he performs a task, he will win the favor of a woman, such as a widow, a black lady, etc., which causes his cousin to be dissatisfied and cause her to empathize and leave her love. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading, the back is more exciting. Now that we are in a meeting, you all know the terror of the mystery. These enemies are mysterious, powerful. Every once in a while, they will appear. Every time they bring bloody incidents, even, they openly provoke our government agencies, in order to maintain the safety of our citizens. This time, I hope you must solve the case as soon as possible, and the future is clear. After Zhang Dahua finished speaking, he explained some details, and then said that this mission was led by Lin Shuzhen, and the specific actions were arranged by her. Following, Lin Shuzhen was also polite, and after briefly talking about some plans, she explained the information about the mysterious organization that she could currently have, and then, her beautiful eyes turned and looked at the young child. After listening to this information, do you have any ideas, or do you have any plans? In Lin Shuzhen's opinion, Chen Haonan can use thunderous means to force HK's murderer, and he can also get them together one by one. There must be some means. Sure enough, Chen Haonan calmly spoke, I need to go and see the corpse that died in the mysterious incident right now. That's fine, you come with me. Chen Haonan followed Lin Shuzhen out of the conference room and came to the mortuary, where more than a dozen corpses covered with white cloth were placed, and cold air was everywhere. After Chen Haonan passed through the large battlefield, he didn't feel the corpse at all, walked over directly, pulled open the fabric and glanced at it a few times, then changed the corpse and continued to look at it again. After reading all the corpses, Chen Haonan spoke indifferently. Mysterious killers, very particular about traditional craftsmanship, judging from their habits, often go to the casino to find it. Meng Bo, Lin Shuzhen, and everyone accompanying them all looked at this 10-year-old child in amazement. No, you glanced at the body a few times and knew that the murderer could be found in the casino? Is it so weird? The forensic doctor couldn't see it, he just looked at the wound a few times. However, the wounds of the deceased are indeed very strange, but no one can see what the law is, and I didn't expect it to become a traditional craft in Chen Haonan's mouth. Meng Bo said, according to my experience, we should go to the scene of the crime, not just speculate on the corpses. I want to ask, have these corpses been restored? No, we kept it the way it was. Lin Shuzhen thought for a moment, and then said, according to Comrade Chen Haonan, let's go to the casino first. I believe he has his own way. Everyone could only nod, but Meng Bo clenched his fists and could only relax. Go for it. Chen Haonan is clothed in black heroes, the brilliance of Gecko-man, just like the moon in the countryside, illuminating the darkness of the ridges, and no one can ignore his advice. Meng Bo wanted to give his opinion, but he was ignored by the passers-by. He felt that this child was too big, and he could only endure it. I don't believe it. He can infer the existence of the secret from his wounds. Is it rare that he is the master of the secret? Meng Bo didn't know that just now, between the lightning and Flint, Chen Haonan had already used the desperate situation to deduce back to the place where the deceased was finally killed, not the home where the police station was recorded, but the casino, and the body was thrown into the house, setting up an illusion. In other words, if he went to the scene of the crime to investigate according to Meng Bo's speculation, he would not be able to find anything, and he was suspicious. This is the source of the mystery. Sister Lin, these enemies know how to bluff very well, and change their posture to deceive you. Chen Haonan held Lin Shuzhen's gentle jade hand and said indifferently, in this case, we will also play a set of tricks with them, to pull out the scared rabbit Jin Zhou as bait, and let him cooperate with us in the exercise. Lin Shuzhen was a little embarrassed. She felt that Jin Zhou was scared into a rabbit. Would he agree? I'll convince him. While speaking, Chen Haonan returned to the lounge again, pushed the door in, and saw the rabbit sitting on the sofa, showing an embarrassed but polite expression to them. You're busy with yours, just ignore me, you can be a psychopath when I am. Jin Zhou pulled his mouth and said at the same time. He also reached out and took out his crotch several times. He had no personal image at all. If it was usual, several girls served him at this time, since his family was destroyed, made into a corpse, hung at the door of his room, and marked his name label. He was really scared. Life is impermanent, he didn't die so soon, and he died so miserably. Mr. Jin Zhou, we need you to cooperate with the action and cause a mysterious killer. Don't worry, I will definitely protect your safety. Lin Shuzhen is in the mentality of trying, and she is not sure at all. Sure enough, Jin Zhou immediately sat upright and immediately refused. No, I'm not going anywhere. For decades, they have designated someone to give them a sum of money every year, and anyone who doesn't cooperate is dead. You guys are so awesome, you have already solved the case. Do you still need me? I don't want to die so soon. As you said, they have a threatening target for a year, and according to the principle of doing things secretly, they will always wait for you to come out. How long can you hide? Lao Tzu can't manage so much. You use a tractor to pull, you can't pull Lao Tzu. What's the matter? I'm also a taxpayer. Do you want to drive me out? His voice began to get louder, revealing the anger of the boss of the underworld, and he was incompetent and furious. You wasters, it's useless. Do you want to drive me out and die? Pounce on your mother. I'm angry. I pay so much tax every year, and you still let me order takeout. Here Lin Shuzhen was scolded with black lines all over her head, her pretty face sank, and her waist was crossed. Seeing this, Meng Bo next to him immediately stepped forward and snorted coldly, I'm a private detective, Meng Bo, I haven't seen a triad, it's useless to have you, and I'm afraid of another underworld. Are you good as a person? Just like a girl, we are following you, and we are not sending you out to die. What are you afraid of? What wave are you? Is your wave big? What kind of private detective? Where are you mixed up? I haven't heard of it. Jin Zhou directly widened his eyes, raised his hand and pointed at Meng Bo and scolded, this female policeman is polite and knows how to say good things. You still threaten me. Lao Tzu doesn't care what kind of waves you have. I will blow you all up. Damn, this son of a bitch. Meng Bo was so angry that he almost burst into smoke. His face was red and his neck was thick. Grandma Fat Bo, can you be more respectful? Otherwise, Lao Tzu will teach you how to be a qualified underworld. You bluff me, with the family property, pounce on your mothers. The gold teeth inlaid with gold 9 kept flying, and they couldn't stop the car at all. At this moment, he felt the figure in front of him pause, and then snapped. A violent crash sounded one after another. With the sound of crackling, Jin Zhou's big pie face shook left or right, up or down, and after more than a dozen times, his face was swollen, and all the cursed words were swallowed back into his stomach. His eyes widened, and he looked at the little child standing in front of him with a sinister face. He looked cold and ruthless, without the slightest expression, and was taking back the palm that was pumping him, and scolded. Your face is full of greasy. How long have you not washed your face? You have no interest at all. Lao Tzu is a child. You are not afraid. You are an old man, and you are scared like this. It's really embarrassing. What are you hitting me for? Jin Zhou saw Chen Haonan's raised palm, and immediately swallowed the words behind him. This kid was so ruthless and fast, he was a little addicted. Who are you? I'm Chen Haonan, a special forces from the mainland, and an instructor of the special commando. Chen Haonan, is it a bar handle in Causeway Bay? Jin Zhou dug his nose and flicked it on Meng Bo's body. Are you scaring me? Meng Bo almost threw up and looked for tissues everywhere. Lin Shuzhen pointed at Chen Haonan and said, "He is the black man of the mainland, Gecko Man. As long as you can lure the killer out, he can be killed. I believe you have read the report of the Poseidon, the ninth dark mercenary group in the world, was completely destroyed by him alone, and even the time bomb installed by the giant mother was demolished by him with one hand. Jinzhou, you don't want to hide here for the rest of your life, your parents, wife and children's revenge, don't you? Want to revenge? This is the last chance. He will not be here for a long time. Let you lead the enemy out. It is also his advice." He's the black man who solved the HK homicide? Gecko Man on the Poseidon? I've seen the news, but why is he a child? Jinzhou's orange skin-like face, for the first time, a smile bloomed. He was not optimistic about the police in Shangjiang, but there was an inexplicable belief in the soldiers on the mainland. Those soldiers had faith, and they didn't want to be bad guys here, and everyone he dealt with, 90% of them were mixed with future titles, and 1% was too late to fall. Chen Haonan snorted and said, "If you can lure them out, I will have the ability to kill them. I will not be here for more than 3 days. If you hesitate, I may return to the mainland tomorrow. I'm willing to help." Suddenly, Jinzhou didn't hesitate at all, and nodded directly. Lin Shuzhen looked at him in amazement, and she couldn't react a little. "I believe that there is a soldier of Shinan, Zhang Ziqiang, who can sue you for committing a crime in Shangjiang, and went to the mainland. No matter how he spoke, he was fed peanuts, which is enough to show the quality of your soldiers, and if he is really Gecko Man, I still worship him a little. McDonald, that guy I have seen, a very arrogant gringo. I didn't expect to be killed by Gecko Man. Are you really Gecko Man, though? I've read comics. Gecko Man can pee more than 10 meters away, and his cock grows on his face." Mengbo, who came back from washing his hands, was surprised when he heard Jinzhou's words. "What do you mean that a dick grows on your face?" Jinzhou glanced at him and said excitedly, "It's a group of comic book enthusiasts, with the power of imagination, to draw the plot of the Gecko Hero's destruction of the Dark Mercenary Group, the picture of the dragon and tiger fight, in which the Gecko Man's forehead is drawn with a huge handful, and 2 eggs are painted on the eyelids, which looks very realistic and majestic. I think it's very good." Why did God paint a big cock on his face? That's a good point, don't say it next time. Chen Haonan was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that his idol, in Shangjiang, was actually a big bird flying on his face. Who the hell, such a weird, is Lao Tzu fighting bayonets with McDonald? Sure enough, Shangjiang is a romantic capital. It's too wavy, there is no bottom line at all. You draw an iron hammer, or an eagle, you paint a machine bully on Lao Tzu's face. Chen Haonan was slandering, and suddenly, Jinzhou took out an open comic book from under his buttocks and handed it over, with a flattering look. "See for yourself, I've been reading this comic to give myself courage. After all, the 9th mercenary group in the world has been wiped out by Gecko Man. Sometimes, I still light incense and say goodbye. I didn't expect it, it's really useful." Jinzhou has always said Gecko Man, not you. He just can't accept it. Gecko Man is a child. It seems that he was played by his own boogers next to him, and it is suitable for some. After all, he is darker, and it is quite suitable to be called Blackman, and also, he walks outside the figure, and it seems to be similar to Gecko, but it is ugly. This is unbearable. Chen Haonan took the comic book in amazement. Good guy, and the cover read, Superhero, Mainland Gecko Man. When I opened it, a young man dressed in black, standing on the cruise ship, looked like a star, and his spirit was flying. No, these are not important. The important thing is that on his forehead, there is a second brother rising to the sky. On his eyelids, there are 2 circles, and there are scattered colorful clouds around the circle. The second brother clan embraces the majesty of the eagle. There is a kind of wings flying, fighting the waves of the expressive. Not to mention, the drawing is quite realistic, so that the man can see it, and there is a feeling of wanting to fight a bayonet. Chen Haonan, who already had the burden of idols, directly threw his little face towards the ground with a black face, bluffing his little face, indifferent as frost. "Give me, show me." Lin Shuzhen pounced, snatched the comic book from Chen Haonan's black face, and glanced at it. She showed the smile of the old driver, and she leaned forward and backward with a poof, almost losing her center of gravity. "You're only 10 years old, and you can't see the stitches yet. And you actually turned into Optimus Prime, huh? It turned out to be painted by the author of Long Human. This is really his style. You are a great eagle man, huh?" At this moment, Lin Shuzhen revealed the nature of the old driver, laughing rampantly, ignoring the inappropriateness of children in her words. Chen Haonan bluffed his little face, turned away, and ignored it. "Show me." Meng Bo snatched the comic book and glanced at the bayonet on his forehead that rose to the sky. That kind of might, that kind of majesty, made his saliva drool with envy. My mother, isn't this the image he is pursuing? No, no, go back and find a publishing house yourself, and design an image for yourself, preferably with a few handfuls of faces. You must know that Meng Bo's detection ability is still secondary. He has conceded that he is the first man in the world for his second brother, but he didn't expect to meet a child today, who already has the image of a big eagle, and he has been drawn into a cartoon and circulated. See, I don't think it's an exaggeration at all. If he really has the strength of a gecko man, he should be drawn like this, the big cock. It's the image representative of a man. The bigger it is, the stronger the representative ability. Jinzhou showed a very understanding expression beside him. Chen Haonan snorted coldly and said, according to your excellency's theory, your little bird must be found with a magnifying glass? This. That one. Ah ha ha. Jinzhou laughed awkwardly. In fact, sometimes when he went to the toilet, he had to look for a long time in the grass, and he almost collapsed. This gecko man is interesting, and he has a very good appetite for talking. Let's go, lie here for too long, Lao Tzu has corpse spots. Jinzhou regained his courage and stood up with a big grin, but he didn't notice his zipper, and he didn't pull it properly. Mr. Jinzhou, you zip up your first before you go out, otherwise, people will think that you are a transgender and have nothing. Half an hour later. The luxury ship near the pier, there are constantly gamblers boarding. These people are either rich or expensive. In the words of an underworld boss, what grade you are, you can also get on a steamer with Lao Tzu. At this moment, a figure of 178 cm, wearing a black gauze skirt, with a white top hat of the beauty appeared. Her figure is extremely graceful, curvy, the whole body reveals a kind of menstrual regularity, punctuality, large volume, no inflammation of the healthy beauty, attracting the eyes of travelers who come to find excitement around. It's just that when these people noticed that this beauty was holding a child who was short of her head in her hand, they were stunned again. This is a child, he looks very handsome, wearing a private customized small suit, bluffing his little face, looking very stylish. This child is naturally Chen Haonan. He was pulled by Lin Shuzhen in an evening dress, as if his sister was pulling his younger brother, but boarding such a luxury ship was very abrupt. When someone asks about our relationship, you can just say it's my girlfriend. Don't say anything about my brother and sister, understand? Hearing Chen Haonan's bold suggestion, Lin Shuzhen was a little stunned. I'll go, will I become the junior he raised? The point is that he is just a child, even if Shang Jiang is the most lustful. Zhao Gongzi, who claims to have had more than 1,000 women, is not so exaggerated. It is worth mentioning, Zhao Gongzi is the son of the king of the ship. He once said a famous saying, my father has slept with more than 10,000 women, and as the successor, I must surpass his old man to be considered a qualified successor. So Zhao Gongzi has become synonymous with the strongest player, and the people in Shangjiang are talking about him. When will he go bankrupt? The men here are coveting your beauty. My purpose in doing this is to put their attention on me. Anyone with bad intentions, I can rely on my sixth sense. I can speculate on their aura, whether they have killed people, so that the scope of tracking can be narrowed. That's a good suggestion, but it's a pity that you're too young to do anything. Otherwise, I'd really consider being your real girlfriend. Hee, you should be glad I'm still young, otherwise, you'll be hit on the head. Chen Haonan just complained in his heart. He represents the image of a mainland soldier, and he also has the idle burden of Gecko Man, unlike a private detective like Meng Bo, who hides in the dark and waves as much as he wants. Sister Linya, come here. Just as Chen Haonan turned on the wind and shadow catching skills, and was about to scan the guests in the casino, a young man in white casual clothes walked out of the casino and called Sister Ya to Lin Shuzhen. After this young man appeared, he obviously attracted everyone's attention, and Chen Haonan heard someone talking. This is Zhao Gongzi, the son of the ship king. Zhao Gongzi, known as the king of cannons, swore to surpass his father at the coming-of-age ceremony, and any woman he fancied couldn't run away. It seems that he has taken a fancy to Sister Linya, and it is rumored in the rivers and lakes that when he pursued this Sister Ya, the other party ran away to be an errand boy, which is the only woman he can't get. Listening to these discussions, Chen Haonan really saw a so-called Zhao Gongzi, his eyes shining on Lin Shuzhen, who was wearing a black gauze skirt next to him, and those eyes were round, as if he wanted to buckle them down and throw them on the body of the mixed-race female police officer. Good guy, those cartoonists wrote a few handfuls on my face. This guy nicknamed the Cannon King is the humanoid machine tyrant. Chun Haonan complained, and at this moment, Comrade Meng Bo, the nurse messenger behind him, finally waited for a rare opportunity. A sudden flash, blocking in front of Lin Shuzhen, Comrade Meng Bo showed a chic smile, and first said to Lin Shuzhen, "Madam, don't be afraid, I will protect you." "Thank you, I went in with him first." "You?" Meng Bo was a little blinded. Wasn't it a beautiful woman who was bullied by a bully? His hero jumped out to save the scene, and then blew up all the enemies, and then the beauty waited next to him to hold his hand and promise him? "Why," she said, "I'll go in first. You should be in front of it first." As soon as these thoughts flashed, at the door, several of Zhao Gongzi's bodyguards had already surrounded him, telling him not to meddle in his affairs. "You'd better not mess with me, I'm in a bad mood." "Stop him, I'll chase Sister Linya." Zhao Hao showed a smile like Oyanko, smiled casually, and chased after Lin Shuzhen, who was pulling the child, and behind him, several bodyguards immediately stopped Meng Bo. "Do you feel it?" Lin Shuzhen bit her red lip and lowered her voice. "Not yet, you give me some strength." "How do I want me to cooperate with you, or take the initiative? I don't understand anything, you taught me." "That's okay, take the initiative for me, you can cooperate, don't scream, I have a lot of strength, you bear with it." While speaking, Chun Haonan stepped forward quickly, replacing him with a female police officer walking in front and leading a confused face from behind. After she saw Chen Haonan in front of him change his posture, his whole temperament changed. He was no longer a lost little lamb, he seemed to have become a small boss with a successful career, and he was the Xiaomi he raised, he was the Xiaomi who was too mature. This kid actually wants to be held by Xiaomi who I am, it's a bit interesting. Although she couldn't guess what Chen Haonan wanted to do and how to find out the murderer, she was so curious, and she felt that Chen Haonan was really good at fun. The two stepped forward quickly, and when they walked towards the casino, such a shot in such an atmosphere made many people look sideways, and they couldn't see what kind of combination this was at all. Mother and son are impossible. The child who walks in front, with short hair and a cold temperament, if you ignore his height, he is completely a Nanyang boss, and the girl with long legs in the back is as well behaved as a cat. This scene was also seen by Zhao Hao, who came over, he frowned, and began to seriously look at Chen Haonan, who was walking in front and looked like he didn't recognize his 6 relatives. "Where did this kid come from? He looks like a good dick." Lin Meinu was actually led by her obediently, which is very unreasonable. According to her temper, when she was elected as the second sister, she sent flowers to the backstage, carried a sports car key, and a villa real estate certificate, but found it in the trash can, and after that day, he did not see Lin Shuzhen, and later, she inexplicably entered the Flying Tigers and became a police officer. "It looks weird, I can't put it into words. You two, pull that kid away from me and send him off the boat." "Yes, boss." Zhao Hao has 10 bodyguards around him, and the black man who stopped him just now is very strong, so he divided 6 people to deal with it, and right now, there are still 4 bodyguards by his side. After hearing the boss's instructions, the 2 generals shook their tall figures and walked towards Chen Haonan arrogantly. The 2 of them didn't have any nonsense, and when they arrived in front of Chen Haonan, they directly went to pull people left and right at the same time, wanting to set him up, throw him off the ship, and let him go home by himself to find his mother to feed. Who knows, the hands of the 2 have not touched each other, and at the same time they feel the shadow shake, their knees are in severe pain, and they bang twice, and they kneel on the ground straight. Looking at the scene, it was these 2 people who came over and knelt directly to Chen Haonan, like an ancient slave who sought his master. Ignore it and keep walking. Even Lin Shuzhen next to her couldn't see clearly how Chen Haonan made a move, she was a little stunned, and let Chen Haonan pull her feet without stopping, and walked into the luxury casino. Behind him, the stunned Zhang Gongzi looked at his 2 subordinates blindly, and staggered to his feet, with a painful look on his face. "What's going on?" "That kid. He was so quick that I didn't even react." "Me too." "Too nonsense, this month's bonus, you don't have it." When Zhao Hao heard this, he was a little surprised. His subordinates were all boxers, they moved very fast, and their strength was great, and they were actually plotted. After scolding a few words, Zhao Hao immediately followed up with the casino. "It was all an illusion, it couldn't scare me, this kid was just that." Leaning next to the bar, Lin Shuzhen said helplessly, "Do you want to gamble money? This time I came out in a hurry, I didn't bring much cash, and I didn't bring any bank cards, but if this is your plan, I can call back to the bureau, provided that you have to talk about the plan, otherwise I can't find the interface to ask for money." Her tone was a little aggrieved. Said that he would come to the casino to arrest people, but Chen Haonan pulled her, just a variety of role-playing, mother roles, girlfriend roles, lover roles. Now it has become a gambling role, which is outrageous to think about. Before Chen Haonan could speak, there was a click of footsteps behind him. Zhao Hao, who was in a leisurely suit and had a dashing look, walked over quickly, pinched the silver bank card in his hand, and looked at Lin Shuzhen with a smile. Sister Lingya, wait for you to have a meal with me, all the consumption today, I Zhao Gongzi will pay. If you lose, it will be mine. You can take it away if you win, how about it? I haven't taken the initiative to invite a woman for a long time. In general, they are posted on it, which has damaged my reputation, as the only heir of the ship king. Wherever I go, there is always these troubles. Not only me, you look at the past Li Chaoran, not with a beautiful Asian sister. There is a wonderful story, so far people talk about it. Well, there is also Lul Wanxiong boss. There is still his legend in the rivers and lakes, and I Zhao Hao except for you Lin Shuzhen. I have not been interested in other Asian sisters, I could have sworn it. He wanted to kneel on the ground and swear an oath to heaven. When he said these words, he quietly looked at Sister Ye, who had not seen him for 3 years, and felt that the other party had the style of a mature woman, and had a girlish innocence and frankness, especially the eyes were always clear and shiny, clean, unlike other bewitching sluts, not so much that those bitches took a fancy to themselves, but also that they took a fancy to their own RMB. He has rarely seen such a pursuing Asian sister, and after winning the award, he immediately jumped out of the entertainment industry and became a glorious people's policeman. Lin Shuzhen didn't answer him, but looked at Chen Haonan, and asked in a coquettish tone of envy from Zhao Hao, my dear, what do you think? I fully cooperate. Cold salad will do. Chen Haonan took out his mobile phone from his pocket and said simply, Jinzhou, you can come over. Jinzhou? The name is a little inexplicably familiar. Zhao Hao thought about it, and not long after, there was a voice stuck in his throat behind him, muffled. Boss, I'm here, remember to cover me. This person is Jinzhou, who has already appeared on the ship, the underworld boss who was scared half to death by the secret organization, and he can't wait to call Chen Haonan's father, so as to bring him enough security. This person has been picketing my girlfriend, according to your rules, what do you think? That pink intestine dares to worry about your sister-in-law, do you? Jinzhou's ferocity stared at Zhao Hao. All the rich people in Shangjiang don't want to offend the gangsters, these people can do anything, unless you are darker and more ruthless than them. Zhao Hao, who will only be ruthless to women, was coaxed on the spot. He already recognized the identity of Jinzhou, the boss of 18K. This organization has not been established for a long time, and the shooting horse farm and other transactions have risen quickly, and Jinzhou, in addition to doing business, is also engaged in mercenary business. But recently, I don't know why, the shooting range and the horse farm were suddenly disbanded, and the people disappeared, but I didn't expect to appear here. Misunderstanding, I just want to play gambling with him. Come here, isn't it all about playing? Who wants to fight? Chen Haonan had already turned on the skill of chasing the wind and catching shadows, and he couldn't lock the dangerous aura for the time being, so he was not in a hurry, and said, you can play if you want, I'll play with you. Really? That's great. Zhao Hao nodded and made a gesture of please. Since Jinzhou listened to this child, he didn't dare to be careless. Damn, he couldn't care so much, trick the child in and trap his words. Chen Haonan pointed at Jinzhou, you go up and bet with him. Okay, it's been a long time since I've had a good time. Jinzhou didn't think much about it. Maid, for so long, who knows how he has lived, he hasn't taken a bath for a month, he hasn't played with women, and he hasn't gambled. Gecko Man is a good guy. Gambling king mode, I suggest that if you want to play, just play big, start with 10 million, dare to bet? This sentence silenced Jinzhou and Zhao Hao, who were already sitting on the stage. Big brother, no, little friend, that's a movie, in reality, in addition to the event, who starts with 10 million. Jinzhou and Zhao Gongzi are both celebrities, which attracted a lot of onlookers, and when they heard this, they all started talking. Who is that kid? Jinzhou seems to listen to him. My mother, start with 10 million, how can this be played? They are all rich people, they must be able to afford to play, especially Zhao Gongzi, who has an inheritance of tens of billions. Do you say he has no money? In the midst of the discussion, Jinzhou, who was wearing a new pair of gold wire glasses, glared at everyone with a mighty face, and then turned his head and lowered his voice. I don't have that much money, I don't have more than 1 million on me. After the accident, the money was transferred abroad, except for real estate, but the information was not brought out. Why millions? I've never played this big, I feel very exciting, but I don't have any money. Can I give some gambling money from the police station? Lin Shuzhen opened her mouth and closed it, looking at Chen Haonan speechlessly. She couldn't understand at all how he wanted to play. At this moment, in the sound of da-da-da-da, Meng Bo ran in from outside, heard that he needed to bet, and after starting with 10 million, he silently retreated behind everyone, saying that he would not participate in anything. There's no way, he is also a poor ghost, and his money is kept in his cousin's place, which is one of the reasons why he didn't let go of Chen Haonan for a long time. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. Zhao Gongzi on the opposite side laughed. You can, I have no problem, and I am not bad for money, but there are too many chips, so I won't show it. We can do a property notarization, for example, I show the black card. As he spoke, he stared at Lin Shuzhen and smiled, snapped his fingers, and for a moment, took out a hacker from his pocket and handed it to the notary of the casino, which showed a balance of 1 billion. There were exclamations all around, worthy of being the strongest player, coming out to play, with 1 billion pocket money. No wonder he was called Brother Hao, it was too proud. In the baptism of everyone's eyes and the worship of discussions, Zhao Gongzi looked at the sassy Lin Shuzhen slightly. His actions were done for this woman. One small goal was not enough, he smashed 10 small targets. Seeing this, Lin Shuzhen turned her head and snorted lightly. However, she is also a little embarrassed when she has a strong heart. What is the wrong way for Chen Haonan to come to the casino to play? He probably thinks that Jinzhou is rich. Use my card to do notarization. Just when Lin Shuzhen was embarrassed, an indifferent voice pulled her back, and when she looked back, she saw Chen Haonan's hand, between her fingers, with a black card, the edge of the hacker, inlaid with sparkling diamonds. The exclamations around her had replaced the doubts in her heart. I'll go. The diamond black card, limited to the world, no more than 100 pieces, actually appeared in the hands of a child? This diamond black card was given to him by his father Lao Chen after Chen Haonan went home to play the piano last time. As long as it was, he originally wanted to send his son to experience the life of the army, but he listened to the meaning of his life assistant. Chen Haonan became the chief instructor of the special forces, which made Lao Chen confused, so he thought of a trick and gave this diamond black card to Chen Haonan, just to tell his son to retire early and spend all the money in it, otherwise, he would have no desire to make money. As for how much money was in it, Chen Haonan himself did not check. He thought for a moment, then took out another black card from his pocket and handed it to the notary together. If it's not enough, there's another one here, count it together. Okay. The notary was a little stunned. It was another limited edition, a diamond black card. Has this thing started mass production? Or are these black cards all fake? After all, it was just a child who took out these diamond black cards, and everyone was skeptical, mainly because of Chen Haonan's aura, which was very powerful, and it was easy for people to put aside the question of his identity. It's a bit of an exaggeration. I've never seen anything like this in all my years in the casino, and it's definitely going to be in the news today. According to the current situation, first of all, the son of the Zhao family takes a fancy to Sister Linya, and the mysterious little man kills halfway to stop Zhao Gongzi, and the two sides begin to compare wealth and win the favor of the beauty? I don't understand, but it feels so powerful. Finally, there is a player who is younger and more arrogant than Zhao Gongzi, who can make Jinzhou so obedient. Everyone wondered about Chen Haonan's age, as well as whether he had money or not. It didn't take long for them to get their answers. The notary, who was hurrying back and forth, walked back to Chen Haonan's side and spoke in a trembling and respectful tone. Your assets can have the highest level of treatment in the casino. It is impossible to say how much it is, but from his actions and tone, you can infer that the money in the card must be very scary. After all, the notary has seen a big scene. Then begin, you listen to me and play your cards. Jinzhou grinned, rubbing his palms with excitement. Worthy of being a gecko man, he actually brought so much money out. Such a big scene is exciting. Although he didn't know where the enemy was, his sixth sense told him that the organization called Mystery must have been interested in him, and even launched an investigation into him. As for identity exposure? There's nothing to say. What Chen Haonan has to do is to lure the snake out of the hole. As long as the other party strikes first, with the skill of desperate deduction, he can follow the vine. Soon, more than an hour passed. Zhao Hao, who was opposite Jinzhou, could no longer maintain his original dignity. He ripped off his tie, unbuttoned the top 2 buttons, his eyes were scattered and unwilling, staring at the front. He lost 100 million. You know, although he is the only heir of the Ship King, it is impossible to have billions of cash on his body, so to speak. If the hair on his whole body is cash, he has already plucked the hair on his thighs. What's the origin of this little guy? He always seems to know my cards and hit the streets. Is this 1,000? The more he thinks about it, the more likely it is. Otherwise, why does he keep squinting his little eyes and occasionally moving his ears? It seems that he still wants the glamorous Asian sister to massage him and relax. In fact, he is covering up the action of giving money. Thinking of this, Zhao Hao couldn't help it. He stood up with a bang, his sloppy eyes became sharp, and he slapped the table. You are out of 1,000, I won't admit it. When these words were spoken, the people around them were in an uproar and exchanged their heads and ears. It doesn't seem to be. I didn't see any out of the ordinary movements. It's just that kid. I've been massaging beautiful women. It's nothing. Could it be that Zhao Gongzi is in a hurry? I heard that his family's tens of billions of assets have been made into custody funds, and he can receive 100 million yuan a year, and today he has lost a year's living expenses. No wonder. Mr. Zhao, if you don't have evidence, please respect the rules of our casino and be willing to lose. The notary took the security guard of the casino and found it in time and unceremoniously reminded the other party not to make trouble here. That kid, how old does he look? He knows how to gamble. Moreover, he has been interacting with Miss Lin, so it is normal for me to suspect it. Do you suspect chicken feathers hit the street? At this moment, enjoying a handful of exciting life, Jinzhou threw the poker directly on the table, making a loud sound. Zhao Hao was immediately intimidated, and the person calmed down, and then, accompanied by a notary, completed the transfer that made him vomit blood. He walked out of the room quickly, returned to his main suite, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and drove out the bunny girl who had already undressed and was ready to provide the service. The falling flowers are intentional, the flowing water is ruthless. Lin Shuzhen, this woman, will not deliberately find a child, make a game for Lao Tzu, and cheat me of my money. Since this is the case, Lao Tzu will definitely not let you have a good time. The beauty didn't get it. She was threatened by Jinzhou of the underworld, and she was deceived of 100 million, but the opponent was still a child. It is conceivable that this matter must have spread all over Shangjiang, and after tea and dinner in the future, the people of Shangjiang will definitely discuss that the playboy of the Zhao family will spend 100 million to make a woman. Still not soaked in. Shame, shame. Don't look at the Zhao family. There is a tradition, that is, they like to sleep with many women, such as Zhao Hao's father, who claims to have slept with tens of thousands of beautiful women. Actually, this is just a superficial sign. The internal truth is this: the Zhao family likes to use the policy of strong women. The heir has the ability to know women. Generally speaking, such a woman has ambition and means, but lacks capital and platform. It is best to have suffered some setbacks, and it is best to have good looks, and then the heir will take a shot, develop into his own mistress through various ways, and then open a franchise store for these beauties. Let her own business. The Zhao family occupies the lion's head. This is the so-called form of 1 + 1 is greater than 2, not to mention, the mistress who has slept with the father and son of the Zhao family, 70% can do business, not just a vase. It's a model of sleeping and giving you money back. Zhao Hao asks Lu every day, that is, he is looking for all kinds of women. He is very optimistic about Lin Shuzhen, and thinks that her appearance and talent are the best combination he has ever seen. That's it, I'll give him a game today. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. The people of the Zhao family have always slept with women and used women, but they were actually deceived by women? After thinking about it for more than 10 minutes, Zhao Hao felt that he couldn't swallow this breath, mainly because he felt that Lin Shuzhen was really good. If he got her, he must be a hen who could hatch golden eggs for him, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He turned on his phone, slid to a screen that said Mr. Bear, and dialed the phone. What's the matter with you? After the call went through, a deep voice was heard. Zhao Hao knew that this person was the most mysterious and terrifying person he had ever seen, and his tone became extremely respectful. Mr. Xiong, you said you wanted to rule the underworld, but I saw your target today and still alive to gamble with me. You mean Jinzhou? Yes, he also came out to play a game for Lao Tzu, brought a child of unknown origin, and deceived Lao Tzu with a small target. I'm not interested in your business. What cooperation do you need? Also, don't expose my number, or you'll have to carry the coffin of the whole family tomorrow. What a big breath. Zhao Hao didn't doubt this sentence at all. He quickly said, I need to investigate the identity of that kid in the bureau, and then, we will talk about cooperation. Send me a photo, a fixed price, 10 million. Mr. Xiong, with our friendship, I also sent one of my women to play with you, and you haven't returned it, so you will investigate an identity, and you want 10 million? Zhao Hao couldn't help but raise his voice. Hung up. The busy sound from the other side of the phone made Zhao Hao almost hold his breath, and after taking a deep breath, he still found a friend in the casino, called up the surveillance, intercepted Chen Haonan's photo, and sent it to the email address provided by the other party. After doing all this, he threw his tizy shape on the bed, and after calming down for a while, he pressed the service button. A few minutes later, a beautiful young girl in a light gauze entered his room. The dim and spacious room, no, it should be said that this is not a room, and the hall is counted, it is a vast space that extends in all directions, except for some luxurious leather sofas, a full set of gym equipment, and rows of different models of guns, shimmering with metallic luster. On the wide black sofa, there was a man with a long head. He couldn't see his facial features clearly with glasses, and the muscles under the lenses collapsed tightly. Even if he was sitting, he was not much shorter than the big man in black next to him. He is Mr. Xiong on Zhao Hao's phone. Mr. Xiong looked at the river in front of him, glanced up at the damp ceiling from time to time, and said to himself, I turn around once every 3 years, this time I hid in the underground of the Flying Tigers, it's really interesting. The other party also asked for support to the mainland, a city hunter Meng Bo, a 10-year-old child. Although Meng Bo's ability is good, but he is just an animal that thinks with his lower body. As for that child, it's a little interesting, his name is Gecko. Man Mr. Bear was holding a document in his hand, which he had just gotten about Gecko Man. Chen Haonan, 10 years old, boy, 5th grade student, joined the army before graduating. The current identity is a Special Forces officer of the Southeastern Military District, the best graduate of Siberia, who broke almost all records and received the Order of Warrior. Not long ago, he won the championship of the Special Forces competition of the 5 major military regions. He once killed the Japanese Ghost Boy organization 13 Eagles, killed Thomas in Uruk, and became the little Superman reported by the world, and the international killer Wang Yadong also folded in his hands. His codenames are Black Hero, Gecko Man, and Strength Evaluation AAA. At this moment, Chen Haonan was like a stripped beauty in front of Mr. Xiong, naked. All the performance materials since he joined the army are here. After reading these materials, Mr. Xiong's eyes lit up. It's still a little interesting. I joined the army at the age of 10, and I got the strongest soldier king. Without our special biochemical improvement, to have such a record, it is indeed a good opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, the email in his mobile phone lit up, showing that the sender was Zhao Hao. After clicking on the email, he replied a few words, then left his phone aside and continued to read the information. On the other side, in the room, Taizi Zhao Hao saw that the mobile phone was lit up, and immediately pushed the beauty's head, signaled the other party to move down to facilitate the removal of the space, and then opened the email in the sound of the beauty's whining. The next moment, he almost jumped. Outrageous, outrageous, I actually want 100 million. Mr. Xiong's email to him was, I already know who he is, and you have to deal with him, a fixed price, 100 million. You always have to tell me the identity of the other party, and also, I want that child to die. I want you to send Lin Shuzhen to my room and let me train me. Jin Zhou is your target, but I want him to die a miserable death. Zhao Hao called directly, and after connecting, he was worried that the other party would hang up, so he immediately said a bunch of requests. Gotta add money. How much? Add 10 million, this is the floor price we started with. Zhao Hao breathed a sigh of relief and asked curiously, no problem, I want to ask, why is that child worth 100 million? Is he worth more than Lin Shuzhen? He is the Gecko Man of Donghai City on the mainland. You can check the specific news yourself, hang up, and after the account arrives, we will take action. Gecko Man. Zhao Hao was stunned for a moment, his mind seemed to be struck by thunder, and a puff of smoke came out. It turned out to be Gecko Man, the mysterious little man who had been on the headlines. Some people said that he was a child, some people said that he was an adult, and the cartoonist also published a book for him. Little Master, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the back is more exciting. No wonder, no matter, just wait for the news, it shouldn't be long before Lin Shuzhen is lying in my bed. I should save my energy at this time. Thinking of this, Zhao Hao drove the call girl out. On the other hand, Chen Haonan still didn't sense the existence of the enemy, and he was a little strange, so he decided to leave here first. Meng Bo was in charge of protecting Jin Zhou, sitting side by side with him in front. Chen Haonan pulled Lin Shuzhen and left the casino under the baptism of many eyes. Walk out of the casino door and pass a concert hall. It is a concert hall that can accommodate thousands of people, with maestro playing symphonies and the audience full of people who come to listen to the music, which is a free program offered by the casino. Between the flow of Meiman's notes, Chen Haonan, who was pulling Lin Shuzhen, stopped, and the wind-catching skill told him that there was a source of danger here, from 9 different locations. Actually hidden in the concert hall, there are a total of 9 dangerous auras. According to this level, it must be a gun. Looking at the black-pressed human head, Chen Haonan had a feeling of numbness on his scalp. He didn't know what these people's intentions were. If it was a sudden attack, the people listening to music here would be killed and injured. There are too many people out of here. Chen Haonan turned around and pulled Lin Shuzhen away, and then he felt 9 dangerous breaths, and followed him to turn around and leave. Sure enough, this is coming for Jin Zhou, and under the shadow of chasing the wind, this killing intent has been full. Chen Haonan did not move, and as he walked, he locked the direction of his breath and observed it with the residual light of his eyes. At 9 o'clock, there was a man dressed as a lawyer. He was holding a magazine in his hand, with golden eyes, and the position where his eyes were always locked was not Jin Zhou, but himself? Chen Haonan continued to observe, and soon, he found a young girl wearing black silk. Her eyes wandered, crossed Jin Zhou, and finally, it also fell on herself. This is very interesting. It is actually eyeing yourself. It seems that the identity is exposed. Chen Haonan did not remind Lin Shuzhen that what he had to do now was to lure out all the people and inform others too early, but instead startled the snake. In the crowd, several targets locked by Chen Haonan were communicating. The target is mainly that kid. He is very vigilant. Don't get too close. The information of the headquarters, he is the king of soldiers in the mainland, a very powerful little guy. Just that kid? However, I can feel that his murderous aura is very strong, and his eyes are domineering, which is really unseemly. Well, his codename, Gecko Man in the East China Sea, assassinating him is a very tricky task. The media have reported that MacDonald died in his hands. We must be careful. We have never failed. When we do it, we must kill with one blow. Don't give him a chance to fight back. And also, his fighting is very strong. The world mercenary Thomas was killed by him. Issued an order. It was the young beauty wearing a black silk and black leather skirt. She was not too tall, at most 160 cm, but the overall feeling was very good. The golden ratio. This operation, she was the captain. Judging from the information given to her by the boss, she attaches great importance to this child codenamed Gecko Man, a dead man who can survive from Siberia. Students and beggars, you are responsible for the shot. The others are secretly responding. Pay attention. The strongest is the child, the old black private detective next to him. Don't be afraid. Your goal, you kill the man, the woman, just anesthetize. Understood. The killer codenamed student and beggar glanced at each other in the crowd, and then quickened his pace in the direction of Chen Haonan side by side, almost in front of him, and immediately separated directions, one front and one side. Among them, the student faced Chen Haonan and Lin Shuzhen, who was carrying a backpack and looked anxious and looking around. When the distance was closer, he ran over, stopped, first glanced at Chen Haonan, and immediately said urgently, "Hello, my wallet has just been stolen. I can't go back to school. Can you give me 10 yuan to take the bus? We can add a contact information and I'll get back to you." His performance is undoubtedly at the level of an actor, naturally not pretentious, plus his appearance, he is indeed the appearance of a high school student. Someone stole his wallet, and then made a temporary emergency, which is also a normal thing. Chen Haonan does not have any perversion, and Lin Shuzhen next to her has already begun to pay money. After all, she is a policeman and has the obligation to protect ordinary citizens. Just as Lin Shuzhen was taking out her wallet, the student who looked at her, the beggar who came from the side, was already less than half a meter away from Chen Haonan, and he suddenly burst out. A three-edged military thorn, with a flickering cold glow, like a poisonous snake popping out of the poisonous tongue, kissed Chen Haonan's temple fiercely. This thorn, if it is stabbed, the military thorn will directly pierce the skull from the left temple, and penetrate from the right. This is also their usual assassination method, fast and cruel. The person who is recruited does not even have a chance to snort, and immediately goes to hell. However, these two people can be called the performance of the actors. In front of the skills of chasing the wind and shadows, they are like a kindergarten child, competing with a strong man with fists, clumsy and ridiculous. Just when the military thorn lightning stabbed in, Chen Haonan's side seemed to have eyes, and on one side, the military thorn was behind, and the fist he was clenching, with the speed of the terrifying attribute, suddenly shook it over. It seemed to be a random flick, like a hammer bombardment, and the sound was like a drum, and it smashed the throat of the beggar who bent down to assassinate him at a lightning speed. Boom! The huge impact of power directly shattered his throat, solidified his smile, spurted his blood, and threw his body out with a bang, and after falling to the ground, he painted a poignant picture of blood. It seems to freeze the frame. The people around seemed to be quiet and frozen, and at this moment, the students' reactions were undoubtedly the fastest. When the beggar started the assassination, the afterglow of his eyes kept staring at the direction of Chen Haonan, thinking that at the moment when the beggar assassinated successfully, he used the anesthetic needle hidden in his sleeve to pierce the depths of the body of the beautiful woman in front of her, making her fall into a coma uncontrollably. Who knew that in a short moment, the beggar flew up more than 1 meter high in the afterglow of his eyes, and threw out 3 or 4 meters. And when he landed on the ground, he immediately stood still, and the whole scene looked like a flying sandbag, not a living person. What happened? This thought flashed through the student's heart. He didn't care about the shock. His arm shook, so that the anesthetic needle hidden in the sleeve fell into the palm of his hand, and at the same time, the whole person seemed to be scared, and rushed towards Lin Shuzhen, wanting to hug her for comfort. At this moment, an extremely strong wind rolled up an afterimage from the ground, and the afterimage rolled on the student's head. With a dull impact sound, the student's head was pumped and kicked, and the whole person flew out 3 or 4 meters sideways, and rolled to the side of the road, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. On the ground, next to the palm of the student's hand, a shimmering syringe rolled out, and the round-bellied drum shattered, revealing the white and indescribable liquid inside. Everything happened to the end, that is, it was only 3 or 4 seconds, and it was not until the two killers were knocked down by Chen Haonan's thunderous means that Lin Shuzhen, who took out her wallet, became vigilant. Assassination, someone assassinated. There was a panic all around, like a calm picture, throwing huge stones and blowing up the nest at once. Don't panic, I'm a police officer. Lin Shuzhen took out her black document from under her skirt very much, shook it a few times towards the panicked people around, and scanned the surroundings vigilantly. In addition to the 2 corpses on the ground, there was a shimmering Mitsubishi military thorn, and a syringe that broke and flowed liquid. This made her back feel cold. If Chen Haonan hadn't reacted fast enough just now, she didn't know what was going on when she died. It is conceivable that the time when she could not solve the case in the future would definitely be a mysterious case again. Where's the killer, fat grandmas? Meng Bo's reaction was actually faster than Lin Shuzhen. He witnessed the whole process of Chen Haonan's move, and saw him punch and kick over, and the 2 killers were thrown away like scarecrows, and he didn't have a chance to make a move, so he could only keep wandering in the crowd. However, he didn't have Chen Haonan's ability to catch the wind and shadows, so naturally he couldn't find the killer in his ability, so he could only pull Jinzhou, ran to Chen Haonan's side, and asked him urgently where the killer was. Chen Haonan squinted his small eyes. His temperament was cold, and his eyes were cool, shrouded in the target's body. They are coming for me. With Jinzhou, you are not a target person, don't be here. Immediately take Jinzhou to the underground parking lot, drive away from here, don't ask me why, this is the 6th sense. Chen Haonan's cold tone made Meng Bo's mouth pout, but he didn't move. Next to her, the beautiful female police officer who deeply realized that Chen Haonan was hanging so explosively, immediately urged Meng Bo, who was not moving, what are you still doing? Hurry up, I have already paid the commission. God's commission. Is it a question of money? Meng Bo heard the tone of the two. No matter how he listened, it seemed to give you a chance. You didn't mean it. How could he, the protagonist, stand it? Lin Shuzhen glanced at Chen Haonan, and saw that this little man had a serious expression on his face. She immediately took out her mobile phone and said, I'll notify the others to come over immediately. No, they're all here. It's too late for you to notify at this time. City Hunter, you hurry up and take people away. This is a very important task. You are the real protagonist. We cover your retreat. I love to hear that. Meng Bo smiled. I like exciting bayonet scenes, but you say this, how can it make sense? Who made me the protagonist? Let's go, Mr. Jinzhou, don't shake. If you tremble again, my hands will be broken by you. It must be them. They're coming. They're here to kill me. No, I'm going to follow Gecko Man so he can protect me. I don't trust you. Jinjo could see it clearly. He was pulling his boss just now, and no one reacted, and Gecko Man had already killed 2 killers. He had never seen anyone who could kill the killer of that mysterious organization, which made him very shocked, and he vaguely felt that only following Chen Haonan was the safest. Mengbo said solemnly, I have the aura of the protagonist. He is a supporting role to cover our retreat, understand? Chen Haonan nodded and said seriously, that's right, I can tell you responsibly, Mr. Jinjo, the person they wanted to kill the most just now was me, not you, otherwise, they wouldn't have done it to me in the first place. Why don't you leave quickly? It is safest to follow the protagonist. After hearing Chen Haonan's words, Jinjo's eyes rolled a few times, as if, fuck, it makes sense. Okay, I'll go. I know, you're covering me. I'm so grateful. If I can survive, I'll definitely give you incense. You're my protector. Gecko Man. Jinjo was rambling, forcibly pulled away by Mengbo, and ran wildly in the direction of the basement. You know where the killer is? Lin Shuzhen, who had already informed her teammates, quickly walked to Chen Haonan's side after making the phone call, and asked in a low voice. That knew that Chen Haonan smiled leisurely. Don't worry, now they are discussing who should make a move. The real boss has not appeared yet. As he spoke, he even walked to the freezer next to him, slowly scanned a bottle of water with his phone. Looking at this scene, Lin Shuzhen, who has always been bold and assertive, and doesn't like stinky men, has a ruddy mouth that opens and closes. She really can't understand Chen Haonan's commotion at the moment, and she doesn't know what he is thinking. Is there really a killer? His mentality is like crossing the road at 6 or 7 o'clock in breakfast. Chen Haonan shot too fast, and the people who appeared behind didn't know what was going on, and there were many people who came to watch, especially some curious people, who couldn't get away. The people around him gradually increased, pointing and discussing from far or near, and gossip has always been human nature until they are aware of the deadly crisis. On the corner of the coffee house, a young girl wearing a black leather skirt and black stockings, who was just 160 cm tall, leaned against the wall, smoking a lady's cigarette and looked at Chen Haonan, and next to her was a pair of twin girls with ponytails and beautiful faces. After seeing the death of the beggar and the student, the twin girls between the ages of 18 and 19 all stretched out their right hands and covered their mouths. Their eyes were youthful and shiny, and their fat faces were harmless to humans and animals, and they also made people feel an urge to protect them. Women are divided into 3 categories. The first category is, this girl is so beautiful. The second type is, such a beautiful girl, who wants to date her. The third category is, this woman is so charming, I want to get on it, I want her to cry. The beauties in leather skirts are the third category of women, and the twins are the first category, and maybe in a few years, they will become the second category. But no matter what type they are, they all have a common identity: killers, top killers. The eyes of the beautiful woman in the leather skirt wandered over the corpse on the ground. At this moment, the beggar and the student had been dragged to the end. According to the reaction of these 2 people, it was obvious that the person was gone. It's really ruthless. The mainlanders are like this. I heard that they usually have a tolerant attitude, but when they really go to the battlefield, the soldiers of the mainland are more ruthless than the soldiers of any country. I heard that they have a great son living in their hearts. This is Shinan. Shinan, in front of a killer who has no pain nerves, he is nothing. The beauty in the leather skirt clips long eyeliner, revealing a clown-like expression, and opens to the twins next to her. You guys, kill that kid. Pay attention, his fighting is strong, but it's clear that he's a little and keeps touching that beauty's hand. The twins nodded, shook their long straight black hair, carried backpacks, and staggered in the direction of Chen Haonan. They look very innocent. Under the Yang Valley, the pink skirt looks youthful and invincible, and then accompanied by a smile, but it makes people have a strong desire to protect, which can be used as an advertisement to give birth to a third child. The beauty in the leather skirt around the corner, looking at Chen Haonan's attention, really fell on the twin's body, and it looked like her small eyes were shining, which made her laugh. It seems that the other party is really a little pervert, and he was fooled. Suddenly, leaning against the wall, her waist straightened all of a sudden, unable to maintain the elegance just now, because at this moment, Chen Haonan, who she judged to be a little pervert, suddenly launched a lightning-like attack on her 2 subordinates. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. A sidekick, snapped, little girl with a ponytail, was kicked in the chest, thrown to the ground in the air, and her little buttocks were arched and immovable, forming an M letter. There was another snap, and another little girl, who was kicked by a violent sidekick, flew out of her abdomen under the force, rolled in the air several times, and slammed into the ground. Her face turned into an M letter in the sky, and she didn't move. The eyes of the beautiful woman in the leather skirt seemed to explode with a ball of light, and her face was covered with deep doubt. Twins are the perfect product of 701, they will only obey, say anything, do anything, and there is no pain nerves. Just now they have not spoken, they immediately received a brutal sidekick, and directly lost their intuition. What does this mean? In other words, the tyrant-like child not only accurately grasped that they were enemies, but also was powerful enough to destroy their bodies, directly causing them to crash on the spot. With such a terrifying attack and such a terrifying insight, I'm afraid only a boss can have such skills. The boss in her mouth is Mr. Shion, a biological person who has transformed himself into the most comprehensive one, and those who are not completely transformed either lose their pain nerves or die. I'm going to deal with that kid. You go and kill Jinjo, this is our intended goal, he must die. After giving the order, she left here, walked to the Rainbow Supermarket locker, took out the key to open the cabinet, took out a long box, and carried it to the elevator, and soon her back disappeared in front of several young people who were greedily staring at her. Yes. There was a panic at the scene, and tourists fled in all directions. Many people were a little incredulous when they saw that they were kicked away, 2 17 or 18-year-old children, including Lin Shuzhen. She looked at Chun Haonan suspiciously, and at this moment, the little man didn't look back, kept scanning the rolling crowd, and told her a word coldly. There are 5 more people, they are ready to do it, and the target is Jinjo in the basement. Lin Shuzhen immediately followed behind Chen Haonan and ran hard, and then she found that she couldn't keep up with the speed of this child at all. Chen Haonan, who was in front, stopped 5 passers-by at the entrance of the parking lot, and suddenly made a move. These 5 people were also masters, and immediately dispersed. Soon, after the 2 sides entered a state of scuffle, fists and feet, and a security guard who would be standing next to him was stunned. I'm a policeman, you call the police immediately, don't stand here. After Lin Shuzhen ran in, she immediately joined the battle group and pestered a killer to fight, and then she was shocked to find that the other party didn't pay attention to her attack at all, and after being punched by her, he also kicked her in turn and kicked her to the ground. Give you a chance, you're useless. This expressionless killer quickly turned to face Lin Shuzhen, revealing a sarcastic expression. Lin Shuzhen was not afraid at all, and kicked the other party's neck with a whip leg, making a muffled bang. What made her afraid was that the other party's body only shook a little, and then grabbed her leg with her right hand, and with an extra anesthetic in her left hand, it stabbed into her right leg. When the syringe was pierced and was about to launch the potion, a pair of small feet behind his back, like deadly King Kong feet, slashed towards the killer's neck with the sound of the wind. The killer didn't move. He was very confident in his defensive ability. He was one of the few soldiers who could survive and successfully transformed. As early as a year ago, he had successfully removed the pain nerves. As soon as this thought flashed, a huge, irresistible force came from his thick neck, shaking the syringe in his arm so that he could not grasp it, and his whole body was driven by this force, and he fell to the ground tilted. Roar! People who don't have pain nerves are naturally awesome. He clenched his fist stiffly, accumulating strength to control his body in the air, and when he wanted to pull it back little by little, pang! Another force came from his neck, this time even stronger, like a flood that overwhelmed his last strength. He was directly hit by Chen Haonan's feet and fell to the ground, and the hard floor suddenly cracked. Lin Shuzhen fell to the ground, and pulled out the needle that was stuck in her leg with her rabbit teeth, so dangerous. Glanced back at the hero who rescued her, and saw that Chen Haonan had been chased by the 4 killers, surrounding the attack, and the sound of a violent impact of flesh came, as if hitting a meat pile. Just with such a violence, she felt that she couldn't intervene at all. I'll let you prick me, let you prick me. Lin Shuzhen saw the killer on the ground struggling to get up, and immediately pounced, plunging the syringe in his hand into the opponent's neck. The latter's facial muscles twisted, and then fell straight down. His eyes were wide open, and his whole body was still twitching, and he couldn't stop at all, as if he had eaten Shinmai chewing gum. What a domineering drunken drug! Lin Shuzhen was so frightened that she pulled out her pistol and was about to join the battle group. Be careful! Suddenly, a figure in front of him pounced. It was Chen Haonan. After seeing the person who came over clearly, Lin Shuzhen lowered the muzzle of the gun and let Chen Haonan hug her delicate body and rolled violently on the ground. Body to body, 365-degree angle flip, round and round. Burst. Burst. Lin Shuzhen was surprised to see that every time she rolled over, there was an extra bullet hole emitting hot gas. There are snipers. I was saved twice by him. These thoughts flashed through her heart, and Lin Shuzhen let Chen Haonan use her strong abdominal strength to hold her like an invincible Hot Wheel, rolling straight from the street to the palace. Everything happens in just a few minutes. In just a few minutes, it has subverted the worldview of Lin Shuzhen, an excellent female policeman and an experienced female investigator, whether it is a powerful killer who has no pain just now, or a sniper who is invisible in the shadows. If Chen Haonan is not here today, she will be killed directly, there is no possibility of survival, and the stripped corpse will be thrown in front of the police station. This is the mysterious rule of doing things. After her body stopped, she looked at the immature and delicate little face that was close to her, felt the other party's hot breath exhaled into her chest, and calmed her mood. She felt that she was just a child and needed the protection of her mother, and this mother was just a 10-year-old boy. It's ridiculous, but she enjoys it in front of enemies who are too strong to be perverted. It's fulfilling, it's safe, it's like a boat sailing into a warm harbor. At this moment, Chen Haonan, the strength of the Gecko Man, has enriched every corner of her heart. Sure enough, going to the mainland to find him is the wisest choice. Can you let go of me? You're holding too hard, you can't stand it anymore, you can't breathe? Chen Haonan spread out the skills of chasing the wind and catching shadows, feeling the transfer of the dangerous aura outside. In fact, he didn't put his mind on the soft body and fragrant breath of the mixed-race policewoman, and said, their physical attributes are all over 10, I don't know how to train them, and besides, there is no pain nerves, much stronger than you policemen, let go of you, you will be caught, pressed on the ground anesthetized, dragged away, and I don't know what happened in the future. More than 10 attributes of physical fitness? What does that mean? I can't explain it to you clearly, it's very powerful anyway, breaking through the limits of the human body. I'm a little strange, they want to kill me, but they want to capture you alive. It seems that there must be a man who has taken a fancy to you. Lin Shuzhen pretended not to feel it. Chen Haonan's eyes and mouth leaned on her chest, turned her head and said, then what should I do? You can't keep rolling around with me, right? By the way, did you bring a gun? My gun was tumbling and missing. Chen Haonan felt the surroundings and said, I didn't bring a gun. That? Then why can you stand up to me? It's hard. Speaking of this, Lin Shuzhen's eyes became smiling, and she stared at Chen Haonan on her chest with doubts, revealing a trace of indescribable meaning in her expression. Hearing this, Chen Haonan was startled, reached out and touched it, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Poker, that's poker. When you take a deck of poker in the casino, use it as a hidden weapon, they are the ones who resist you. Lin Shuzhen looked at him with a smile. It's not this position, go down a little more. Chen Haonan's small body stiffened for a moment, falling into silence, and the next moment, he complained in his heart, damn the system, I have to break through the limit of the elephant's human body. Immediately, neither of them moved, as if they had stiffened. Change your position, don't leave my body, otherwise, I won't be able to protect you. Gecko Man Chen Haonan turned over in embarrassment, and the female police officer under him also immediately bounced up, and with such an action, her body exposed a corner. Be careful! Chen Haonan pulled the female police officer's thigh, forcibly pulled her 178 sexy body back, and silently used his small body to withstand the impact to avoid injury to the other party. Burst. Looking at the hot bullet holes on the ground, Lin Shuzhen silently shrank her body and hugged Chen Haonan from behind. The opponent is so powerful that she doesn't know the enemy's ability and what angle the bullet is fired from now. This posture, how do I move? I lean. Chen Haonan silently felt the broad mind, took a deep breath, and at the same time, reached out and grabbed a handful of wind, put it on his nose, and sniffed it. He knew where the enemy was. Bullet whispered, cards, get out of the way, you're holding my gun. After Lin Shuzhen heard Chen Haonan's words, she pursed her lips and chuckled and gave up her position. Chen Haonan was speechless. It's not the abdomen, don't touch it, it will scare you to death, don't blame me. No way. It's the left pocket. I'll help you get it. Ignoring Chen Haonan's objections, the female police officer reached out and grabbed the standard dragon grip, and then her right hand seemed to be in contact with high-voltage electricity and trembled. The whole person seemed to be a sand sculpture, frozen and motionless. It's a shame that you haven't seen the world, and the royal police. He. Chen Haonan scolded the depressed policeman, and silently greeted the system in his heart. After strengthening it in the large battlefield last time, the system secretly strengthened the elephant's trunk, and he hid it for a week, but he didn't let Ran find out, and the result was today. It's embarrassing. He quickly pulled out the half-breed policewoman's hand, and then pulled out his own gun from the left side, a deck of playing cards. Bullet whispers. The next moment, Chen Haonan exploded his attributes, and absorbed the powerful spiritual power on the card. In my spirit, 7 times at most, it was squeezed dry. It is worth mentioning that as Chen Haonan continues to become stronger, the bullet mark whispering that is extremely energy-consuming has increased from 3 times in the past to 7 times. Silently clasped the poker in his hand, and by chasing the wind and catching shadows, he silently recited the breath of coming. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more killer. Lin Shuzhen collapsed in her worldview, and saw things that did not conform to science, and the whole person was a little out of shape, just like Princess Janning in Zhou Xingxing's version. After catching a fake eunuch, she bared her teeth and laughed, stimulating the explosion, and the thief was cheap. Change your position, you go to the back, don't touch it. Chen Haonan didn't know what the other party was thinking, grabbed the woman around, and a card in his hand flew out under Lin Shuzhen's gaze. Can this thing hurt people? No sooner had she turned the thought than she heard the sound of the air whistling and cutting, followed around the corner in front of her, and let out a muffled grunt, and a person popped and fell to the ground, revealing his head clutching his throat. He struggled in pain for a few moments, but didn't move. In the process, his body is still hidden in the corner, revealing a gland's head. Dead. Don't talk nonsense, change. Chen Haonan grabbed the female police officer who was in a sluggish state and turned the other party around for half a circle. Shout. A bullet grazed Lin Shuzhen's fluttering gauze skirt and flew out, not taking away a single cloud. In the process of turning around, Chen Haonan hugged Lin Shuzhen's buttocks with his left hand, not tall enough to hug his waist, and spun rapidly, while the card held in his right hand popped up. Bullet whisper plus god-level weapon skill equals death card. The killer who jumped out only fired 3 shots before being cut into his throat by the poker, almost half of the area, and his whole body was like a zombie that was stuck, trembling, and shaking to the ground. Fall. Chen Haonan shook the skirt he was grabbing, shook it hard, and threw Lin Shuzhen to the ground. He used skill, and while letting the other party slide on the ground, he followed it, and the cards in his hand kept popping out. Lin Shuzhen, who was sliding on the ground, looked at the little man's expression as cold as ice, as calm as a towering green pine, and calmly and quickly put the poker in her hand into a whistling elite sound, which grabbed people's hearts. The killer who came out of the corner was stuck in his throat almost at the same time, shaking in disbelief, and fell headlong to the ground, twisting and struggling. My God, he's so handsome, I like him too much. No, I seem to be in love. My view of love has been reversed. It turns out that I still like men, it's just that the men I've seen are not strong enough. Putting aside the fact that the elephant's trunk is true, he can actually control poker to kill people, which is really handsome. Lin Shuzhen looked at the killers struggling on the ground, and could imagine what kind of attacks these people withstood before. Otherwise, with their perverted anti-hitting ability, there would be no ordinary robots at all, and it would be difficult to kill them at all. If she hadn't experienced these things with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it was true at all, including the iron hammer she had just touched, reviving like an elephant's trunk. If it weren't for the current enemy, she would have called out on the spot. Is this the capital that a child should have? No, even if there are no adults, it's too exaggerated. No wonder he said anything to break through the limits of the human body. And the killers, you find a place to hide. These people have broken through the limits of the human body, and they are not something that ordinary people can deal with. Day. The little man with the elephant's trunk ran wildly in front of Lin Shuzhen at a fast speed, and in his hand, as if by magic, he conjured up one poker after another and added it between his fingers. I saw that after he ran for a while, 2 killers appeared in front of him and rolled out of the corner. Be careful. Lin Shuzhen had already stiffened the carp from the ground, and with the help of the powerful power of the vest line, she bounced up, saw the thrilling scene, and immediately screamed. Day. The bullet tilted in the direction of Chen Haonan. Finished. Lin Shuzhen had already rolled to the side of the stairs in the hall, and she couldn't see what was happening in front of her, but she knew that Chen Haonan had been killed. Even if he had super skills, the trunk of an elephant, he couldn't dodge the bullets. "Inspector Lin, where are you?" Bang dang. The revolving door in front was rudely kicked open, followed by a large group of flying tigers in black uniforms and bulletproof vests, rushing in. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There are corpses everywhere. My God, this man died with his throat cut by poker. This is also. And here, the throat is about to break, so strong cutting force. This is just ordinary paper poker. Can anyone tell me how to send it out? Hearing the voices of doubt, Lin Shuzhen, who had tears on her face, came to her senses. She trembled and walked towards her colleagues. Again. That one. Is there a body of him? I said. It's Chen Haonan. Gecko Man. Inspector Lin, you are here. You don't look like anything. Your skirt seems to be pierced. There is no snow. Then you are not injured. I will check. I said, is Gecko Man hurt? Lin Shuzhen roared uncontrollably and pushed away her colleague who cared about her. On the ground, corpses were dragged over and piled up together, making for a total of 7. Without his body, who killed these people? Do you have a powerful poker weapon now? I started with it. It looks good. I grass. You said that the child from the continent, he was killed? Lin Shuzhen's eyes were on fire. Can you not always be slow? Don't you all be on call and act at any time? 3 minutes and 17 seconds have passed since I informed you. This efficiency is too bad. No wonder there are so many mysterious cases. They can't solve the case. Do you know who killed these people? It's all the Gecko Man from the mainland. Yes, it's the revered child. It's not him who makes a move, and when you come over, you can only see the corpse of your governor. You watch these killers die simply. That is, you don't know their horror. They have strong reconnaissance ability, no pain nerves, and the marksmanship is extremely accurate. Any one of them can kill 10 of you, and the flying tigers. I think you are the flying squirrels. Under all kinds of complicated hearts, this glamorous female police officer lost control and scolded these members of the flying tigers to the blood. That's an exaggeration. Is it? Someone muttered unwillingly, and then was kicked by Lin Shuzhen. Go and find it. He must be looking for the sniper hiding in the shadows. Stay safe. Remember, your opponent is just like the forums say, cyborg warriors. After saying this, it was like a cold wind that blew through everyone's thoughts, giving people goosebumps. What is BioWarrior? They have been discussing it for years, and it knows better than anyone else. That kid, is he a biochemical warrior who has successfully transformed? The beautiful woman in the black leather skirt hiding on the roof of the building, holding the palm of the sniper rifle, was drenched in sweat. Chen Haonan used poker to kill people just now, and in less than a minute, he killed all her subordinates, and all of them cut their throats. Such a means can be said to be unseen and unheard of. She pressed against the wall, squinting her round and charming eyes, constantly scanning downstairs, but she couldn't find where Chen Haonan was, until the people from the Flying Tigers arrived, and she knew that she had lost her last chance. Retreat! Immediately, she put away the sniper rifle, put it in the storage box, and quickly left the place. Running wildly continuously, reaching the edge of the roof, jumping downward, each time landing accurately on the air conditioning bracket, her body was light, like a flying butterfly, fluttering down, like the wind, and soon came to the ground. A Porsche Panamera has already been parked on the ground, quickly threw the storage box into the front compartment, pulled the car, sat in the car, the engine made a roaring sound, rushed into the street, several shifts in a row, in the cursing of the street citizens, has been on the Baiqing highway, fast and fast. Wait, I'll definitely find another chance to kill you. It's hard anymore. The beauty in the leather skirt has been thinking about how to use her identity to get close to Chen Haonan, relying on her beauty and charm, and her IQ to kill him, because in the contact just now, she found that it seemed to be quite lustful. At a young age, the tent was set up, and it looked very unscientific. The murderous aura solidified on her face, and it never dissolved, just because Chen Haonan killed all her subordinates. You know, this is a rare biochemical warrior, hundreds of experimental subjects, it is difficult to succeed in one, just let one out, you can beat 10 members of the Flying Tiger team, and as a result, they all died. Or died on the unbelievable playing cards. This report is reported, I'm afraid the boss won't believe it. Just as I was thinking about how to seduce Chen Haonan, suddenly, a whining siren sounded from behind, and the sound was getting closer and closer, obviously chasing her. Locked me so quickly, can't it? She twisted the steering wheel and swept it through the mirror, and the next moment, her eyes immediately widened. Fuck! Is it actually a child chasing after you? Through the reflector, you can see that the driver is a child who is more than a meter old, and the others are not as big as the traffic police motorcycle, which looks funny, but the control is very stable, and the chase is fast and ruthless. He also gave her a middle finger. He can't follow me until he's always locked my location, and if so, his tracking ability is too perverted. These thoughts flashed through the heart of the beauty in the leather skirt and made her jealous. However, a broken motorcycle, catching up with my Porsche, is impossible. As soon as he stepped on the accelerator and fell, the engine roared, and the car accelerated continuously and soared. She is a race car driver herself, and although she has not won any medals, it is not a big problem to get rid of the child who drives a motorcycle. It's worthy of an old driver. You found me so quickly, but you can't run away. Behind, Chen Haonan, who was tracking, flashed a calm smile on his little face, and then turned on the rampage speed skill. The next moment, his whole person seemed to be integrated into the motorcycle under his crotch. The person is the car, and the car is the person. So, after the moto throttle was stepped on the bottom, it soared to more than 200 yards at once. He quickly took control of the steering wheel and drove through the stream of cars in a thrilling way, with a burst of exclamations behind him. Groove! It's a kid playing with a flying car. How did he get on his way? Did you steal an adult's motorcycle and drive it? God, this is a police officer. Hell, how did you steal it? I have to say that the jaws of those car owners who were overtaken by Chen Haonan were about to fall, and some people began to call the police. The police station, I saw a child of 7 or 8 years old, at most 10 years old, driving a motorcycle with a siren on the road, yes, soaring to more than 200 yards, faster and faster, but the child didn't cry. He also gestured his middle finger in front of him, as if he was chasing a car. Chen Haonan, who was chasing, relied on his flying skills, and the motorcycle under him was familiar with Anrun's delicate body, and the highway in front of him was like his rolling bed, all the way to the crossroads, adrift, in the smoke from the friction between the tires and the ground, in the sharp screams of the people behind him, at a 90-degree angle, turned into another highway, biting the Porsche in front of him. Chen Haonan at this moment, the steering wheel seems to be his eyes, the tires seem to be his legs, the road conditions seem to be the map booked in advance, when to transfer, when to accelerate, all in one thought. The reaction is fast, outrageous. As the distance closes, the siren is like a life-threatening note, constantly whining in the back. He's on his motorbike and catches up with my Porsche? Is this luxury car fake propaganda? Caught up by motorcycles? The beauty in the leather skirt soon discovered that not only did she not get rid of Chen Haonan, but was pulled closer. I can't continue to drive on the road, I have to copy the path, otherwise, other law enforcers will intercept in front, and I will be passive. The beauty in the leather skirt is a woman who does what she says, without the slightest hesitation. When she passes through a fork in the road, she deliberately slows down, and then turns into it suddenly, leaving Chen Haonan with a smoke-emitting street. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Depend on. Chen Haonan scolded, and the 10-mile eagle eye penetrated the smoke, a very beautiful drift, and the curve entered the alley. If other drivers are swept away by the smoke, their souls will immediately be unable to keep up with the speed of their bodies. Behind him, some car owners also chased behind, trying to stop Chen Haonan, but as a result, they saw this scene. Awesome, that kid is really good, he played drifting at high speed and turned into the path. Professional, look away, he may be a well-known motorcycle driver. Today's children, different from our past era. In the past, we could only steal the family's bicycle out to ride, and now the child, dare to call the police to arrest his father, report his father for hiding guns. Chen Haonan didn't know that these people were discussing him, and at this moment, after he turned into the path, he immediately found that he had been tricked by that vicious killer. As her car passed, she was confronted by a large truck. According to his speed and direction, he had to crash into it. Many citizens also saw this scene and exclaimed. It seemed that the car hit the truck, and then the car was destroyed and killed. However, at this moment, the police tow that turned in at high speed suddenly tilted, and at a very fast speed, stuck to the tail of the truck, and brushed past. Magically a few points better. 2 seconds, or 3 seconds, is completely the speed of life and death. By the time the citizens reacted, the sound of tires rubbing against the ground had not yet dissipated, and the miraculous police motorcycle had already disappeared. The whole scene was so exciting that the eyeballs were about to explode, and many citizens felt that their beating hearts had missed several beats. What is Fast and Furious? That's it. On the other hand, using the smoke in the truck to calculate Chen Haonan's leather skirt beauty, thinking that the other party must be destroyed and killed, as a result, in the rearview mirror, the motorcycle whined and caught up, and it was completely ghostly. Not dead yet? How did he get here? At this moment, the calm expression on the face of the girl who was originally very confident disappeared, and was replaced by a kind of consternation and a faint admiration. She admires the strong man very much. This kid who killed her subordinates and chased her so hard that she couldn't stop at all was too strong, so strong that it had exceeded her imagination. In a moment's time, the car has arrived at a construction site. With a resolute look, she climbed on her beautiful face, quickly increased the throttle, so that the car seemed to be out of control, and rushed directly towards the building on the construction site. After a period of track bounce, the car had bounced up 2 or 3 meters high, crashing into the bottom of the building that was being piled. And in the process, the woman in the leather skirt had already jumped out of the car door, relying on the calculated distance, rolling continuously. Her clothes were torn, her skin was torn, and blood was bursting out, and in the process, she didn't frown a brow, like a robot without feelings. In fact, she had already removed the pain nerves, and as long as her internal organs were not severely impacted, she could have survived. Rao is like this, she also suffered a lot of internal injuries. Rumble. The car exploded not far above her head, and fireballs rolled and swept around the site. No matter how strong he is, he can't see that I've jumped off. From jumping, to hiding, to exploding, it is a design plot, and she thinks that even if Chen Haonan hangs up, she can't think of such a plot. Or, by the time he reacted, she was already gone. So, a syringe is inserted into the arm where the muscle has been ruptured. The spirit of the beauty in the leather skirt has been greatly restored. Immediately got up, and was about to leave here. Suddenly, an indifferent voice came from behind him. Good run, keep running. You. When the beautiful woman in the leather skirt heard this, her whole body trembled, and she looked up quickly, and sure enough, she saw that the child was standing at the height of the construction site, and in the surrounding fire and smoke, she looked at herself calmly, and her demeanor was like a cat teasing a mouse, and she was a ridiculous female mouse. How is that possible? How do you know where I am? Are you a cyborg warrior, or are you hanging on something? She only knew that Chen Haonan, a gecko man, had a high reputation in Donghai City, and the boss also asked her to be careful, but she didn't expect that Chen Haonan was so powerful. SHIF, is he a biochemical warrior? Biochemistry is not so outrageous, at most it is to strengthen or weaken some senses. As a result, this gecko man, he can control poker to kill people, he can catch up with motorcycles to sports cars, and he can walk through smoke-covered streets safely and soundly. He's hanging up. Give you a chance, but it's useless for you. You come up by yourself, or I'll go down and pull you. Chen Haonan stood on the commanding heights, crossed his arms, and looked coldly at the beautiful woman squatting in the pit. At this moment, the beauty in the leather skirt knew that she couldn't escape, and she was unwilling to be captured. Then it's up to whom? After a cold snort, she rushed up the dirt slope and launched a crazy attack on Chen Haonan. His right hand turned into a knife and slashed at Chen Haonan's neck. This all-out attack, blatant, looks like a fleshy palm, but in fact, on the edge of the palm, there is also a sharp blade hidden. Swish! The hand knife missed. An attack of this speed is too slow for the dead in Siberia. Chen Haonan took a simple sliding step, and the person reached the right side, carrying his arm like a slingshot, and smashed it on the opponent's waist. Even Anthony was reluctant to take Chen Haonan's fist, and with a crisp sound, the beauty in the leather skirt flew out more than 3 meters away in response and rolled back into the dirt slope. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. You. After smashing into the pit, she struggled to get up immediately, but found that her waist and crotch and bones seemed to fall apart, and she couldn't support her body at all. I can't even bear his punch? The beauty in the leather skirt was a little desperate. She looked at Chen Haonan on the dirt slope, leaned her body, like a little cheetah, and rushed down at high speed, standing in front of her, looking at her coldly. It's not bad to be able to take my punch, it's just that people are stupid. Let's say, where is your boss? I know you're not alone. At this moment, the beauty in the leather skirt is about to collapse. She can't beat it at all, and she can't run away. It's the first time she is so desperate. After her eyes rolled a little, her expression became soft, and her tone was clipped. Little handsome guy, it seems that we can make a deal between us, you must be interested. As she spoke, her body lay on the ground, in a bewitching pose, her eyes were fluttering, like a murmur between lovers. I'm just a kid. No, it's impossible, I've seen it all. When you hugged that policewoman, I saw that you had changed a lot. The killers have seen it. Chen Haonan was slightly sluggish. Follow him as he steps past, his expression becoming more and more cold. Syllable. A crisp sound rang out in the dirt slope, accompanied by an unbearable muffled snort from the woman. Chen Haonan kicked on the woman's waist and stepped on the other party's waist. You know too many secrets. Smack. Another kick kicked the woman 3 meters out. The beauty in the leather skirt rolled in the pit and became a native person. She never dreamed that this little man was obviously a womanizer, and he was also a stunning woman. He didn't have the slightest heart, and beat himself so hard. It's ruthless, but no one can make me surrender. She stared at Chen Haonan viciously, pulled out a bottle from her chest, bit the mouth of the bottle with her teeth, and bit the pill inside into her mouth. So, a fist-sized stone flew over, shattering the medicine bottle and mouth in the woman's hand, and the bloody front teeth and the saliva pills flew together. The beauty in the leather skirt finally trembled. This was the first time she trembled after removing the pain nerves, and at this moment, she finally realized Chen Haonan's horror. It can be said that this is the first time she has seen the most terrifying person other than Mr. Xiong. They are all the same kind of people. Mr. Xiong is nearly 2 meters tall, and the child in front of him is just the appearance of a primary school student. Anyway, you can't escape, you can't fight, and you can't die. She simply lay flat and pretended to be dead. Not long after, the police car arrived. The first person to come over was Lin Shuzhen, who was riding a motorcycle, wearing a black windbreaker that was blown to hunt, clinging to her body, showing off her graceful figure. The female overseer followed her along the road like a hound. After all, in the process, through the feedback from the monitoring, it was really a thrilling explosion. Chen Haonan chased the fleeing female owner of Porsche, and actually chased out the scene of a Hollywood blockbuster. All the way is speed and plot. There are constantly car owners calling the police, and the hotline is about to burst. What children steal cars on the road? There are children playing flying cars. Thrilling. There are children part-time. It is a profiteering motorcycle. He exploded in front. It's kind of cool. I found out. I'm in love with him. What should I do? After arriving at the scene, Lin Shuzhen saw that on the dirt slope almost 5 or 6 meters away from the explosion site, Chen Haonan was holding a disheveled woman in one hand. This woman's front teeth were broken, and it seemed that she was the killer he was chasing. The flames of the explosion were right behind him, rendering it like the direct gaze of a doomsday hero, making the DNA in her body begin to move. Woman Mu Chang, this is a normal biological impression. Don't you want to die? Don't say hello to me, just chase after me. You have an accident, what should I do? She's a sniper. Chen Haonan's words made Lin Shuzhen, who had a complaining tone, dumbfounded again. Thanks, leave it to me, our Inspector General will be here soon. Lin Shuzhen took the beauty in the leather skirt, took out the handcuffs, and restrained her. Tied up with a rope, she's not an ordinary master. Chen Haonan took matters into his own hands, and in 3 or 2 strokes, he trapped the beauty in the leather skirt into a big W letter, and the 2 long legs were pressed on his shoulders, and Lin Shuzhen wanted to laugh when she saw it, but she couldn't help it. After a while, Chief Inspector Zhao Dahua arrived at the scene with the members of the Flying Tigers. Lin Shuzhen carried the W killer and walked over to report to work. Comrade Chen Haonan, this time it wasn't you who made a move. We really couldn't catch these people. On behalf of the people of Xianzhang, thank you. Inspector Zhao saluted Chen Haonan and said, on the way, I have already watched all the surveillance. This group of people is strong, they have surpassed our Flying Tigers. I really don't understand how they trained it. Fortunately, you have calmed the field and maintained the image of our police station. Zhao Dahua knows better than anyone how terrible the consequences of this terrorist attack in the casino would be if the criminals succeeded. Hong Kong's international image has been tarnished, and the trust of the citizens and the government has. These burdens will be on Zhao Dahua, the person in charge. it can be said that Chen Haonan is like a savior who came out of nowhere, pulling him up from the abyss with one hand. At this moment, he looked at Chen Haonan's eyes with stars. How good it would be if he was a member of his flying tigers. You don't have to thank me, we are all law enforcement officers of the same country. Well said. This sentence made Zhao Dahua's favorability towards Chen Haonan burst again. His appearance looks so young, and he actually has such a big pattern, it's really rare. His youngest son, who was studying in a noble school, even if he brushes the bowl once, he has to talk about the truth for a long time, and he is reluctant, not like his own species at all. Turning around, he glanced at the members of the Flying Tigers behind him, and then at Chen Haonan. He couldn't help but say a few more words on the spot. Everyone, as your commander, I originally wanted to encourage you a few words, saying that you are still young and have time to study and catch up, but I found that I couldn't say such a thing for the first time. We are facing the enemy, it is a mysterious level. Why is it said to be secretive? You also know that this may be the remnants of Unit 701, they are like rats in the underground waterways, hiding very deeply, but the things they do are very headaches. Next, we must cooperate well with all the actions of Comrade Chen Haonan, only he can deal with the remnants of Unit 701, understand? Understood. The members of the Flying Tigers responded, looking at the cold and ruthless Chen Haonan, and they all had a feeling that was not very real. Before, they mentioned Gecko Man, at least half of them felt that it was difficult to live up to the fame, but what happened today has subverted their imagination. The enemy was so strong in disguise, so fast in his hands, and the overall quality was still above them, and as a result, they all died, at the hands of this child. At this moment, the communication between Chen Haonan and Lin Shuzhen rang at the same time, and Meng Bo's anxious voice came from inside. Come on, I'll send you the location, damn it, Jinzhou is gone, just blink an eye, and he was still by my side a second ago. Meng Bo was still rambling, trying to explain that he didn't have a big problem, but Chen Haonan had already interrupted him. People disappear around you, don't walk around, pay attention to the surrounding environment, we'll be here soon. Good. Little master, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the back is more exciting. Chen Haonan glanced at Lin Shuzhen, my car, out of gas, drive yours, I'll take a ride, actually, I ran so well just now that my tires blew. Not long after, Lin Shuzhen drove her police motorcycle over and beckoned Chen Haonan to get into the car. Chen Haonan immediately jumped up, and under the eyes of everyone in the Flying Tigers, he jumped on the motorcycle and patted the other party's shoulder. Go you! You hug my waist, oops, you are a child, are you still shy? Lin Shuzhen, who started the car, lowered her head and began to navigate, urging Chen Haonan to hug her. No, you drive your car, you can't bump me. Chen Haonan keeps his idle baggage. Rumble. In the roar of the police car, Lin Shuzhen laughed, I know why you don't dare to hug me, it seems that my sister's charm is not low. Chen Haonan pretended not to hear anything, maintained his idle image, and at the same time, greeted the ancestor of the system in his heart. Meng Bo's voice came again, what are you doing? What are you hugging me? Hugging you? I still haven't found Jinzhou. It's strange, a big living person, disappeared out of thin air. There are so many strange things this year. Suddenly, he heard Lin Shuzhen laugh and said, don't think I don't know, you are not an ordinary child, your secret is quite big. Meng Bo was completely speechless, what kind of secret is this talking about? The car drove in the direction of Causeway Bay, and not long after arriving at the block, the street was full of people, traffic, just after work, and the traffic of the street was not ordinarily large. Lin Shuzhen kept the car at about 30 yards at most, and she didn't dare to accelerate. You're too slow, I'll drive it instead. Such a neighborhood, even if Chen Haonan comes, it is the same. Lin Shuzhen was not convinced. Suddenly, she felt her shoulders being grabbed, and the next moment, she found herself flying towards the sky, and with a bang, the person had achieved Chen Haonan's position, and the little guy had already controlled the police motorcycle. He was lifted high. Lin Shuzhen is angry and funny. Causeway Bay carries the handle and pulls the little brother out, but the street can't be opened in half an hour, be careful not to hit people. You hold my waist, I'm going to speed up. After hearing Chen Haonan's words, Lin Shuzhen raised her hand and looked at Xiao Budian in front of her in a daze. Oops, do you have a waist? That's all you have, it's all up to the trunk of an elephant. I put my arms around your waist, and with Miss Ben's capital, I completely hugged you, and there was no gap at all. Catch me, I'm going to speed up, fall, I won't pick you up. What are you doing with me in your arms? Let go, you blinded me, woman. Chen Haonan shrugged his small shoulders, turned the woman upside down, and bounced the other party away a little. The wise man must make a mistake. He missed his figure, and hugged him with the chest of a female policeman, and the whole person was not enough for her, and the scene was very embarrassing. I've figured out how to sit still. After turning on the rampage skill, Chen Haonan once again united the man and the car, and with a whoosh, the police car flew directly from 30 yards to 60, 70 carat 100. It's too fast, it's too small, it's going to crash into it. I can't stand it, it's too dangerous. Looking at a figure, the shadow of the car, swishing by the side, every time it was almost a little thrilling. The bold and careful Lin Shuzhen, also scared out of a cold sweat, at this moment, she grabbed the back seat, stabilized her delicate body, in order to adapt to the increasing amplitude of jumping and bumps. Slow down. Death, I'm going crazy, I'm losing. It's so exciting. Lin Shuzhen opened her mouth and screamed out of control. She felt like she was going crazy. She was completely separated from the car, and her soul was chasing after her. She's losing control. It's already 150 yards, and no matter where it hits, it's a big deal. Screaming and screaming, she found herself used to the stimulation as well. Not to mention, if she didn't worry about the car crashing and dying, she liked such a thrilling feeling, and let her adrenaline soar every minute. Such a taste, she had never experienced it before, and she felt that she had lived in vain. You're really an old driver, I'm convinced. In the end, Lin Shuzhen stopped screaming, changed around, and praised the awesome little man, which brought her such passion. Don't scream, people who don't know, think you're in Majin. Don't you want to be imaged? Also, don't move your hands, where is not the frame, I serve. You've got it. System June, you really don't talk about martial arts, what kind of strength do you give me? The last sentence, Chen Haonan, who was racing cars, didn't dare to say it, just carefully greeted the fucking system that caused him a lot of inconvenience. Lin Shuzhen was startled and blurted out, I thought I had caught the handlebar, I'm sorry to. Soon, it would have taken 1 hour to arrive. Chen Haonan, the old driver, after racing all the way, in less than 20 minutes, he killed. It is worth mentioning, he walked all the way through the alleys, and sometimes he flew in the air or something, playing with the heartbeat. In this process, the screams of Lin Shuzhen behind him never stopped. Karma. The tires braked sharply in front of Mang Bo, and the dust rolled up directly engulfed the city hunter. Where did the man go missing? Chen Haonan quickly got out of the car and scanned the surrounding environment. It was an intersection, surrounded by low houses, and Mang Bo was standing at the intersection, coughing incessantly, choking mainly on smoke. Lin Shuzhen was also coughing and vomiting. Such a thrilling scene, she encountered it for the first time, and when she got to the back, the whole person was out of control. Little brother, you are too boastful, how fast you drive. It's this crossroads. Jinzhou suddenly disappeared. I searched in all 4 directions, Ma didn't find one, he seemed to disappear out of thin air. I'll go. Little brother, are you asleep? Do you close your eyes and feel? Mang Bo looked confused, and saw that Chen Haonan's eyes were closed, but fortunately, he didn't lie down. Don't bother him, this could be the legendary sixth sense. Lin Shuzhen eased up, got through her discomfort period, and said, it is said that your reconnaissance ability is quite good, how can you lose a big living person? That's good. No, I mean, it's weird, I drove the car, and when I arrived here, I suddenly turned around and found that Jinzhou, who was sitting in the car, was gone, and the reconnaissance ability told me that he disappeared in this position, so I didn't leave, just looked around. Desperate deduction. Chen Haonan, who had his eyes closed, opened suddenly, and the next moment, one picture after another began to flow backwards, appearing in his mind in the form of a picture scroll. When the car passed through the intersection, it seemed to hit a small rock, and it bounced so hard that the tire blew off. Mang Bo stopped to check. Just when he just got out of the car, the ground quietly revealed a hole, and 2 masked people in black uniforms jumped out of the ground, quickly opened the car door, covered Jinzhou's mouth, and dragged it into the hole, and the road surface immediately returned to its original appearance, as if nothing had happened. The sixth sense, by closing your eyes? He's not a robot. No, even if it's a robot, he can't sense the crisis that has disappeared. Don't waste time, mobilize monitoring and checking. Mr. Mang Bo, you are walking in a suburban village, and there is no surveillance here. What I'm worth is the latest surveillance. They caught Jinzhou, they will definitely leave, the surveillance can be viewed. No, I know the truth. Suddenly, Shin Haonan interrupted them, and then he pointed to the bottom of the car. They came up from here, and they also captured Jinzhou from here. As he spoke, he walked to the position of the car, only to see his little hand stretched out and pushed it on the body, pushing the heavy car aside, revealing a hole. Lin Shuzhen looked at the exposed black hole in surprise and asked, "Is this here?" Mangbo next to him was also directly dumbfounded. He just saw Shin Haonan directly push the car out of the way to reveal the passage, which was completely dark under the lights. Jinzhou just disappeared through the tunnel? I didn't expect it at all. In surprise, Shin Haonan, who did not respond to Lin Shuzhen, jumped directly from the entrance of the cave and disappeared in front of the two in an instant. Come on! The two of them rushed over in surprise and jumped down without hesitation. Below was the drainage channel, dimly lit and accompanied by the smell of rancid water. However, after walking for a while, they saw Shin Haonan's small body standing in front, and to the surprise of the two, the missing Jinzhou leaned against the wet wall, trembling and looking at them. Damn it! Damn it! They cut open my stomach and planted a time bomb directly in my body, saying that it was a giant mother bomb. They made it, and I was dead. Let's go, if you can. When I die, buy me a better cemetery and bury it with my family. My account is in the Switzerland bank, and the account number is. Jinzhou was completely desperate, his family was slaughtered, he was the last, and sure enough, no one could escape his fate. That is, he will die a miserable death, and he will directly become a blur of flesh and blood in the explosion. Grandma Fatbows, it's actually a giant mother bomb, the most terrible time bomb in the world. It can't be cracked, you have to leave here. Jinzhou, this time, I, Mengbo, am responsible. I will help you deal with the future. What did you just say about the account number and password? As he spoke, Mengbo stopped Lin Shuzhen from coming over. However, the female governor was anxious and pushed his hand away. No, only Jinzhou has seen their people. We must find a way to save him. Go and see the bomb first. People say that the giant mother is the giant mother. What if it scares us? Scareless? Is it possible? Mangbo reluctantly followed. No one can defuse the giant mother bomb, don't be delusional. After Mangbo walked over, he looked at Shin Haonan, who was motionless, and didn't know what the little guy was doing. Jinzhou took a big breath and tried to calm himself, but he laughed, which was more ugly than crying. No need to ask, they are wearing masks, and I don't know what they look like, and I don't even know how they appeared. His eyes were empty and his expression was desperate, and if it weren't for the most desperate moment, no one would want to die. Lin Shuzhen had already squatted down, looking at the injured Jinzhou, and suddenly gasped. His stomach was blurred with flesh and blood, and the infiltrated blood gushed out, not to mention the bomb disposal. He couldn't see anything clearly. Help me, save me, I don't want to die. Suddenly, Jinzhou, who was still strong-willed just now, began to plead. Those bastards, no. People Lin Shuzhen couldn't bear it, looked at Jinzhou on the ground, and began to struggle to get up. The other party could have killed Jinzhou directly, but he didn't, but he used only a cruel way to torture him, and it was even conceivable that when they came over, the scene of the bomb explosion could shock them. This is a naked provocation. It can be seen that the arrogance of the people of this organization, as long as no one of the prey they are staring at can survive, even if the police intervene, it will be the same ending, and it will attract the other party's revenge. I don't want to die, you said you would protect me, don't you, Gecko Man? Suddenly, Jinzhou grabbed Shin Haonan, who had been silent, and pleaded with tears. Lin Shuzhen also suddenly spoke, do you have a way? This sentence makes a lot of sense, mainly because every time he experiences a crisis, Shin Haonan makes a brazen move, and every time it is solved perfectly. If Shin Haonan can't help it, Lin Shuzhen feels that even if those experts come, it is useless. Your wound was deliberately sewn up. I can't tell where the bomb is. After all, I'm not a god, but I have the means to defuse the giant mother bomb, and I have dismantled it once on the Poseidon. As a bomb disposal expert, Shin Haonan does have this confidence, but his 10-mile eagle eye cannot see through the structure of the body, and can only rely on the human body structure he learned in Siberia to barely see some outlines. The terrible thing about the giant mother is that you can't break any of the crystal catheters, otherwise, it will explode immediately, so this is only the field of bomb disposal experts, and you need a surgeon and a sophisticated fluoroscopic instrument. The conditions here do not allow it, so he has been groaning until now. No, Gecko, do you mean you can defuse the mother bomb? It's great, you can try it, my life is in your hands. Jinjo's desperate eyes exploded into a bright light. You try, I know, you have always been a miracle worker. There's not much time left, we don't even have disinfectant, and even if I find out where it is, it's hard to. Chen Haonan is undoubtedly a very optimistic child. At this moment, his beliefs are shaken. How can this be broken? If he gets dirty, he's dead. With urine, you can use urine to disinfect. Who will pee on me? Let him try. After speaking, he looked at Lin Shuzhen, who was immediately startled and turned his face away. Don't look at me, I don't have any urge to pee, I can't pee out. Mixed-race policewoman, embarrassed, she's a woman, how can she use urine to disinfect your old man? Do you want to step on it? It's so embarrassing. He figured it out. I'm coming, I've been holding back for a long time. Behind him, Mang Bo immediately ran over. He listened to it for a while, and he didn't believe that Chen Haonan could dismantle the giant mother bomb. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Just as he was about to take off his pants, Jinjo struggled to look at him. Only boy urine is okay, are you a virgin? Meng Bo suddenly became furious. Are you insulting Lao Tzu's personality? I'm almost 30 years old, who is the age of the, or a child. Don't look at Lao Tzu with only eyes, just this gecko man. He is not necessarily a boy anymore, he is quite popular with women. He was incompetent and furious, scolding Jinjo. This guy is dying, and he is still so demanding, and he is still a child. Dog's Day, I don't seem to have it when I'm 12 years old. Gecko man, you come to nourish me, you must have child urine, nourish me. Hearing Jinjo's urging, Chen Haonan's immature little face twitched. He looked up at the mixed-race female sheriff, especially she turned around just now, and when she heard that she was going to use her own child urine, her eyes were so wide that she turned around, as bright as a light bulb, curious about the baby's appearance. Seeing this, Chen Haonan cursed in his heart, and then opened the desperate deduction. He wanted to use this skill to deduce the location of the bomb, so that it was foolproof. As for the boy's pee, let's talk about it. In the next moment, the pictures appeared one by one, among which a man in a black uniform and a mask used a sharp saber to cut a crack in Jinjo's belly. Then, he forcibly stuffed the miniature bomb in his hand, and then sewed the belly with a needle and thread. Kill 7 of us, I'll use this method to blow up 14 people of the Flying Tigers, wait. With that, he walked away. Chen Haonan lightning locked the position of the bomb, and his left abdomen was down. Give me the dagger, I know where the bomb is. Hey, big sister, what are you doing with my pants? Lin Shuzhen trembled with a shocked look, took a deep breath and said, disinfect with children's urine, don't move, delay time, Jinjo will die, you don't even try, you don't want to just watch him die, what are you afraid of, don't move, I still ate yours. Forget it, I'm just a kid. I'm just a kid. Chen Haonan said to himself, he could only let Lin Shuzhen do whatever she wanted, and she did it at will. After a while, Jinjo was nourished, he was quite refreshed, and he felt that there was hope in life, but after seeing the water gun clearly, his expression froze, and his eyes did not move directly, which frightened Lin Shuzhen to think that he was hanging, and kicked him. It's worthy of being a gecko hero. Jinjo felt more hopeful. Meng Bo, who was standing on the side, his vision was blocked, and he couldn't see the situation clearly, so he felt that the atmosphere was a little solidified and quiet, and he was still smiling in his heart. Chen Haonan, it turned out that he was still a little virgin, and the situation was wrong. Why did that beautiful policewoman look shocked? He was a little puzzled and walked over to Jinjo's side. At this moment, Chen Haonan had already finished collecting his gun, he was holding a sharp dagger in his hand, and said to Jinjo, who was looking at him in a daze. Next, don't move, no matter how much it hurts, you have to endure it, otherwise, all your efforts will be wasted, I suggest you find something to bite and bite. Good. Jinjo's head was covered with cold sweat, and he grabbed something on the ground in a panic, stuffed it into his mouth, and bit it hard. Let go, it's just my feet, I rely on. Meng Bo was also unlucky, he walked to Jinjo's side, because his left foot stepped over first, and he was bitten. It's too late, it's fast. At this moment, Chen Haonan has already turned into an executioner. With the assistance of Shirley Eagle Eye, he quickly cut through the line eye with a sharp dagger, blood came out, and his dagger had already clicked, cutting into the crystal tube of the giant mother bomb, directly cutting off the third line on the left. It is worth mentioning that compared with the giant mother bomb of the Poseidon last time, the bomb on Jinjo's body was miniature, and the lines were exposed, so it can only be said that the other party was careless, and they felt that no one could dismantle the bomb. DD. The clock is ticked minute by minute. That's it. Chen Haonan put the defused bomb aside, and was immediately taken away by Lin Shuzhen, who was stunned. That's it? Is it that simple? I don't even see you make judgments. Lin Shuzhen looked at Chen Haonan with strange eyes, and then looked at the bomb that was dismantled in his hand, and it could be seen that all kinds of lines were entangled, which was quite complicated. How did he judge it? Or, isn't this the giant mother? Chen Haonan bared his teeth and grinned. You let go of my guy first. Are you nervous? You have been holding me somewhere. Ah, I'm sorry. Lin Shuzhen was so embarrassed that she couldn't do it. She was curious just now, and pinched the elephant's trunk, plus the thrill brought by the bomb disposal. She actually forgot the work in her hand. Loosen your mouth, you bit me to death. On the other side, the hapless Mangbo finally screamed, and he endured it until the crisis was resolved. Thank you. Thank you. Jinjo was already confused, but he was still thanking Chen Haonan. You're amazing, give my sister a hug. Here, Lin Shuzhen couldn't help but overflow with love, and felt that no matter from that angle or posture, this child was so handsome that he could solve it. Even if he only had a desperate situation, he could solve it. My God, my sister just wanted to hug him. So, she opened her strong chest fiercely, couldn't help but hug Chen Haonan, and kept telling Chen Haonan with her smallest mouth, No, I want to be your girlfriend, this is okay. You help him stop the bleeding first, otherwise, he is really hanging. The matter here has not ended yet, and the real boss is still hidden in the dark. Ah, yes. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading, the back is more exciting. Lin Shuzhen immediately squatted down, took off her coat, and bandaged Jinjo simply. After processing, Jinjo completely entered a state of coma. While waiting for her teammates and ambulance to come, Lin Shuzhen kept looking Chen Haonan up and down. Her mind wandered, from knowing Chen Haonan to now killing the killer, and successfully defusing the bomb. It's all like a dream, and every time it seems to be a desperate situation, but with the help of him, a gecko hero, the crisis is solved again and again. Chen Haonan, are you really only 10 years old? How do I feel about your life? It seems to be open. It's not the first time I've been to the mainland, and I've seen a lot of children in the mainland. They are all doing homework at home at your age. How did you run to be a soldier? And you're so powerful. And your bomb disposal technique just now is extremely simple, but it's very practical. Can these all be shared? Well, I can share it as your girlfriend, and you can rest assured that I will fulfill my obligations as your girlfriend. For such a question, Chen Haonan ignored it at all, and looked at the female policeman coldly. But Meng Bo was excited. Police Lin, can you consider me? When I am my girlfriend, I can share anything with you, including all the investigation methods, including my assets of hundreds of millions. Your experience is not worth mentioning. Lin Shuzhen scolded with a smile, and continued to tempt Chen Haonan, who was too ruthless. I know your secret, you won't refuse me, otherwise, your big secret, everyone in Shangjiang will know it, Don't threaten me, in this world, the people who threaten me are dead. Chen Haonan was not moved in the slightest, and said indifferently, I have to remind you that the enemy's retaliation has begun, and the guy who planted the bomb in Jinjo's body said that he would kill 14 members of the Flying Tigers with the only means he could. How do you? Aware? Lin Shuzhen was stunned. It's not good, I missed it. Chen Haonan was a little embarrassed. He learned this sentence by desperate deduction, but it was hard to explain. I guess. 5 minutes later, the ambulance arrived, and the medical staff immediately carried the unconscious Jinjo up. After doing these things, Lin Shuzhen's phone rang, which was called by one of her subordinates, nicknamed Banga. Inspector Lin, it's not good. Our police station was attacked by a group of unidentified militants, killing more than 10 people. The woman who was caught before has already left. Damn it, it's too arrogant, and the monitoring can't be checked. Where did they come out? It seems to have appeared out of thin air, and now the bureau is chaotic. Listening to the words of the mallet, Lin Shuzhen's whole body froze. She didn't expect these militants to be so arrogant. This is clearly revenge. Don't panic, do the follow-up work immediately. I'll rush back immediately. Jinjo is already found. She turned on the speaker, and Chen Haonan and Meng Bo next to her also heard the news. Chen Haonan was okay, he was already mentally prepared, but Meng Bo almost jumped up directly. Is there such a mess in your Shangjiang? It actually directly impacted your headquarters. My god, if this is placed on the mainland, it is unimaginable, but don't worry, I will protect you. Get in the car first. Lin Shuzhen got into the police car, beckoned Chen Haonan to get into the car, and said with a wry smile, sure enough, you are still like a god, and these people's revenge comes so quickly. Chen Haonan nodded and said, there is always a video of the attack, send it over and take a look. Lin Shuzhen immediately called back, and it didn't take long for her to receive the video and quickly open it. Chen Haonan was sitting in the back, and when he looked over, he saw a man in a black uniform and a mask on the mobile phone screen, constantly shooting at the members of the Flying Tigers, and at the same time, biting off the black bottle-shaped grenade and throwing it out. Behind him, there were more than a dozen black-clothed people in the same costume. This group of people was extremely arrogant, seeing who killed whom. The whole scene was like a little brother in the movie. I have to say that this man in black is very pretending. Took the lead in pretending to be a dog, and it was actually the guy in the underground passage. Chen Haonan raised his eyebrows, feeling that every movement and expression of the other party was written with the word arrogance. The video continues to play. Day. The gunfire continued to rage, and the bullets frantically enveloped the police officers who rushed out of the office. No one escaped alive. This group of people has excellent equipment, excellent weapons, strong quality, all these advantages add up. The tragedy of the police department is doomed. There were explosions everywhere, stumps and broken arms everywhere, cannon fodder was flying, and the whole scene was like hell on earth. Among them, it was accompanied by the arrogant laughter of these people. These weak chickens, how dare to arrest our captain? Let you see, what is a real warrior? You wasted taxpayers' money, you should have gone to hell, and you are embarrassed to work here. Seeing such a scene and hearing such sarcasm, Lin Shuzhen, who was driving, almost lost control and almost drove the car onto the green road. Chen Haonan reluctantly reminded, hold steady, don't panic, they actually come out to commit crimes with such fanfare, they will leave clues, which is enough to show that we have shaken their foundation this time. Let's go back to the bureau first, don't overturn. Okay, you'll definitely help me solve the case, I trust you. Lin Shuzhen turned around and gave Chen Haonan a reluctant smile. Many of these dead colleagues were her friends, and no one could feel uncomfortable with such a tragedy. Don't worry, and me, I must protect you. Private Detective Meng Bo squinted his small eyes and showed a warm man's smile. Soon, the three of them returned to the bureau, and as soon as they came down, they could see that the tempered glass at the door had been shattered, and the ground was full of bullet casings that had not had time to clean up, all over the ground. When Chen Haonan walked in, he could see that it was like being swept away by a hurricane, and there was a mess everywhere, and the ground was dyed red, which was shocking, especially after the explosion of the black bomb in the video. It caused huge craters, which completely surpassed ordinary grenades. Smelling the smell of gunpowder mixed with blood, Meng Bo felt his stomach tumble over the river, and immediately asked Lin Shuzhen, whose face had changed drastically, where is the bathroom? He was just a private detective, and it was the first time he had seen such a bloody scene, so he vomited first. Lin Shuzhen didn't have time to pay attention to him, her eyes were red, and her whole body trembled with sadness and anger, and then she hugged Chen Haonan next to her and cried, you have long reminded me that they will retaliate, but I didn't expect them to retaliate so hard. These people were still in a meeting with us in the morning, and now they are lying on the cold floor. She couldn't go any longer, and began to weep sadly. Chen Haonan broke free, and said, tears are left for the enemy, let's get down to business, take me to the scene where the militants appeared for the first time. If it is delayed any longer, more people will die. Lin Shuzhen immediately found someone and asked about the situation. Inspector Lin, not long after we escorted those women back, those guys suddenly appeared, we were not prepared at all, and even, the weapons were stored, I really don't know where they came from. Yes, they just appeared out of thin air, the surveillance is checked, they didn't appear at the door at all, and no suspicious people came in. I have also seen the video from the rooftop, ruling out the possibility of falling from the sky. At this moment, the members of the bureau are still in shock. Listening to these opinions, Chen Haonan frowned, since it is not the outside, nor is it above, it may have appeared from the inside, such as the sewer. Let's take a look at the surveillance and speculate where they first appeared. Meng Bo put forward this more pertinent opinion. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. In the surveillance room, a group of surviving law enforcers are angrily staring at the surveillance. In the room, there are more than 30 surveillance videos, corresponding to different corners, and half an hour has passed since the attack, and it is still impossible to determine where these guys appeared from. The first place they attacked was the office. Strange, how did they show up? It's the first time I've encountered such a bizarre thing, and I can only describe it as mysterious. Could it be that they interfered with our video? Lin Shuzhen came in with Chen Haonan and Meng Bo, and everyone in the room stood up and reported the above information. I just don't have any clue. Lin Shuzhen frowned. She didn't have any clue in her heart. She glanced back at Chen Haonan, but suddenly found that the little guy was gone. Where's Chen Haonan? Meng Bo said. He left halfway and didn't come with him, so I didn't pay attention to it. It doesn't matter, let's watch the video first, maybe we can find out the difference. You're in charge of watching the video, I'll go find him. Lin Shuzhen was in a hurry. This must be because her heart was too chaotic, and she didn't even notice when Chen Haonan left. According to his ability, he must have his purpose, stay here and watch the video. Anyway, he can't figure it out, he must find Chen Haonan first. Hey! Meng Bo was a little speechless, and could only watch Lin Shuzhen run out. Then let's compare and see who finds the enemy first. Standing at the door of the office where he was attacked first, Chen Haonan tapped lightly on his little head a few times, and the next moment, the desperate deduction began. The picture goes backwards like flowing water, retreats and retreats. Retreated all the way to the picture of the appearance of militants. Time passed little by little, and when the footsteps behind him sounded, Chen Haonan showed a smile. He found the answer. Did you find a clue? Lin Shuzhen walked in quickly, and saw the smile on Chen Haonan's face at a glance. I don't know why, a huge panic surged in her heart, and she was filled with the other party's smile at once. A group of rats in the underground waterways, mice are mice, and if you put on a vest, you can't become a cat. On Chen Haonan's immature little face, the signature expression appeared again. There is nothing to say. When Lin Shuzhen heard this, her eyes suddenly widened, and she walked over quickly and grabbed Chen Haonan's arm. Where is it? Did you really find it? She trembled with excitement. Pay attention to the facial expressions. All of us here are under each other's surveillance. You just pretend not to see anything, and see my gestures and expressions. I understand. Behind Lin Shuzhen, there is a cold feeling. Her trust in Chen Haonan is getting higher and higher. At this time, even if Chen Haonan takes her out to sell, when it comes to counting the money, she can't react. Follow me. Chen Haonan pulled Lin Shuzhen, put his little shoulders on the other party's thighs, and walked along. The expressions and movements of the two people are like couples pressing the road in the early morning, happy and relaxed, rather than chasing the enemy. Day. Chen Haonan pulled Lin Shuzhen all the way and pushed open a steel door with the words archives. Looking at the densely piled up volumes, Lin Shuzhen was surprised. Do you want to check the information here? The import and export of those rats, right here. Chen Haonan walked forward, walked directly to an inconspicuous corner, then moved the heavy file shelf, squatted down and groped on the ground for a while, and after a while, he pulled up the entire floor tile. A swarthy hole appeared in front of Lin Shuzhen, and her expression suddenly became wonderful, as if the hole had grown on her body. Oh my god, these thugs, did they actually dig tunnels to get in? Damn it, when did this start? She covered her mouth with an exaggerated expression, and she couldn't believe that there were still militants who could escape their eyes and ears and open the hole in the inner corner of the police station, which was simply unheard of. This is really ridiculous, and it is enough to see how arrogant these thugs are. No wonder, they can come and go without a trace. Building such a secret passage requires a huge project. It can't be completed in a short time, and it has to be hidden from our ears and eyes. How is this done? Lin Shuzhen muttered to herself, then turned around and grabbed Chen Haonan. Have you speculated on something different? Perhaps, this is what you are talking about, where the headquarters of Unit 701 is located. Maybe, it is not a passage, but a huge palace, for example. They have been building this project since World War II, close to 100 years of projects. It has become a mysterious existence. It is not strange, don't you say? Unit 701, oh my god, is this real? In Lin Shuzhen's opinion, although Governor Zhao Dahua has mentioned many times that the mastermind behind the mysterious incident is the mysterious remnants of Unit 701, their fighters are so powerful, they may be some successful biochemical warriors, but these are just speculations, and now Chun Haonan has found clues and cracked the secret. But behind this secret, the amount of information is also too large, so big that she has a sense of mission to solve the mystery of history. Perhaps, the mysterious incident that has puzzled the Shangjiang Police Department for decades will usher in a breakthrough today. How much historical significance does this have? I'll tell the governor at once and bring someone over. Lin Shuzhen, who was excited, trembled with excitement in her voice. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. No. Chun Haonan suppressed the mobile phone she was holding in her hand and said resolutely, "It's still the same sentence just now, don't startle the snake, all our actions may be under the surveillance of others." Then what do you mean? If you believe me, come down with me. If you are worried, stay on it alone. In short, don't make a fuss, even, don't inform Mengbo. His mouth is a little big. It's not me to warn you. I have a feeling that if the other party wants to destroy this place, they must have this ability, therefore, we can only raid and act secretly. Lin Shuzhen is not just Xiongdi, she is also a smart woman in ice and snow. She can understand that kind of thing at all. After thinking about it for more than 10 seconds, she immediately nodded and made her own decision. With you, the omnipotent Gecko hero, what am I afraid of? Let's go down together, hee. You said Gecko man, I have no problem, but please don't add that big word, I'm just a kid. Hee, who believes? So exaggerated, hee. Shut up. Chun Haonan was a little embarrassed, and the next moment, he jumped down the tunnel first, and before the person landed, he felt a soft exclamation behind him. The woman with a lot of mouths was also too anxious, so she jumped down directly with her face, damn it. In desperation, Chun Haonan could only lift the woman high, rotate 365 degrees and land, and the ending was... The two rolled on the ground together. There was a bang, and the water splashed. Below is the sewer, he hugged Lin Shuzhen and took her into the sewer. Don't be in such a hurry, I'll inform you if there's anything, you're so anxious that you jumped off riding my face. Chun Haonan had a speechless expression, pushed away the bulky fat woman,